Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and tonight, well, there's a new Intervallo it seems I've unlocked. The sea. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Is it not updated? Alright. The beach episode. Well, I suppose we were due for one of those eventually. Oh yeah, I did finally uptie 3, the Tintang Gang, Honglu. Well, it's been about 2 weeks since we last took care of the job at K-Corp, and the immense dullness of traveling through a nest by car is just finally starting to sink in. Pretty sure I saw a road look exactly like this one 30 minutes ago. The way roads are built in the nests and back streets is rather dissimilar. If we were navigating the back streets, we would have been able to find a shortcut through the alleyways and corners. But navigating a nest in an automobile means driving through this absolutely abominable traffic congestion. Oh man, isn't that a relatable problem? I guess that's why people with cash tend to spare it on the W Corp's warp trains and such. The warp trains? They are... the bus fell silent as though everyone seemed to simultaneously recall the one they saw in the mirror worlds. I think I prefer riding the bus. Why don't we take a nice little nap like Heath? I'm bored to death just staring out the window. So we spent days upon days of boredom making very little progress toward the tunnel to lead somewhere. We're almost there. The road will free up once we finally exit this tunnel. Well, that's wonderful. This could have been an enjoyable road trip if it was with friends and, you know, not for the company. Just as Faust said, the traffic jam appeared to visibly improve, allowing us to make actual progress. That's good. I can't see much yet, but I'm glad we're almost there. Speaking of which, our destination was... Yes, indeed. Once again, we were being blindly led along by our guide to who knows where. Don't you think it's about time he started telling us where we're going? Dante is asking where our destination is. I was asking if he could start telling us where we're headed before we leave, but I thought better of it. Our current destination is... Lobotomy Corp branch located at U-Corp. I'm starting to feel like there's a corp for every single letter of the alphabet. Which would imply 26, and yet... what's that issue you up? You spooked me. Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure why Ishmael suddenly jolted, but I decided to carry on our conversation for now. She must have a connection there somehow. Wait, so by our final destination, we are currently headed to a temporary stop. Just as Virgilus finished his sentence, the bus emerged from a lengthy tunnel. Whoa! That's... I looked out the window, which suddenly turned bright. And the cleanest sandy beach and turquoise blue ocean I'd ever seen graced my eyes. There's actually an unpolluted ocean in this corporate dystopia? Or is this a... No, this has to be a simulated one or an artificial ocean. It can't be a real one. Do I behold the Great Lake yonder? With Don Quixote's enthusiastic exclamation, the sinners began waking up from their naps one by one. Oh, dude, now there's a sight I've not seen in a long time.
이거 얼마만에 보는 광경이야?
Oh, Greg, darling, you've been there before. I've only ever heard of this place. I've never seen it directly myself. The sinners each began excitedly chattering about the sea. Wait, it can't be my turn already. Except for one, that is. No, we're still not ready for this. Ishmael, are you good? No, give me some moments. I still need time to think. While I was still worried about Ishmael's sudden gloominess, I had faith that she would be okay. She was always on top of things after all. Besides, my attention was drawn to the bubbling enthusiasm she seems to have possessed the sinners. So, we're journeying towards the Great Lake?
대호수는
I've only
듣기만
ever heard
해보고
the Great Lake,
실제로
but never
본 적은
saw myself.
없었는데
So that's what this looks like,
이런
huh?
모습이었군요.
Ooh, perhaps our trying journey shall finally be rewarded with a seaside picnic.
물놀이라는 것이 있을 예정인가 보.
아하.
Ah, I
이런
suppose
곳에서
spending a nice
휴양을
vacation
즐겨보는
here
것도
could be a
좋은
fun
경험이겠어요.
experience.
쉴
If
수
we were
있게
permitted to
된다면
rest, I wish to
따뜻한
lie upon the
모래사장 위에
summery
누워
sand and
하늘을
gaze
바라보고
upon the skies.
나는
I could use some nice
기다란
tanning on a long beach. I wish to try a game of beach volleyball with everyone else, that is.
그거 재밌겠네.
Sounds like the Crike. The sinners were all chatting about what things they wanted to do. It was nice to see them all excited for once, but... Hey, guy bud, are we really
정말 쉬운
stopping
거야?
at the beach? Everyone seemed to be conveniently forgetting the fact that Virgilus never mentioned if we'd actually be stopping by the beach. At the beach. What do you think?
바퀴를 도랑이 걸칠
Gonna
거야.
hitch the wheels in a ditch. Screech. The formerly on-track bus suddenly swerved and was thrown around as of his case. What treachery is this? An ambush?
적습인가?
This is often the case. No, this is our stop. Oh, for once we actually do get to stop by. The sinners got off their feet one by one, growing with pain.
이게 대체 뭔가?
What's the name of the wings? Yeah, I knew there could never be an untouched ocean in a corporate dystopia like this. There had to be some sort of gimmick or trick. Indeed, it's a trick. Only the despairing cries of the sinners echoed in the dark and damp view outside the windows. Are we gonna be picking up trash then? Honestly, even that seems like it'd be too easy for this. Mudflat Scrapyard. Yeah, as you can see, I finally got the wonderful Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu up. I've still got a long way to go for a lot of these, but I'll slowly make progress. There's a Walpurgis night coming up, so I need to prepare accordingly for that, but otherwise, this cannot be. How ought we to enjoy our vacations in a locale such as this? This may come as a surprise to you, Don Quixote, but Virgilus never mentioned that we were on vacation. Yeah, I can understand Don Quixote jumping at it, and it would also make sense Gregor would be the one who knows that was never technically mentioned there.
아니,
Well, it is
제법
quiet,
운치는 있군.
rather quaint,
마음
not bad.
드-
You know, ever since the last chapter, I can't help but notice, as much as Ryoshu loves to recommend murder as a solution to all of our problems, she's actually never disobeyed us once. Which is funny, because I still remember that the description there said we were straight up given a kill switch for her if things ever got extreme. And yet she's never even remotely needed it. Oh, hello, Apollo. Welcome. I've just gotten started, so it seems we're going to be having our beach episode. I'd like it to just be a simple mission of picking up trash, but something tells me that's far too simple for this universe. What was the point of showing us that beautiful beach earlier then?
보여준 거야.
I would like to think it's to motivate us to clean the beach, but again, I know we're not here to just pick up trash.
그러게요.
Right, I wish I never saw the beach, then I wouldn't have been so disappointed.
아니,
Right thither is there aforeseen beach.
모래사장이 있지 않을까?
I can't help but notice that square, that diamond-shaped barrier that's blocking it.
왜 저리로 가지 않는
Wherefore, are we
것이오?
not journeying in that direction?
깨끗해 보이고 날씨도 좋아
Its air appears
보이는데.
pristine, its sky is clear, and I'm still convinced it must be artificial. There's no possible way it could be a proper, untouched beach in this corporate dystopia.
이번 목적지가
Because that is
그쪽이
not our
아닙니다.
destination. This cannot be. The sinner's faces grew dark with disappointment. Can't say I wasn't a little excited to have some proper rest myself, but I had a feeling this was gonna happen. Yeah, I'm with Dante there. It would be nice, but it's not actually. There's no way it's actually happening. So, where is this exactly? It'd be in everyone's best interest to just focus on what's next. Yeah, at the end of the day, we're here for a job, so we'd best focus on that for the moment.
21구
It is District 21,
유사해.
back streets of U Corp.
뒷골목이죠.
Damn it, we're really not ready for this. Alright, I was trying to give her a tip to Demo Man kind of accent so I could differ her a bit more. Oh, Backstreet's the Yoko Pod. Damn it, we're really not ready for this. This manager cannot stay for long. Crab Nations require assistance. I've only been... Alright, well, hope you have a good time, and thanks for stopping by, Apollo. It's nice to see you around. We're a little off then. Good luck to Intervallo, and hope you have fun. Thank you very much, and good luck to you too.
맞습니다.
Yes. So that's why there hasn't been congestion since the tunnel, because we're not actually in a nest anymore.
그건 둥지마다.
That depends on the nest and
그리고
their back
뒷골목마다
streets.
다르기 때문에
So such generalizations are not encouraged.
하지만
That seems to be the
이번
case this
인터뷰는
time,
그렇다고 볼 수
however.
있겠네요.
저 옆은 개인
Is that a
소유의
private beach over
해변인가요?
there? The water, the
물도
colors are
이쪽에
very
있는
much
물과
different from this
완전히
side.
다른 색이네요.
Yeah, and that barrier makes it like a literal line. I see a boundary as if hewn by blade. Those are telltale signs of this place's nature. Yeah. Hello, Ryzune, welcome. I don't know what you're saying there. Yeah, we're certainly in a bit of a rough spot now.
네,
Indeed, this is
대호수죠.
the Great Lake, just how it's
여긴
always
원래
been.
그래요.
You can assume that a well-maintained
저렇게
vacation spot like
쉬기
that
좋게
is,
평화로운
well,
공간은
usually nest
보통
territory.
둥지의 영역이죠.
I suppose it would make sense they want to spend money to make sure that their home turf looks presentable, if only to keep the appearance that everything's good.
설명의 기회가
My
자꾸
explanations keep
아사지는군요.
getting hijacked. Oh, Pinkaijima. Chemue. Oh. Okay, saying out loud. That's so weird with you saying it. A little, yeah. I also don't know how to pronounce those, I'll be honest. I can only make a guess. Does this place count as the back streets when it's open?
뒷골목은
The definition of back streets is not limited to literal streets between buildings. It refers to all territories within
둥지가
districts
품지 않은
that are
구획의
not
장막을
embraced by
의미하죠.
them. Yeah, Pingayo Kajima Chio Muye Mulelo? Ah. Yeah, I can only guess what those are supposed to be pronounced, I'm sorry. Right.
뭐
Look at
이런
this
쓰레기
mingling
같은
rubbish. This
것들이
place is in
너저런 걸
shambles. I'd be
보면
gobsmacked
누가
if
봐도
this weren't the back
뒷골목 아니냐?
I'd be gobsmacked if this were the back streets.
이거
Oh,
보시오.
behold,
쓸만해 보이는.
hither is a rather useful.
뭐야?
What?
왜 말을
Finish your
하다 말아?
sentence. It's moved.
뭐가?
Wait,
이
what?
라디오
This
움직였어.
radio, it moved. The
21
radios in
구의
District
라디오는
21 scamper
다리다리
about.
움직이는 건가?
뭐?
Wait, what do you want about? Whoa! At Heathcliff's cry, everyone turned toward the pile of trash. And all of a sudden, it was a monster. Oh my. Well, I suppose it's nice that we get some fights early on. What's this one here? Sharp trash crab. Hard trash crab. Pointy trash crab. Yeah, these should be good.
물 넘고 꺾고 제차.
Still, the story knows how to be engaging here. No. I get the sense it's going to be having, in the end, it's going to be having an appeal for me, kind of like Metal Gear and Yakuza, where it has a good message to it, but it's also not afraid to have fun, and that's always nice.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
Although I won't say it's been all great. Like, as much as I did genuinely like Canto 4, I can't deny that it really was stop and go, and that was not really to its benefit. The pacing was awful.
이쪽으로.
Good gluttony energy, nice. Gloom energy is always nice as well.
예상 못했나? 하나 봐.
헛!
Guard. While still getting tremor on it. Interesting. What's it doing to the? Can it do to target enemies? Passive. At less than 70 targets another ally with least current HP. When attacking an ally, its HP increases. When defeating an ally, its HP heals. Ah, I see. So basically, the allies are cannibalizing each other in order to restore HP. But as long as I remove those, it should be in good shape, I think. Yeah, I just gotta make sure there's no corpses for them to cannibalize.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
I must say, I appreciate the new player stuff that's easy to... The new player stuff. It's been very helpful to get me going, including getting all the Arknights crossover stuff I wanted. Trash crabs.
그러니 언젠가 제외할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 네,
Yeah, this is...
정리 시간이다.
Only level. Hello, Heathcliff. I'm sorry, Heathcliff, I don't have any particularly good IDs for you, or I'd use you more. Right now, my team is not anything coherent. Since I'm a new player, it's basically just random bullshit go. Hence why I'm using Butler Faust of all people here. Don't get me wrong, she's perfectly decent, but I don't have... but you can... She's very clearly a case of getting what I can. Although I suppose I could swap her out for the, what's it called? I could swap her out for my Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu, who I got from the starter ticket. That was the one I was advised to get at it. That was like the recent ID. Yeah, I've heard a lot of mixed opinions on that one, but I'm gonna decide whether I pull for it based on the next coming up Walpurgis night. My understanding is Merceau and Ishmael are the most likely ones to get one there, and I don't have anything good for them either. I also wouldn't mind a full stop Hong Lu. And yes, so full stop Heathcliff and Hong Lu, from my understanding, are basically the best buds of the game. If I get those, I can have them team up and crush everything. Should be plenty of fun if I can get both, but that's still an if.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Yeah, you can also tell that I've also been neglecting Merceau, Heathcliff, and Ishmael and Raja because I don't have anything for them that's particularly noteworthy. I'll just have them in the base. I do have some 2 stars that I got while pulling for the Arknight stuff, but since they don't have passives until Uptide 3, I'm just equipping the default IDs since those at least give some passive support from the back line, even if they're not actively fighting, which is honestly quite nice. I do appreciate that they have passives both for when they're in the active party and when they're in...
그래서 이
or
벌레
back in the
개딱지
back
같은
line like
것들은 뭔데?
Ah, so what are these bug crab things? Hey now, what are you looking at me for? What makes you think I'd know?
덱 안 봤어, 아저씨.
I wasn't even gawking at you. You're paranoid, that's what. Can't even talk about
피해망상이라니까.
bugs around this guy.
여기만 나오면 아주.
Well, I guess given Canto 1 made it very clear that Gregor has some pretty bad PTSD, I guess I can't blame him for being a bit paranoid. Although I will say, yeah, I kind of wish Heathcliff had gotten an Arknight's ID. I can always think of a couple of characters that'd be great for him. Then again, I guess that same could be said for a lot of the crew. Maybe if we're lucky they'll have another set. They're trash crabs. They're what? Ishmael interjected all of a sudden. Trash crabs, they collect trash and scrap like down the shelves, use them as their homes and weapons. Ah, so like souped up hermit crabs, got it. They're tiresome lot. They ambush people walking by the waters, attack those wandering the area, and their numbers grow day by day. I see, we're probably here to... Okay, I get it. We're probably here to play pest control then. Unfortunate, but hey, if they're paying us. Oh, but they're just one of the innumerable small fries of the Great Lake. What's more important and much more treacherous is Ishmael. I was about to check in, and I probably shouldn't have let this go on any longer, but hey guys, already hard at work, alright? A couple people in overalls seem to be approaching the distance. Mika, they're our valued customers. Watch your manners. Oh, okay, I guess. Ooh, mechanics. What are those R&Ts? I think she's calling them rags and tags. Rain, they're calling us rags and tags. Do I really have to watch my manners? Okay, we're off to a wonderful start with everyone insulting each other. Honestly, this is probably one of the best first impressions our team has had so far. And that's kind of funny. They could be enemies. You two, identify themselves. Identify yourselves. Have you not been informed about us at all? No, not at all. That's why I'm suspicious of you two. Coming up with seemingly plausible yet unverifiable identities. Like spies. Yeah, I like that cheeky expression Otis has, but it also has me very concerned. I'm sorry, would real spies come up with a more structured approach? I mean, not if they're like us.
그렇겠죠.
Indeed, Otis,
오티스 씨,
there are cooperators who will be
이분들은
assisting us
이번이
this
협력할
time.
분들입니다.
Then speak up sooner next time.
반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you,
오티스 씨,
Mika.
레인 씨.
Rain, we're LCB, also known as the Limbus
LCB.
Company Bus Department.
림버스 컴퍼니 버스 부서입니다.
버스.
Bus, right, that's what that person said too.
그때 그분도 버스
guys, the bus
녀석들이라고
blokes.
말하셨으니까.
LCC의
I was informed by the LCC before team was here first, and by that person, you mean... Sorry, let me check the business card. LCB... Okay, all accounted for.
네, 맞네요.
확인은 끝난
Now that
것
we're clear, why don't we
같으니까
continue this conversation back
가게로
to the shop?
들어가서 마저
Let's take a look at
이야기하죠.
that bus
그
too.
버스 여기 계속
This is
서서
an awkward place to
대화하기는 좀
talk, you know?
그렇잖아요.
Alright, let's just make sure they don't scrap the bus while we're not looking. Wait, were there customers?
아니,
Well, I suppose the bus
저희
would
여긴 왜
need
드는
regular maintenance too. Okay, care to tell us what we're doing here?
간단히
Our
말하자면
destination, U-Corp, is a
저희의
nest
목적지
composed of
이유상은
various nautical structures.
배들로
Therefore,
이루어져 있는
Mephistopheles in
상징입니다.
its current form cannot reach
따라서
there.
메피스토펠레스의
So we need to
현재
become
형태는
submersible.
그리고
And the Great Lakes environs are
대호수는
completely unpredictable.
시시각각 환경이 변하기도 해요. 그 호수에서
You're going to need a ship
버틸
that can
수 있는
withstand
배가
such capriciousness.
그래.
That's right.
그래서
Which is why we
미리
sought out a
적합한
contract with an
공방을
adequate
찾아
shop to modify the
버스
bus.
개조에 대한 계약을 한
Ooh, now that
거지.
sounds neat. Adequate, you
이게-
say?
적합.
Let's go in.
이만 들어가지.
Something tells me we're not getting top of the line, but we're not. So he could have compromised on time, price, or skill if he's trying to save. Our last staff dinner really hit the budget that hard. I thought we were allowed to eat as much as we
먹을 수
wanted.
있을 만큼 시키라 해서 마음껏 주문했던 것뿐인데.
Hey, yeah, you don't want to invite me to one of those parties and say eat what you like, just as a warning. Like Roger said, looking at somewhat dilapidated shop made me curious about the company's finances. But nothing good could ever come out of this conversation, so I decided to just table the thought. Yeah, let's just hope they're actually really skilled, but just haven't hit the big time yet. That'd be the most comfortable one. But any other answer, we'd probably be better off not knowing. Actually, we'd be better off knowing, period, but I get the sense Virgilus won't tell us, so. And they'd probably feel insulted for us bringing it up, so.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Dang, you
두려움 없이
saying your
나아갈 수
victory
있는
speech is really, really long, but I can't take you off the team because you're my hard carry. You've been my hard carry the whole time.
그러니
Oh, neat, even the battle one has the crabs.
꼭 내게
Crab.
은자를 주시오.
Boat
내
rights.
그것만을 바라고
Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink since this is a pure story node.
멈춰가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Alrighty.
레인, 나는 이 버스 좀 살펴볼
Rain,
테니까
I'm gonna take a look at the
손님들
bus, so why don't you get them to the reception? I
대응
mean,
좀 부탁해.
entertain the guests. Okay. The sinners were led to what appeared to be a workshop packed with tools and various mechanical apparatus. Doesn't look that bad, honestly. It seems to me this workshop is capable of making more sophisticated modifications than it initially appeared. Huh. You recognize these.
무기와 장비를
During the
정비하는
war, it was of
공방적
the
기술에
utmost
대한
importance to have a
폭넓은
general
이해는
understanding of arms
전쟁
and
중에
gear
가장
workshops.
중요했으니까.
Huh. This awkward conversation was cut short by a sudden and deafening noise. That's a... Huh. Was that a siren? A klaxon siren? Or... No, a klaxon is somewhere something else entirely. Yes, that's a siren of some kind.
무슨
What's that
소리죠?
sound? That's Mephistopheles' scream. Or the alarm, rather.
경보가 작동한 것 같군요.
죄송해요.
I'm
잘못
sorry, I think I
건드렸어요.
did something wrong.
지금
Are
쿵쿵대는
those stomping
소리도
noises also
잘못
you,
건드려서
Mika?
나는 거야, 미카?
저기요.
Look
방금
outside.
마주쳤던
They appear to be of the same species as the one we had encountered earlier. Oh dear. They do look pretty similar.
하네요.
Now it also
비슷한
quite
것이 아니라
similar.
같은
They're
개체에
indeed the same
속한다는 뜻이다.
species. Everyone outside now. Outside. A giant crab with a massive shipping container on its back loomed over us. Well, at least for a brief moment. We were soon overwhelmed by the sounds of heavy metal scraping the
좌우로
floor.
한개라.
Men, spread out.
저건 어디를 또
Whoa, where do we
깨부숴야
get
하는
cracking
거야?
this? Where do we have to get cracking this time? Just as we were collectively losing our minds.
당연히
It's not
대가리를
gonna
깨부숴야지.
cost. A dark figure leapt down from somewhere in the creature's hand. King Trash Crab. Please don't tell me they're making the reference to that ancient meme. Sit
가만히
still, quit
있어라.
struggling.
헛짓거리하지 말고.
A blinding light and deafening explosion assault the crab's shell.
도망가는 건가요?
Is it fleeing? The figure leaped gracefully from the back of the fleeing creature and slowly approached us. Ha! She squelched over a depressing mud flat in her swim fins and stood before us, a colossal harpoon resting on the shoulder.
아 그래. 너희가 그 녀석이
Right,
말한
so you're a lot of the
버스
bus people
애들이냐?
that fella mentioned. After some time passed,
올가씨까지 포함해
allow me to formally
정식으로
introduce
소개드리죠.
them, with Olga this time.
이번
They are
메피스토펠레스의
from
개조에
Molar
도움을
Boatworks,
주실
here to help us with the
어금니 보트
modifications for
센터라는
Mephistopheles.
이야, 이렇게
Oh,
소개를
we're getting the
받는
whole
날도
intro and
있네.
everything, color me flattered.
아, 좀 쑥스러운 걸.
Most of you are probably going to die, but that is a risk we're going to take.
누님,
Big
그래도
sis, they're still other
귀한
customers. We should watch
어,
our...
내가 뭘
Oh, come
그렇게
on, they
잘못했다고
didn't do anything
그래.
wrong, right?
나 아직 뭐 안
I didn't do
했거든.
nothing wrong, did I? Bug, I didn't even do anything yet. Yet being the
아직이라는 게
key word
문제죠.
here. Yeah, I've already caught on to how much these characters seem to have low lifespans, even when it doesn't make sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Canto 1 and 3 ones were pretty impactful, but Canto 4, it felt like Samjo basically just went there because, oh crap, it's been way too long since we had someone die. Whatever, I'll just dive into the juice.
개업한 지
Our
얼마
business
되지도
is open,
않았는데
there's nothing wrong with
조심해서
being a
나쁠 건
little
없잖아요.
careful. I'd imagine the sudden switch in your
업종을
career
갑자기
path could
바꾸는
not
일이
have
쉬운
been
건
easy.
아니었을 텐데.
Was it
할 말
manageable?
5급
Olga,
해결사.
grade
Olga.
5 fixer. Much higher than the grade 8 ones we met in Canto 1.
뭐
Well, fixer?
해결사 줬어?
Thou art fixer! I thought I'd caught the sense of a noble one. Where hast thou strayed? Over the path of a fixer? Life of fixer must have been grueling one, surely.
어찌하여 다른 일을
Where was my
하는
popular...
것이오? 해결사 일이
Where was thy
고되었던
most
것이오?
prolific
주로
district?
어디에서
Which
활동했던
association?
것이오?
Which test hast thou
어떤
taken to
협회에서
rise to
어떤
become a grade
시험을 치러서 어디까지
5?
간 것이오?
A workshop
역시
exam at
테스트
Terrace
협회에서
Association?
공방 시험을 본
Indeed? Fine, yes, I understand.
알겠소.
미안하군요.
I apologize,
올가 씨.
Olga. Soon
이제
there will be
시끄러운
peace and
건
quiet.
잠잠해질 겁니다.
붉은
The red gaze.
고맙습니다.
Greetings, guys. Blimey, it's been so long
존재를
since
하는
I had to
게
be so
너무
polite.
오랜만이라.
아,
Well, that's
그쯤 해도
polite enough.
도서관에서의
It seems the
사건
people have been
이후로
returning one by one from the
책으로부터
books
하나둘씩
since that incident
돌아왔던
at the
모양이던데.
library.
어땠습니까?
How was it for
우리도 뭐
you?
다르지는
Same
않죠.
story. Yeah, one moment I was like, am I
어,
dead? And
나
next time suddenly
죽었나?
waking up somewhere around
싶었더니 갑자기
here.
눈을 떠보니 이 근처이지 뭡니까? 미카도 레인도
No Mika, no rain,
없었고
stomach hankering.
당장
Thought I'd
배는
grab myself a
고프니까
nosh, so.
뭐라도 먹어야겠다 싶어서.
And how'd it go again?
크랩개가
A trash crab
튀어나와서
appeared.
주변에 있는 걸
You
주워
fashioned a few
무기를
things
만든
around you into a
다음에
weapon, smashed its head in,
산산조각을 내고
turned
구워 먹었다고
into a
하셨죠.
barbecue, and also Bob's your uncle.
맞아. 칠할
And
맞게
fannies are
맛없기는
on. It
했지만.
tastes like arse though.
그러다가 개
Then you
붙은
started selling
폐품으로
scrap metal
고철
from the back of
바꿔먹기를
those
시작했고.
crabs. Okay, Rain.
Okay,
How about I
Lane.
lead the
네가
storytelling to
설명하는 게
you then,
낫겠다.
저 올가라는
That
사람은
Olga lady's
뭔가
got a pretty flippin'
대충대충
personality,
스타일인 것
huh?
같네.
Yeah, Roger, like someone else I know.
어머? 누굴 말하는지 모르겠네.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
이건 또
Oh,
뭐래?
what's this? That's a
머리통이
prosthetic hand, isn't it?
누님,
Big
자꾸
sis, we'll be here
그러시면
all day long
이야기가
if you keep
끝나지
derailing
않아요.
it.
알았어.
Okay,
알았다고.
okay, gotcha. The woman they called Olga fell back, clicking her tongue, and the man they called Rain came forward, bringing us up to speed. He was a fixer working aside Olga and Mika until they were all sucked into the library, getting wrapped up into these things called receptions. I get the sense this would probably make a lot more sense if I played Library of Ruina, since they keep bringing up library, and a whole game was titled after that, so I'd assume that means it's important in some fashion. And just when he thought he was a goner, he suddenly came to, wandering, found Olga. They began collecting scrap matter, with Mika joining along the way, ended up running a workshop, almost like they used to run back in the old days. So there wasn't any particular order which they returned from the book. The patterns have yet to reveal themselves to me. Virgilus muttered something himself to Faust, who stood near him. Faust nodded silently. I knew there was something happening between the two, but it was always something apocryphal that I couldn't even begin to understand. Besides, I was starting to get worried about Ishmael, who was growing increasingly distraught. It was about time to talk with her about the sudden change. Ishmael, so you've been here before? Looks like you recognize those crabs from earlier. Yes, is that a problem? Huh. I mean, no, not really. I'm just wondering how they taste. Sounds like people eat those crabs.
무슨 의도로 그런
I can
의미
see
없는
plain as day what
질문을
you're trying to
갑자기
do with the
하시는지 뻔히
that
보이지만
inane question, but
그래도 대답을
I'll
드리자면
entertain it anyway.
네,
Yes, I've had it a few
크랩
times as
꽤
crab
먹어보았죠.
chowder.
구역질을
It was
억지로
pretty
참아야
digestible
했지만
flavor. Once I got past the
뱉어내지
vomit
않으면
traveling back up my
소화할 수는 있는 맛이라고
esophagus.
해야 할까요? 질문에 대한
Does
답이
that answer your question?
됐나요?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. Well, yeah, I didn't think it'd be the best question I could come up with. But her reception was much colder than I'd expected.
그런데
So those things, that thing's
먹을 수
edible,
있는
huh?
거군요.
Almost like an
저거.
abnormality or a distortion. No, I don't think that's an abnormality or a distortion. Really?
그럼
Oh, but then,
환상체와 뒤틀림을 구분할 수 있는
since Dante can
팬티시는
distinguish between
설명이
abnormalities and
없어도
distortions, they
알
were
수
able to tell
있으셨겠죠.
without me explaining.
저것은
They're living
생물입니다.
organisms,
돌연변이라고 할
mutants, if
수도
you will.
있겠군요.
Theoretically speaking,
그러니
there shouldn't be any problem
이론적으로
ingesting
합체에는
them.
문제가 없을 것입니다.
Oh dear.
저희 할머니도
Grandmother used to collect
돌연변이
mutated
동물들을
animals
많이
too. I've never seen
수집하곤
anything like this
하셨죠.
one, which, though,
저런
what a priceless
생물은
experience.
저도 처음 보지만요.
Yeah, Honglu seems to bring up his family a
참
lot,
신기한
but he doesn't
분이네요.
seem to have a very high opinion of them. I'm guessing he's either here because he wanted to escape his family or because his family kicked him out. I don't know, I do kind of like Honglu though, so I guess we'll see. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe they were just unreasonable to him and we can work that out later, but
네, 그런
Yes, that's pretty much
덕분에
our daily
저희가
grub.
밥도 먹고 정비 일도 할 수 있는 거죠.
The woman they called Mika was walking over from inside the workshop, an inscrutable look upon her face.
미카,
Mika,
어때?
how much
견적은
of
좀
it? We
나와?
gotta work on it.
공방에서
You
일하시던
know, there's a thing my
아버지께서는
father worked at the workshop
말씀하셨죠.
used to say.
싹 다
The
뜯어
whole
고쳐야겠다.
shebang.
뭐 엔진을 다 털어내야 한다던가 그런 거냐?
What, all the way down to the engine, something like that?
아니요.
No, not
그
that far. I
부분까지는
wouldn't
건드릴 필요
I wouldn't go
없어요.
dare tinkering with that
함부로
thing
건드릴
either.
엄두도 안 나고.
Yeah, the Mephistopheles, you probably don't want to mess with if you don't too much if you can avoid it.
버스 내부를
I
잠깐
saw the internals of the
봤는데
bus. That's a whole nother layer of
복잡한 것도
complexity.
정도가 있어야 한다는 생각이 들더라고요.
Yeah, somehow the engine is allowing us to pull powers from alternate timelines, so I get the sense it's not exactly something your run-of-the-mill, mechanic would be able to deal with.
하지만
But yeah, pretty much everything
그것
else has to be
외에는
changed. No
전부예요.
flotation, no propellers, no
부력
steering
발생
gear,
장치도
nothing.
없고 프로펠러도 조타 장치도 없고요.
So what do we do now?
그건
This was
예상했습니다.
to be expected.
해결 방법을
Please present us
제시하시죠.
with a solution.
방금
Did
저
the manager say
관리자라는
something?
분이
Or do they
뭐라
just
말하신 것
tick-tock
같은데
sometimes?
그냥
Well, anyway.
째깍인 건가? 방법은
We do have
우리한테
a plan to
있어요.
fix it.
재료만
What we
있으면
lack are the
어떻게든
parts.
만들 수 있죠.
기계를
Parts for
개조할
the
재료라고
bus. Do you need us to
한다면은
collect scrap metal for you or something?
뭐
Yeah,
어디
Gregor had the exact same thought I
같은
did. We're
거라도
probably gonna.
좋아해?
We're probably gonna have to scavenge the trash piles here and fight crabs that might have them.
잘 아시네요.
Yep, exactly. And from what
그리고
we've seen so far, I'm
잘하실 수
certain you and
있을
your
거라고
company
보고요.
are cut out for
아까
the
보니까
job.
잘하실 것 같던데.
With that, Mika pointed away towards where the crabs
크랩개들을
are.
처리하면
Defeat the trash
필품을
crabs, and
모을
you
수
should be
있을
able to
겁니다.
collect the scrap they're carrying. How many do we need to kill? Ah,
몇
classic MMO quest. 3 bear asses, 4 her pelican beaks, and 12 hands of fate. All of let's just hope they don't have the MMO drop rates.
아주
a lot.
많이요?
Of course, it's what we're here for, isn't it?
이런 정확히 이번
Precisely. Your job at this
경유지에서
stop is to collect
너희는
parts to modify
버스를
the bus.
개조할
A far
부품을
simpler and
모으면
easier
된다.
job than retrieving a
한
golden
가지를
bow.
찾아오는 것보다
Are we still at least getting paid for it? Now
자,
then,
그럼
while I converse with
나는
our
이
cooperators,
협력
I have the because I have the feeling we're not actually going to be getting
감사도
paid for
나누고
this.
있을 테니
It's just going to be to make our future job easier, or
저놈
possible rather. Everyone
바다로.
to the beach.
저런 건
That is no beach. Yeah, it is.
아니,
Even that mud flat's part of the
맞아요.
Great Lake,
저
also
모습도
known as the sea.
대호수의 일부.
A sea is not a lake, but who
바다라고도-
cares? Time to collect scrap. A dungeon?
정리 시간이다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
Have you been more careful with your health? No, I just care about you, that's all. Shame our attack didn't seem to do much. I'll
자,
just auto attack through all, win rate through all this.
생각해보라고. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제철.
Guys, great work you did. Keep it rolling, will you?
일기당천.
Yeah, make sure to get rid of the bodies so that they can't heal by eating each other. As nice as it would be that they're removing each other and they won't attack me while doing so, I don't really want this to take longer than necessary. Good work there, I can see you dealt a hard blow.
벌써 끝나간군.
일기당천. 열어젖히고 깔끔하게 몰았군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
헛! 자!
Oh, nice. We're having some of the. Yeah, these passives are now active. Ooh. Yeah, we're not. I definitely need a better one for Ishmael. Because I'm not very good at getting Wrath. I can't get that Wrath either. That one's a little easier. Sloth I don't have too many for, but it's not something I'm even capable of
눈에
getting.
새겨주지.
마음 놓고 여러 젖히고 하나 넘고 둘 넘고
The character with the most SP deals additional coin damage. That's a pretty good passive, actually. I like it. I've been liking it, rather.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Manager level
두려움 없이
increased.
나아갈 수
Wonderful.
있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이야.
Makeshift bus mods.
그러니 언젠가 제외할
Yeah, we've been at it for 2 days. Perhaps. We were able to defeat a considerable number of trash crabs and collect scrap to fill a whole wagon and then some.
이 정도면
Alright, I think this
해볼
should be
수
enough for
있겠네요.
us to get started.
휴,
Can I
그럼
rest
이제
now?
쉬어도
Listen, I can hear
되는
my
거지?
shoulders creaking with every move. Rodan, can you
그러니까
stop that? Looks like you're
겁나게
flexing
주는
at
것
them.
뭐
Well, it'll take some time to
개조를
modify the
하는데 드는
bus. We
시간도
might
있을
at least
테니
have a few days to
적어도
enjoy.
며칠은 즐길 수 있겠어.
Actually, it's already done. We did what you weren't looking.
물론
Though this place doesn't exactly resemble a
여전히
tourist
휴양과 어울리지 않는
attraction.
곳이지만
The sinners were all busy stretching and chattering, relieved that their work was finally over. But I had a terrible feeling this is not the end of our toil.
네?
Enjoy
쉬기는
what?
뭘 쉬어요?
Oh, we have a step 2, huh? Huh? Right, of course, I knew it. This side quest will have additional steps.
제가 말한 건
I said it was enough to
이제
get
시작만 해볼 수
started.
있겠다고 말한 거예요.
Which means... I mean, starting is not the same as continuing or nor finishing.
당연히 더
Which means you have to collect more scrap,
주워오셔야죠.
of course. How much more to be
그
exact?
양은
About 5
지금의
times
한
the amount you've
5배?
collected so far.
비카!
Because we have to work on the real wheels too.
7배로
Sorry, 7
방금만
times.
늘어났어요.
지금까지 효율을
Considering our
고려하면
current productivity rate, it seems
적절한
we will not be
휴식은
provided
취하지
with
못하겠고.
adequate rest.
기존보다
Perhaps reducing
수면에
the time
할애하던
dedicated to sleep
시간을
would be
줄이는
conducted
편이
tribute to
좋을
our
것이다.
collective effort. Yeah, that's what companies like to do, but for some reason they refuse to realize that when people work until they melt into some sort of oleaginous slurry, they're not going to be able to work particularly efficiently. Even for something that doesn't require physical extraneous work like coding.
이럴 수는
No, this cannot be. We cannot. We
이럴 수가
simply cannot.
없어.
Don Quixote looked as though she was about to collapse, a woeful look upon her face.
아니 있잖아.
Hang on a sec,
이런
though. How does collecting these pieces of
주워온다고
scrap even
작업을
help
줄이긴
modify
되는
the
거야?
bus?
그야
Of course, if we were
고철을
simply
적당히
bolting these
볼트로
onto the bus
결합하는
willy-nilly,
방식이라면
it wouldn't amount to
죽도 밥도 안
much.
되겠지만 유사의
But using
특이점을
U-Corp's
이용해
singularity to
결합하는
fuse the
과정을
parts, we can make them
거치면
work as though they were
마치
tailor-made
처음부터
for this bus.
자신의 부속품이었던 것처럼 기능하게 할 수 있으니까요.
유사?
U-Corp? I thought their
걔네
deal was some kind of
특이점이라면
food packaging tech.
무슨 음식 완벽히 포장하는 기술 아니었어?
Do they work in seafood? I imagine it's used for underwater or something.
뜯기
You
전까지는
know, stuff to
절대
stop the
내용물이
contents inside from
변하지
spoiling
않는
or changing in any
그런
way until you
거였는데?
open a package in. I
거기서
used to eat a
제조했던
bunch of their canned
통조림도 요긴하게
food.
먹고 그랬었는데.
어째
Funny,
누군가
big system,
똑같은
the same
말씀을
thing.
하시네요.
Some nests have more than one way of using the
특이점을
singularity,
하려면
in
여러
case you
기술들이
didn't
있을
know.
수도 있는 거잖아요.
원리만
If the
활용한다면
working principle is the same, we can
근본적인
always
특이점을
utilize the
기반으로
singularity's fundamentals to
얼마든지
patent a
활용하여
singularity-based
A사의
technology
기반
at
특허를
A-Corp.
낼 수 있습니다.
U-Corp is not only known for its stasis
유사의
preservation and
사는
packing,
항상 보존
but
포장
also
기술과
its
더불어
resonance tuning fork.
공명급수가 유명하죠. 공명급수.
Resonance tuning fork. Just like that
그놈이랑
bastard.
똑같았지. 여기저기에
Entwined,
옮겨먹고
fused with
유착되어서
things,
기어이
and eventually
삼켜버리겠지.
devour them all as though they've never even existed. Ishmael, what's the problem here?
관리자님,
Dante, you have
지금이라도
to tell Virgilus
베르길리우스
immediately.
씨에게 말해주세요. 순서를
Tell
바꿔서
him we'll have to collect the
다른
golden bows
지부의
of the
황금
branches
가지를
first.
해결하자고요.
Give me a moment, Ishmael. Are you okay?
지금은 충분하지
No,
않아요.
no, we're not ready.
모두의
I have one
경험도
experience. We don't know
대호수에
enough
대한
about the
것도
Great Lake, nor about
고래에
the
대한
whale.
그래요.
I know, I'll
제가
help you out. I'll make sure
제가
Virgilus
알려드리고
understand. We should
도와드릴게요.
go there, not yet. I'm telling you,
충분한
that
시간이
place
지난 후에
is...
도전해야만 하는 곳이에요. 저곳은
I have a
그러니까-
feeling there's no way to convince Virgilus otherwise, even if we knew what she was so scared of.
야,
Blimey, what's gone
뭐
into it? All getting indigestion
아까
from the
먹은
crab
크랩
chowder or
차우더인지
something?
뭔지가 잘못되기라도 했냐?
다 같이 그 개 같은
We all
개딱지
scraped
내장을
the same
긁어먹긴
crab
했지만
guts, but I'm totally
전
fine.
아주
I'm totally
멀쩡해요.
fine.
근데 뭐가
So
문제야?
what's with you throwing a fit? This
뭐
ain't the first time we're
지금까지는
going
우리가
not knowing
준비해서
a about what we're
쳐들어가냐?
doing.
다
We've been dead enough
뒤져가면서
times to get
해결한
used to it.
일이잖아.
Yeah, please
죽고
stop dying so
죽어가면서
much.
일을 처리한 게
Dying your way
어디
through a
자랑할
mission isn't
거리는
really
아닌
something to
거
be proud of,
아시죠?
Heathcliff.
저희가 그냥
If we were your average
해결사였다면
fixers, we
첫
would have been dead
임무부터
and gone on our very
진작에
first
전원
mission,
사망으로
our names scraped
순식간에
clean from
협회에서
whatever
이름이
association's
지워졌겠죠.
registry.
야,
Oh,
누가
you think
몰라?
we daft? I've already had enough
나도
years
뒷골목
toiling and
조직
brushing with
생활하면서
death.
몇
The
번이나
syndicates of
죽을
the back streets know I
뻔했는데
got one. I
목숨이
got but one
하나뿐인 걸
life.
모르겠냐고.
One life.
그거랑 다르지.
But it's different now.
지금이
Clockface here is
시계 대가리
bringing us
덕분에
back
여러 번
every
살아나고
single
있잖아.
time. Yeah, the only reason we were at risk where it wouldn't work was when they got lost in the back of the bus, because apparently that's basically a TARDIS. And I'm guessing that's because he would technically not be dead, but lost.
지금까지 운이
Don't you think
좋았으니까
we've simply been lucky that
멀쩡하게
Dante is
살아날 수
able to bring us
있었다고
back
생각하기는
intact?
안
아니,
Well,
야,
what's up with this attitude?
왜
If I
자꾸
abnormally
못한다고
cracks
하는
my
건데?
skull, turn the clock, and
한상
then let it
씨한테
crack my
머리가
leg next
깨져서
time. We keep crawling
뒤졌으면
back till
이번에
they
다리를
smash
내주고
pieces,
피하고
no?
그렇게 계속 쳐부술 수 있는 거잖아. 어?
지금껏 겪었던 게
Oh, so you think we've seen
전부라고
everything at this
생각하세요?
point? You know that's not
그럴 리가
true.
없잖아요. 최악의 경우엔
In the worst case scenario,
복구가
Dante could turn
불가능할
the
수도
clock all
있는
day
거예요.
and not be able to bring us
시계를 아무리
back.
쳐 돌려도
What if we
다시
encounter
원래대로
something we can
돌아가지도
never come
못할 수
back
있다고.
from?
특히
Especially that
그
monstrous
거대한
way.
고래는
Ah, never mind. Ah, so she's been traumatized
됐어요.
from the Captain Ahab situation in Moby Dick.
설명해도 못 알아들을
Oh, I
것처럼
don't do
말하지
that like I
마라.
won't understand a thing.
말도 못 알아듣는
It
버러지
knocks me when you
취급하는 것
treat me
같아서
like a stupid
열받으니까.
sod. Yeah, from what I can tell, Heathcliff isn't dumb so much as reckless and short-sighted, but not dumb. There is a difference. Ah,
개!
you?
자,
Now,
말씀 좀
if you'll allow me
여쭙겠소.
to inquire, it was perhaps because he never was the type to do such a thing, but the crowd immediately fell silent when Yi sang suddenly and loudly and uncharacteristically intruded. Yeah, he never does that. In fact, he basically never said a thing until the Canto 4.
그대들
Let us call to mind the various
버스에서
desires of
제법
ours that we
하고픈
so
것이 많다지
enthusiastically
않았는가?
proclaimed on our journey here.
과업이 남은
It is
것은
true, there
사실이나
is still significant
소기의
toil to be
목표를 달한
had.
것도
Yet it
사실이야.
can also be said that we have accomplished a
그렇다면
certain milestone.
짤다할만한
Perhaps a
휴식
momentary
정도는 바랄
respite
수 있을
is
거라 보네.
warranted.
단테,
Isn't that true,
이
Dante?
정도는 괜찮지 않겠소?
He sang. This is the first time he appeared so dependable since we started our journey. I nodded emphatically. Yes, I agree with Isan. We can slow down for a bit and do some team building activities together. How would that sound?
조금 쉬고 계셔도 될 것
Sure, I
같네요.
guess you guys can take some time off.
저희 쪽에서 준비가
We'll let you
되면
know once we're
말씀.
ready. Excelsior in that case.
비치
I say we
volleyball.
partake in a game of beach
않겠는가?
volleyball. With Don Quixote's well-timed assist, the icy mood seemed to defrost, at least slightly. And like I said, if they just do 46-hour shifts each and every single day, they're never going to accomplish much of anything. Beach volleyball? I should have known to be a fight.
징수하겠네. 본인이 똑똑히
I
보았다네.
have witnessed it
분명
myself. There
밀려들어온
was,
태풍과
and I speak
쓰레기들
suddenly,
사이에서
would have to be a
뭔가
ball
그것이 있었음을.
amongst the stranded trash.
공도 있고
Would be no property to say this is true
해변도
justice
있으니
to deny ourselves merriment
이렇게
when a
놀지
ball
않는다는
able
것은
embodied a
불합리하다고
beach
해도
and beach
과언이
awaits
아니지
all.
않겠는가?
이걸
Can we really call this a beach
부를
though?
수 있는지는 모르겠지만요.
I mean, it's a shit beach, but it's still a beach, no matter how you slice it. Don Quixote, I told you, we're not here for a vacation. That I'm well aware, dear Gregor. I appreciate that advice, yet I simply do not have it within mine heart to deny such a proposal when an opportunity to bring us all together presents itself.
그래.
Yeah, okay, at least hold back the big grin next time, why don't ya?
아니,
Yes, I'm in agreement
나도
with Don
동의해요.
Quixote.
이상 씨?
You sang?
돌이켜보면
Upon reflection, I have no
것들과
memory of
이런
engaging in
다의
such a
체육 활동을 한
sport with my
적도 없어.
fellows.
구기
I
종목에
cannot say I'm
특출한
perfectly
재능이 있는
talented in
것은
games of the ball
아니지만
variety.
이
This
참에
appears to be as good a
경험하는
time
것도
as any
귀중할
to
테지.
experience it for
그러니
once. So let us partake in this game of volleyed balls.
빨리.
Sheesh. We're so not ready. Ha. This has been time to play ball games. We've been slacking too much. Yet, we were too lucky last time. Ishmael was starting to practically ooze all over with this ominous aura. It might be a good idea to divert our attention a bit. Let's play beach volleyball. Wise decision, we shall receive El Ballon! Oh boy. This is a downtime activity designated by none other than our executive manager. Everyone quit grimacing and accept it with gratitude.
알았다고.
Okay. I hope I just don't pull my back playing this game.
깨끗하지 않으면 좋겠군.
For once, I'm actually glad Otis is here to immediately back me up because we really did need that.
경기 규칙과
I
규격을
am well aware of the rules and specifications of this game. Allow me to draw the arena. Thank you, Merceau. And I'm glad Merceau is as dependable as ever. Yeah, I like a lot of the sinners. There were grumbling sinners, beaming sinners, venison sinners. Their actions all varied, but they eventually moseyed all out into an empty lot to play beach volleyball. I stretched, hoping this activity would break up the tense atmosphere. Sometime later. Now let us commence! The field was drawn over a squelchy mud flat. The warm ball rocked into the air with Don Quixote's serve. Is this how the game is played? With these Sang's nice receive, it was starting to look like we had a proper game going. Yep, you're pretty good!
어이구야.
Meaningless, all of this. Yeah, Ishmael has her eye on the prize. But I still stand by what I said earlier. If all we do is 24/7 work and train without any kind of downtime, it doesn't matter how skilled we are. We're not going to perform when we need it. Otis, I think that serve would have killed me if I hadn't dodged in time.
방금 공 못 피했으면
Consider this part of our training. Ryoshu, you're not supposed to hit the ball with your sword. Ha, forsooth, I have received thy ball! We're wasting time when we could be using it to study the whale's characteristics. Nobody has given us anything about the whale, and no one's even mentioned except for you, Ishmael. We don't have a compass to guide us through the Great Lake. Well, that's blamed on Virgilus. He's our guide, and he's supposed to give us the tools for properly navigation, including maps and stuff. So, yeah, for once we can actually blame that on Virgilus. Damn it, bastard's still gotta be alive somehow, too. Is she gonna have to meet Captain... Well, actually, since everyone here is named after literary characters, there really could be a Captain Ahab. In that case, the whale really could be Moby Dick. Oh my. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. If you know how that book ends, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Why, fuck's sake, woman. Heathcliff, unable to stand Ishmael's attitude, kicked the ball with enough force it might burst. Huh? And it flew over the mark towards the boundary separating us from the pristine beach. Did the ball just pop?
네.
It most certainly
가시되지 않은
has.
플라즈마
There
장애,
appears to be a
형성되어
field
있는
of
것 같군요.
plasma invisible to our eyes. A field of plasma? Who would put a plasma field on a
둥지와
beach?
뒷골목을
A
구분하는
barrier
뻔하지.
installed. Whoopsie.
뒷골목 사람들이 둥지로
Installed to
못
separate
뛰어들어오게
the nest from the
하려는
back
루트는
streets. Along the
어디나
borders of every
흔하게
nest are installations that
있으니까.
serve this function, although the specific methods vary. Of course, there's always fences and whatnot to stop backstreet residents from crawling into their precious nests.
그런데 말이야.
But with that technology, they could have simply made the ball disappear without a trace, still leaving a torn mess. Which has gotta mean
보란 듯이
they want to enjoy
터뜨려버려서
watching clueless souls be ripped to pieces, I bet.
생각인 거지.
Glad rich folk are having so much fun with
부자들은
our
즐길 얘기가
lives.
많겠어.
기술의 구체적인
I have no
의도나
comment to make
과실성에
regarding the device's
대해서는
peculiar purpose
그쪽에서
or its
말할 수 있는
potentially
게 없군요.
sadistic nature.
공.
It took me a whole hour of my life to procure us the ball.
다들 정신 차려.
Brace yourselves, the sound of the
저
ball
뻥 터지는 소리
popping
때문에
has attracted the
개딱지
trash
놈들이 몰려오고 있다고.
crabs. Oh, well, we are having a chat after this. Yeah, Ishmael, you've been vaguely hinting at stuff for quite some time. Not even Faust has been this bad, and Faust is basically nothing but vague hints and the foreshadowing. I really thought this could be an activity to dramatically bring us all together. It's all gone to hell. Why does this just keep happening?
이제는
It's
익숙해질
about
때도
time we
되지
got used to this
않았나 관리
manager,
장관?
but come on, let's first take care of
저것부터 빠르게
business.
처리하자고.
Yeah, I guess we've got business to worry about first.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
It's nice I finally have about 7 people with IDs I can really... 7 or so people with IDs I can use for those bigger fights, but I definitely need to get everyone at least one decent ID by the end. Granted, I could probably try and... Actually, can you even buy the Rabbit Heat Cliff? Was that even a 2-star? Hold on.
바람 불어오는 데가
Hold on, I gotta look this up. Let's see here. Rabbit Heathcliff, that's R Corp, I think. No, that's a 3-star. So yeah, I could shard him eventually if I needed to, I guess.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Then again, I guess since I want to look at the Walpurgis, I could also look for full stop. Because the full stop IDs are, to my understanding, are become highly recommended. And even then, it's worth it for me just for at least Hong Lu, because that one is what works best with the Ling ID. It does, but yeah, you want his best bud Heathcliff when possible, since I've seen what they do. They give each other some very substantial buffs just for being together. So.
반성하지 않군요.
벌써 끝나간고.
자, 어느 쪽이
바람 불어오는 대로
생각해보라고.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
By the way, I did notice that the threads spinning upgrade areas now actually don't get any new ones until Canto 7. Don't get me wrong, I tend to do all the Cantos, and probably on stream at that, but... Well, I have to be careful. Around 5 is when I can... 5 is coming up, into my understanding that's when it's actually going to start throwing tricky stuff at me, so I need to be sure.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
I can handle the random bullshit go.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Random the dissolution.
그러니 언젠가 제외할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를
Yeah, I'm not sure
풀어주시오.
why that one randomly costs this instead of
그것만을 바라고
I mean, don't get me wrong, I have
피를
more than enough of
묻혀가며
both. It's just
쉼없이
surprising, I
달리고
guess.
있으니 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Alright, we're just gonna fight for a couple. I don't mind, I guess. We've been overdue for some fights. Plus, I got plenty of stamina. Might as well use it, right? Guess I'll grab a sip of my drink while I'm just win rating these.
대상 사망. 징수진행.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 하나 넘고 물 넘고.
Granted, Dongbek was the first time I actually ran to fight outside the Arknights event that was actually tricky, and even that was just a matter of making sure I actually had her duel the correct person.
내가 눈에
Because
새겨주지.
Butler Faust is really nice, don't get me wrong, she has some nice, her statuses really help out, but she's not a good duelist, I'm sorry.
아닐 텐데.
I could have done it with my Yi Sang, but I mean, I was borrowing a friend, so that I might as well take advantage, right?
제거하시죠.
일기당천.
Still, if nothing else, I do appreciate how cheap and easy to use that that Butler Faust is, even if she's only 2 stars. I guess that's probably the intended value for the lower stars in a gacha. A bit more experimental, but also significantly more cheap to use to build up.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Hey, stuff.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Hey Ishmael. Yeah. Can we talk at least for a bit? I called over Ishmael once the battle is over. I've never done anything like this before. I don't know if this is even the right thing to do or what kind of results this conversation is going to yield, but I can't just sit here and watch.
그러시던가요?
Yeah, whatever. It looks like you've been preoccupied with something ever since we got here. You know you're not usually participating in group activities and things like that.
당연하죠.
Oh, isn't it obvious that there's something more important at hand, but they're all busy enjoying
여기서
themselves and
정신
playing
놓고
this
쉬시는
stupid
나 가고
game.
있으니까요.
Something more important. Is this about the Great Lake? Yes. That we in our current state should not go there. No. Right, so why do you think we don't have a chance against whatever is in there? Yeah, at this point, I'm with Dante. We need to just cut through the bullshit and just ask what's going on here. Even if she doesn't answer us directly, we need to push for it. I
말씀드렸잖아요.
told you, we are not
아직
ready.
준비가 안
I told you,
됐으니까.
we're not ready.
적어도
We're going to need at least half a year to
아니면
acclimate to the Great Lake and the things that
코스와
are there.
그것들에게 익숙해질 필요가 있다고요. 아니면
Or we can try to get more experience enough to overwhelm our disadvantages, and that goes for you, Dante. You need to
관리자님도
be strong enough to at
마찬가지예요.
least take care of
적어도
yourself.
자신의 몸을 지킬 정도는
Which I can help with. Oh, I'm
관리자님의
sure she can help with your training
단련이라면
as
제가
well.
도울 수 있어요. 그리고
If push
그럴
comes to
만한
shove,
상황이
yes.
온다면
Wait. Half a year, Ishmael. We don't have that much time to spare.
허비?
Really? Is that why we're playing
허비라고
beach volleyball? Because we
생각하시나요?
don't have time to spare.
지금 저희가 하고 있는 짓들이 더 허비 같은데요? 그리고
I don't sound like I'm saying we should sit on our
놀고
butts and do
있자고
nothing for half a
말씀드린 게
year. I'm saying we should
아니잖아요.
visit other destinations
그저
first. We're coming back
행성지를
here.
잠시 다른 곳으로 돌렸다가 돌아오면 되는 건데요?
그건
That is
불가능합니다.
impossible. Not every
모든
location
구역의
of golden
황금
bows
가지를
in the
파악한
nest
것도
have been
아닐
identified, and the before team
비포
has
팀의
not
사전
completed their
탑재가
preliminary
준비된 것도
surveys yet.
아니니까요.
다른 잘난
Excuse,
이유가
I've known
있다는
for a while now that
것쯤은
you've had some fanciful
오래전부터
ulterior
알고
motive.
있었어요.
And whatever it is, that's a mistake you
그리고
won't
뭐가
ever
됐든
forget. Perhaps.
그래.
Ah, what a mess.
그러면
In that case, we should at least
적어도
map a detailed
상세한
sailing
항해
route and plan a
계획과 전투
combat
방향을
strategy. Prattling on and on. Just when I thought our discussion was reaching a stalemate, Heathcliff uttered in.
당신은 또
What is your
뭔데요?
problem?
닥쳐.
Oh, shut your gob. You think you're the one struggling here? We've all died more times than we can count.
뒤져가면서
Each and
굴러왔잖아.
every
여기
one of
있는 놈들
us.
전부 이번에도
So I'm telling you, it'll work out
결국
again
어떻게든 될
somehow.
거라고.
And I'm telling you, the
그러니까
Great Lake is different. What if the
대우수
manager
위해서는
drowns?
그런
What if that thing
방법은
eats
통하지
us and our bodies
않는다고요.
can't be recovered?
관리자님이 수정당해도 끝이고
What is this thing?
그것에게
You
우리가
just say
먹혀서
vague
더는
whale
시간을
thing and
되돌리지
not
못할
telling
수도
us a damn
있다고요.
thing. Don't you
알아듣겠어요?
understand? This isn't anything like we've been through. This
지금까지의
could be the end
상식으로
of us.
움직이다간 진짜 우리는 끝장날 수도 있다고요. 그러면
Then I won't have a chance to kill the
그
bastard.
새끼도 못 죽일 테고.
Oh, I see. This is entirely a personal thing. Hello, Technicus. Welcome. Yeah, Ishmael is being extremely obtuse even when we directly speak with her. Okay, let's say right. If we go now, we're all gonna bite and I won't be able to get get
이대로 가면 우린
get
다
back up.
돼지고 나도
Yeah, everyone's very clearly letting
아니,
slip something
돌아갈 수
related to their
없게 될 거라고
past.
치자고. 그래서
So what's wrong with faffing
잠깐이라도
about for a while?
우리는
What, are the
와서
whales
방어하냐?
working out or
그
something?
망할 고래 새끼들이 더 세져?
Yeah, she just keeps saying
분위기를
whales.
계속
You've been mucking
조져놨으면
up the
같이
mood ever since we
어울리는
got here, so
척이라도
I'll use
해야
some
될 거
bloody
아니야
common sense and not bring everyone
상식적으로.
else down with ya.
제법 웃기네요.
That's rich coming from you, Heathcliff.
히스클리프 당신이
What
뭘
common
안다고
sense do
상식
you have the Great
없네요.
Lake? Have you seen a whale?
고래를 만나본
Well,
적은
since when were
있어요?
you such a know-it-all?
데오스에 가본 적이나 있고? 배 위의
What do you even
생활에
know about
대해서는
Sarah's
알기나
life? Oh,
해요.
would you? How you want about your girlfriend or
할
something?
리가
Dozing off the
없죠.
bus or throwing a hissy fit
팔자좋게
once in a
자기 연인인지
while.
뭔지 모를 이름이나 중얼대고 버스에 기대 졸다가 탐나면 성질이나 바락바락 내는 댁은
Yeah, quit it.
물 아래에서
It's gonna be
기어오는
killed by
것과
everything from the
하늘
depths
위에서
of the waters,
떨어지는
the
것,
heights of
그 모든
the
것들을
skies
죽여야
crawling
하고
and falling down on the deck.
산성 태풍,
Innumerable
참치
natural
쓰나미,
disasters like
뇌압
acid
폭풍 같은
typhoons,
이름도 다
tuna
떠올리기
tsunamis,
힘든
river
수많은
storms,
종류의
and multitude of
호수
the terrors
재들과
the lake I can't even recall the names of. But, if they had to deal with all that in the upcoming chapter, this explains why they weren't too bothered by having to fight sea monsters, the Seaborn, or at least before realizing they're a non-stop Lovecraftian hive mind.
그 폭풍 때문에 발생하는
From the storms, the high
상원한
waves,
크기의
as tall as
파도,
mountains. Following that, those monsters that wash up on deck.
또다시 나타나는 개 같은 괴물들, 등을 맡긴
Look
동료는
away for a moment,
잠시 한눈판
and your
사이에
mate
죽어
trusted with your
있고
life is slain. Everyone
하늘같이 미쳐 돌아가는
and every
사람들로
damn thing goes
바뀌어가는
mad, is
그
transformed
지옥
into something
같은
else
호수에
entirely
대한
on that
모든
abominable lake.
일들은
Yeah, I think she's revealing a bit more about her past than she's intending with this little rant.
당신 같은
It's something with that pathetic lovey-dovey
빠진
tenderfoot
사람
like
놀이 중인
you.
반푼이는
Won't ever understand, not after dying 100
100번
deaths.
더 죽어도 모를 일일 테니까.
그만하라고
I told you
했지.
to quit it. Before anyone could step in, he swung wildly.
따위가
You
뭐
don't know shit
한다고
about me, a prick
함부로
like you.
짓거려.
You don't know shit about me, a prick like you. Fellows.
이보게들
The tussle was such a blitz, no one could even attempt to intervene. He sang looked almost pitiful as he stood there bewildered. For a moment, it seemed Heathcliff had the upper hand as he struck Ishmael right in her jaw. What? Just as Ishmael appeared to throw a punch, she kicked Heathcliff's leg, throwing him to the ground. Ishmael, wait. In the blink of an eye, she took up her mace. She raised it high as though she could strike any moment. Her arm trembled with uncontrollable fury. Oh boy, we're gonna go through all this stupidity again.
그래.
Yeah, that's what you'll do, bash my head in like I did with you before.
죽여.
Fine, kill me no matter. I'll be right as rain in a minute.
상관없어. 나하고
I was a
다를
fool
거라
to think you'd be any
생각할
different
리가
from
없지.
me. Huh, everyone's the same, after all. Ah. I wasn't sure what caused her sudden change of heart, but it was a relief of sorts. She looked at Heathcliff with her eyes wide open and dropped the mace.
이런 불상사를
I wished I would not have to
싶진
once
않았소만.
again be witness to such belligency among friends.
결국
Yet such quarrels among
겉들과의
fellows
다툼은
is
피할
an
수가 없는
ineluctability.
일이니까.
Perhaps. Now that brings me back watching them
우리
fight.
옛날 생각나지
They
않아?
tussle like they do now.
저러니.
Big sis, shush, shush.
단테
Dante, I neglected to mention this to you since we have not had a dispute like this since our first mission.
이야기하지는 않았지만
But
수감자들의
you
업무
could be held
불안
responsible in the
관리
future for
실패로
management
간주되어
failure should a
결국
similar
귀책
work
사유를 물을 수
conflict
있습니다.
arise. Unfortunately, she's right. I need to stop the stupidity. These moments are definitely set in for some of the best spots for tension. Yeah. And yeah, Faust has a point. Technically, I'm supposed to be the manager of this ragtag bunch of a ragtag bunch, and by extension, and if they refuse to get along, that's technically my fault, since my job is to keep them in line. What the hell was I supposed to do about this, though? It's what I wanted to say, but I managed to hold my metaphorical
이것이
tongue.
어떻게 관리자님의 책임이지?
How's the fault lie with the executive
전
manager, Faust? It's
머저리들이
these two
멋대로
fools
싸웠을
got in a
뿐이지
senseless
않나?
altercation. True, it's all those two and not anyone else,
그러한
but
일을 벌어지지
preventing
않게
senseless
하는 것이
altercations between sew
관리라는
workers is the job of a
공적.
manager. Yeah, I mean, we saw when Dawn kept screwing everything over, Virgilus had that, we'll just say, stern talk with her. And I guess I should be doing the same if it comes to that. You stop
그만해요,
it, everyone.
맞소.
Indeed, such
이런
behavior
상황은
ill-fits the heroic nature
영웅적인
of the
우리
Limbus
림버스
company.
컴퍼니와는 어울리지 않소.
Sinclair's hesitance, Don Quixote's attempt to diffuse, Faust's impassive voice, and Otis's increasingly rising voice. In my defense, all of that combined was starting to get incredibly irritating. Let's stop, guys. Enough. I had no other recourse left this moment. Ishmael, Heathcliff. What? The two of you stop working together for a while, distance yourselves. At the very least, until I can think of a way to deal with you two.
나라고 저 면상을
It's not like I enjoy looking at her mug. Okay. The mood fell into a pit as depressing as the mud flat. I suppose if all else fails, simply separating them for a moment might be a good idea.
자,
Okay,
이제
we have an
견적도
approximate quota
나왔으니까
now, so
슬슬
feel free to
폐품을
go
모으러
collect those
가셔도 될 것
scraps.
같네요.
Wouldn't it be quota? We spent the next few days collecting scraps for the rest of the sinners.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이
Yeah,
나아갈
once
수
again,
있는
he's saying keeps being my hardest carry, but he also has the longest victory speech.
가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Time to collect scrap yet again.
언젠가 제외할
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
If the next Walpurgis has an Ishmael that's good for with the Scotty one, I could even toss her in here. Especially since her passive with the default skin is a Wrath one, and I can't fuel that very well. Yeah, Butler Faust here is my only source of Wrath right now, and I don't think I can really rely on that to get the passives that use it going. Which means I'm going to have to make do best I can. Good work, I can tell you dealt a hard blow. say, I do quite like Butler Faust's aesthetics there.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 하나 넘고, 물 넘고, 꺾고 제쳐라.
꿈을 완성하지 않군요. 마음
Here we are.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 마음.
Maybe taking out their anger on the mud crabs here might even help a bit. Yeah, I know they're scrap crabs, but I still like to call them mud crabs because that's sunny.
놓고 열어젖히고.
Hopefully I can get some more threads to get another ID up to tie 3 so I can get some more passes.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Though I suppose I first need some. Although I guess I do technically still have the red ticket ID for
제거하시죠.
Don Quixote that I could bring to not uptie thread spin. I would ask why they're not called the same thing, but Dante himself asks that exact same question in his notes, since they seem to functionally be a similar thing. Bayonet artillery crab, oh my.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I love this spouse because she has surprisingly decent rolls for a 2-star.
이건 예상 못했나봐.
Yeah, I think you might have even been the one who suggested that I go for it since I didn't have too many Faust IDs.
제거하시죠.
And I must say, I don't regret it, that's for sure, especially since she's one of the few sources of wrath and gloom that I can get on my team. Like, I do have Ting Tang Gang here. Hong Lu is finally at uptie 3, as you can see, but he can't actually produce any gloom, so I can't even put on the team, or he could never use Ling, or any of the passive stuff. I believe Gluttony Fuels is passive, though, which my cup runneth over with, so we should be in good shape there. Troubled Waters. I did actually... during the free 10 roll from the login, I did actually get the 7 Association Heathcliff, which did look pretty neat from an aesthetic standpoint since he's a detective there. Or was it earlier that I got it? Either way, yeah, I was wondering about that one, but I'd have to look through, see what else is available. The days were suffocating for them as it was for me. Save for maybe Otis late. Maybe.
어이.
Yo there, connecting those parts will cause an issue with the intake fan.
그러면 어떻게 해요?
What do we do then? It's like 3 separate wires. Amateur. Oops, bumped the mic there. Oops, amateur, so let me do it.
이런 건
This is nothing compared to what I used to do back in the day when I worked with the engineering corps.
비하면
Otis appeared to be rather knowledgeable in engineering, continuing to support Moeller Boatworks bus modifications.
파우스트야.
Miss Faust, do you by any chance possess any documentation of items that the sinners may be partial to, or preferences for their personal information forms?
그런 것까지
We do not keep records of such
작성해두지는
details.
않습니다. 이상 씨,
Yi sang, as I informed you
벌써 몇
repeatedly, the
번이나
best policy as a
말씀드렸지만
sinner is to leave the
지금의
decisions to the
조치는
managers.
관리자님의 판단을 우선하는 것이 올바른 수감자.
에헤이.
Boy,
싸운
there's
거
nothing
풀
like
때는
booze and getting right
술만한 게
sloshed to mend a broken friendship.
없다니까.
Well, maybe you could try my secret
내 비장의 소리라도
weapon.
내줘.
설마
No way, you mean King Trash Crab brain wine you've been talking about? Ooh, color me
나도 좀
interested,
땡기는데.
actually. No, I don't think I will. I shall inquire them myself.
직접
Thank you
물어보긴 해.
still.
안될 것
Doubt it'll work.
같은데.
On that note, I was under the impression that after I completed Canto, the level cap would increase, but it didn't. It's still 40 for everyone. I guess hopefully after this Intervallo, but... Huh. Especially given how ridiculously long Canto 4 was. Seriously, that was basically the size of 3 cantos compared to the size of 1 through 3. Doubt it'll work. Yisang was trying to come up with various ways to bring the feud to a close. I do appreciate how Yisang's being a bit less closed in his shell ever since, though. That's why I was worried about the ending there accidentally undoing everything, which would have been a pain. Don't get me wrong, I have been through storylines where it was all a dream or something have worked out, but those are usually very specific circumstances. Like, one episode of Futurama has Leela caught in a dream world where Fry died, and while it was a dream in the end and didn't impact anything in terms of actual story, it did work in the sense of exploring her feelings and friendship with Fry. Likewise, I do recall there was a racing game that did have that, but it was established from the very start that your character was in a coma or something, and so I guess the goal was to get out of it. I don't remember. I think, now that I think about it, I think I might have just watched someone else play through it. I've done that a few times. Sync. Chef Alfred's.
아니,
No,
여기서는
Silo
다
would be preferable here.
이 맞다.
No, Silo would be preferable here. Tisk. Hi. Perhaps doing so while they're still alive would be a way of pursuing a new direction of art in the vein of avant-garde spirit.
새로운 예술을 추구하는 방향.
My suggestion was not to
고통을
inflict
더
them further
가하기
pain,
위한
simply
제안은
more appropriate
아니었으며
method of gaining it.
그저 조리하기에 알맞은 방향을 말한 것뿐이다.
저기
I'm sorry, what's for dinner? You've been having the same conversation the past 30 minutes. Rain, I'm dying here. I can hear the trash crabs going at it in my bed.
크랩 깨들 울음소리가 나.
누님,
Big sis, please get a hold of
정신
yourself.
차리셔야 합니다.
Sim, Ryoshi, and Rousseau were trying to come with ways to make the trash crabs more palatable. Not that I have any taste buds or a mouth, but it was starting to resemble actual food, at least in the presentation.
꼬맹이들, 그리로 튄다.
Oh, is there a big... They'll be going that way.
꼬맹이?
A child?
아니요.
I am not. Now, young Sinclair.
마무리를
Go
부탁함세.
up there, go chair.
그레고르 씨,
Gregor, I'll take
저는
its last
왼쪽 다리
leg.
할게요.
Gotcha. Hopper. Most other sinners were busying themselves with hunting trash crabs and collecting scrap. They say practice makes perfect, and everyone is already performing rather well-coordinated attacks even without my input. Yeah, well, I did say I was win rating it.
불쇼라도 보여주시는
As
건가요?
for... Whoa, Gregor, are you showing off your rotisserie skills?
씨,
Insipid. Your flames lack
좀더
flair.
화려하게 휘감더라. 아니,
Wait,
저건
he's just
그냥 파는
cremating it.
거잖아요.
It has been extracted. However, this can no longer serve its
이미
function as
음식의
a
기능은
proper source of
상실한 것
nutrients.
같지만
Give it hither. I have consumed naught but 3 legs so
아직
far.
세 개밖에 먹지 못하였어.
Ah,
히스클리프군.
Heathcliff.
뭐야, 그게 저기
Oi, that's
빌잡이
the guy and I had a chat, and
인간이랑
I'm okay now.
이제
면담 맞지?
Was it really just a chat? Well, given what we've seen with Don Quixote, it was probably primarily a reminder of whatever it was he signed the contract for. I get the sense there was a level of coercion behind it, but at the same time, everyone's into something very specific.
아무튼
Just drop it. I won't trouble you
말썽은
no
안
more. That's all.
일으키도록 하겠어. 그러니까
So, spare me some
하나만.
nosh. I don't know if Virgil's really just had a talk, but I'm glad that, unlike most times, he's here to at least get Heathcliff to calm down. But Ishmael, a moment, Dante. Well, as one-sided as this chat is going to be, as I'm sure you've already been told in brief, I conducted a little meeting between your two problem individuals. You will see that the discipline has proven effective with Heathcliff. Well, with Ishmael's case, hasn't quite been resolved. Or to be more precise, there is no reason to resolve it. What are you talking about? You must be asking yourself what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm sure it's easy to tell what Dante was saying just to tilt his head to the side or put his hand near his chin or something. There's a lot more language than just talking, I guess is what I'm saying, so. I hope you aren't expecting me to kindly explain everything to you. You'll realize it on your own soon enough. Okay, so whatever her problem is, he expects it to be resolved on the mission proper, so he doesn't see a reason to need to go through it too heavily, since it's gonna be fixed by itself. After all, this babysitting and fostering nonsense is not part of my work, Manager Dante. I know you're putting in extra work, and I appreciate it. I'd like it if I didn't have to intervene anymore. We'll just consider this matter to have been a particularly nuclear option, then. You may consider the talk I voluntarily had with the two of you, a small favor from me for your decent performance recently. Now, I have remaining business with the fixers of Molar office. Like that, Ishmael was left alone with little progress to speak of. According to people from the boatworks, she apparently snuck out late at night to make various preparations. Even when I visited, I found her hanging about and called over to her. She didn't respond to me at all. She wasn't ignoring me, rather, she was too deeply fixated on what she's doing. What should I do? No, what was I supposed to do? Well, a clear answer still eluded me. Mephistopheles' element was entering its final state. Misdemeanor was entering its final stages. The last scrap. Oh my, clear within 15 turns, and we're allowed up to 7 people. Well, I suppose now's a good time to deploy all of them.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
Excellent. All the sinners, save for Ishmael, gathered behold the finished product. Oh, do I behold with mine eyes the transformed bus?
이것은
Would one call this a bus boat or a boat's bus? I think I'll go with bus boat.
바퀴는 어디 갔죠?
Where'd the wheels go? We'll need them once again once we're done with U-Corp's district. A needless concern. Of course, it's been modified to be amphibious, both boat form and bus form. What's this? Some kind of magic bus?
진짜 일어난다고?
Okay, but now which magic school bus episode do I want, or book do I want to reference? There's too many I could potentially go for, or rather, I haven't memorized them all, so I can only remember a handful off the top of my head. The myriad of possibilities Mephistopheles holds means it has always been capable of various functions. Hasn't Faust expounded upon this detail once? Now, that's enough of that. Let's start it up. Gulp. As Mika fiddled with the controls of the bus boat, shuddered awake. Huh? It sputtered off the odd screeching noise we had heard earlier. I think we're missing something. Maybe it's the boat form transmogrifier that is messing up. Yeah, I thought my eardrums were gonna burst. What could possibly be causing all that noise? Mika, I think that's the one part where we had to make do with what we had. What's that? What did you just say, make do? We didn't have a choice. There weren't enough parts in stock. There's this one thing that was supposed to be irreplaceable, but the problem is... This wasn't the sound of its engine, was it? It's the gigantic mutant we encountered before. It's headed this way. It's likely drawn here by the same clamor as before. Good news, that big boy is the exact part we're missing on its back, don't it? It does, I guess. Big sis, are you really? Damn, that's one expensive and tricky to manufacture part, is it not?
근처에 있던 다른
Don't you remember the way it killed the employees of the other boat workshops?
기억하고 계시죠?
Well, that's because it crashed into us, not because we were hunting the bastard for parts. But now I have these lads and lasses to help us. Besides, it killed the people that helped us start the Molar Boat Works from our bum days, didn't it? Looks like this is just the right time to give it a right smashing down its noggin. And make some more wine out of the brain juice, too.
누님?
big sis.
우리도
Can we get some
나눠줄
too?
거지?
우리요?
Wait, what do you mean we? This
이번
trash king crab is supposed to be a few years old, so
킹크랩게는
it's the
해를
same.
묵었다고
Has to be the
하니까요.
same one from
같은
earlier.
놈이겠네요.
아무튼
Anyway, all we do is
그놈만
catch and kill that
잡아주기면
prick, isn't it?
해결된다는 거 맞냐?
바로
Right
그렇지.
on.
바로
You had a cook
그렇다는데
face. Heathcliff turned to me, eager to go up and crush some
아니요.
shells.
차라리
Let's
잘
not.
됐지 않나요?
Isn't this better for us? Ishmael?
나 참.
Gee, Ishi,
이슬,
where you been all this
어디 있다가 온
time?
거야?
당연히
I was
대호수에서
making
버틸 수
preparations
있는
for our
준비들을
survival on the
하고
Great Lake,
있었죠.
obviously.
고래에 대한
The least I can
가이드라도
do is make an
빼곡하게
extensive guide on
만들어둬야
whales you can study up
최소한의
on,
공부라도
correct?
하지 않겠나요?
나 그런 거
You
아는
know I
거
don't read that
아니어서
kind of
또
stuff.
그런다.
그럼 읽을 수밖에
Then I'll keep
없도록
reminding
귀에
you
못이
until you have no
박히게
choice but to
해드리죠.
reach it. Joy had no choice but to read it.
관리자님,
See, manager,
보셨죠?
we still need more time. This is
저희에게는
so much to
아직도 시간이
prepare.
필요해요. 저 킹크립게는
The
쫓아낼
king
수 있는
crashed
거잖아요.
where we repelled, can it?
그럼
Let's do
그렇게
that and
해두고
finish modifying the
버스
bus
개조는
later.
좀더
We have more
뒤로
time on
미루죠.
our hands. Ishmael, I'm not so sure. My lack of memory doesn't help, of course, but I don't get why you're so scared of what we're supposed to be preparing for. As much as I want to respect your opinions and reflect on them, I think this is the best for all of us.
모두는 무슨 모두예요?
Oh, there. There's no all of us. Let's be
솔직해지자
honest here. Is
정리.
any one of us devoting
지금
themselves for the sake
여기에
of this for
정말로
all of
모두를 위해서
us?
희생하는 사람들이
I
있나요?
mean, I kind of have to because I'm manager and all, but
다들
we
자신만의
all signed a
목표를
contract
이루기
with
위해
Limbus Company for our own
림버스
goals. I
컴퍼니와
did.
계약했죠.
Isang did as we saw last
저도
time. All the other
이전번에
sinners
이상 씨도
did.
그리고 나머지의 모든 수감자들도요. 결국 자신이 이루고
Aren't
싶은
we
걸
only in this
이루기 위한
together
거
to achieve our
아닌가요?
personal aims? Just because you have a personal goal doesn't mean you can't work with others while doing it.
그리고 당신도
And you too.
기억을 되찾기
For
위해서
forcing yourself to look for these
생전
golden
알지도
balls, things you
못했던
probably
황금
never had
가지라는 걸
once in your
억지로
life, just so you can
찾아다니고
get your
있는
memories
거잖아요.
back.
누구보다
You have
개인적인
more selfish
동기로
motives than anyone else
움직이면서
here. Why do you
왜
pretend like you're
모두를
doing
위하는
it for all of
척이신 거죠?
us? How dare you raise your voice against us? Enough. Virgilus, who seemed to have been discreetly listening, joined as though he'd been part of it from the start. Ishmael, I believe I made myself clear during our meeting. The contract comes first. The contract, huh?
그래요.
Sure, this is the company I'm working for. Of course it does.
그렇겠죠.
Ishmael glared at me with a face unlike anything she showed before. I sensed clear hostility.
그래요. 그 잘난 계약은 지키죠. 관리자님.
But I know abide by our also honorable contract manager. Give me your orders and I'll follow them.
그러니까
So if there's anything you want from me now,
앞으로 제게
state it clearly. I won't be getting out of line providing unsolicited help or explanations anymore.
뭐예요?
What are we waiting for? What are you gonna order us to kill that giant
죽이러 가자는
crustacean?
명령 아니었나요?
I'll gladly obey as
명령해
is
주시는
stipulated in
대로
our
계약에 따라
contract
기꺼이
then,
따르죠.
manager.
관리자.
After she finished speaking, she stared blankly as if waiting my order, to which I could reply with, "Let us go." As soon as I finished, she turned around and left the shop as if on cue. All I could do was lead the other sinners to follow. Just then, I heard vicious waves and roars, an all-crushing storm. Visions of destruction passed before me. Limbs and bits of flesh tear off the shredding. Storm the crashing waves, Ishmael clings to the ship for dear life. And a behemoth of an eye, its overwhelming and all-consuming size looming over the ship, watches her in silence. Perhaps this could be a clue as to Ishmael's perplexing behavior. A vision. That's what we needed. Cannoneer crab.
해보겠네.
Guess we're gonna have to make do with what we got here.
재미 너무 쉽군요.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
I'm getting some decent things, I guess.
제쳐라.
I guess rather than uptime another 3D, though, I guess since I'm using Dawn regularly, I could thread spin that other, the one that was given from the battle pass, so that I can potentially, not just to use it, but also because it gives a passive that seems to be universally active. My team may be random bullshit go, but at the very least I can make sure every member in it is properly built.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
I might even actually want to wonder about an Uptype 4 at some point. I guess for some of the ones here like Ninja, Gregor, and Yisang, I probably do want the Uptype 4 just to make them maximum powerful. Max power. Especially Yisang, since he's basically my main carry. But I can't do it too quickly. Uptype 3 is the most important one.
장부에서 삭제.
But they all do definitely gain it.
저 부숴줄 테다.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
And I did look it up after someone mentioned it last time, and yeah, it seems Uptype 4 was added a bit wasn't there at launch. It was added a bit later to buff a number of older ones. Which I guess explains why some have such significant Uptype 4 bonuses, while for others it's just, well, I guess the issue with adding a universal upgrade like that is that later ones will be released under the assumption that it will have those. Fortunately, Arcanites does have a similar thing with modules where older characters, they were released with before their class's module came out to upgrade them, can get some decent to substantial upgrades, but nowadays they're pretty much all rather mid upgrades simply because any ones that release are generally balanced with the planned module in mind.
봤어요? 저 부숴줄 테다.
It's one of those things where once I noticed it, I couldn't stop noticing it. It's basically when I was playing an MMO, it had years back, a friend of mine pointed out that one class basically had a skill that reduced the MP cost of all their skills past, present, future by a decent percentage. And that was pretty nice, but point out that I was still having MP issues because the skills released after that one were pretty much balanced, assuming you clearly balanced, assuming you had it. Hence why they had ridiculously high costs that would pretty much require that skill to offset it. Yeah, and this was an older MMO where you actually had to buy skills every levels or so rather than just ooh, King Trash Crab. Guess I'd best get this going here. I guess that tells you how old this story is, though, since it's from an MMO where you actually had different builds and stuff, and you had to buy whatever skills, including upgrades to existing skills every few levels. Although granted, like most MMOs at the time, there was really only one that was actually considered worthwhile. So you wouldn't see too much build variation, and aside from maybe one or two replacement skills.
저 부숴줄 테다.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Dang, that thing's using a whole train car as a shell. Dang, that's a pretty nice animation. After the unit defeats its ally, healed by 5. At the end of the turn, if the unit is healed at the above, restore the shell. Krabby Crab World. Skill Brutal Pummeling. Powerful Pummel Foaming. Oh, it's indiscriminate. Yeah, these ones are listed as indiscriminate, can attack allies. Crab Rave. I can't believe they actually made an actual Crab Rave. Indiscriminate damage plus 20% for each 5 rupture on the enemy. Summon 3 crabs with those less than 5 at the end of the turn. Foam Armor. An attack, unit shield HP. It deals 7 damage back to the attacker and inflict rupture. Yeah, that's definitely one I'm gonna have to offset if I see it, so I'll need to pay attention to that. Conditions unmet. There's probably one I could do if it has anything left, but it's so close to death, I don't think I have to worry about it, so we'll just win rate our way through. Oh, I do have enough for this one. It's mine, so let's have fun with it.
일기당천.
Just because I want to see it. I've seen it plenty of times with borrowed ones, but I want to see my Ling ego working. Also time before the infamous Unbreakable, so you didn't have to worry about getting hit after clashes either. Ah, interesting. According to Virgilus, the people of the Bulwarks have been saving for a trip back to V-Corp's back street. It's where the fixer drop used to be. By the way, I have noticed that there's actually most of the time the regular attack skills typically deal more damage than the egos, but the egos have a pretty strong base, which makes it pretty easy for them to win clashes with, so... Unless I'm doing it for specifically their secondary effect, I've been mostly using them to try and win a specific clash. After experiencing warp train malfunction, they apparently decided they'd rather take a car. Before Virgils, the people of Bulwark's been saving a trip. After experiencing warp train, they decided rather take a car. I consider telling the truth I learned from the number of identities, but I figured ignorance is bliss and best kept my mouth shut. Yeah, Unbreakable started in the notice around down Canto 6 of Unbreakables. Good to know then, I suppose. Maybe I feared things I said could bring about bad results again. Like how Ishmael's had a fallen out with me. Come on, get working. Ooh, we got it now. Ooh, looks like our job's done.
마침
Lucky you, the tide's in. You'll be able to set off now. Well, I guess we should just have to trust Virgilus that Ishmael's problem will be resolved upon the next Canto. Because, there's definitely a lot to look forward to there. I did like Canto 4, but it definitely had a lot of things to prevent me from calling it peak like some of the ones in chat did, that's for sure. But it was definitely a good one. It did make me like he sang quite a bit more among the team, and makes me very glad that he's one of my main carries. Now then, switch to boat mode. Wow, someone really loved the Photoshop effects, huh? Transform then. Gotta say, I have great admiration for whoever designed this vehicle. I've heard stories of it, but to see it in motion, firsthand. If you try, you can almost certainly change into other forms, as long as that core remains intact. Okay, so it's going to basically be SKA from Expedition 33. Good to know. How can such a core be real? I'm just amazed, for lack of a better term. Indeed, Faust is amazing. Alright, now get in your vehicle, you can switch the mode once again once you're in the water. Aboard the now boat-shaped Mephistopheles, we forged on ahead into the ever-rising waters. My relationship with Ishmael is still precarious, which was something I wasn't sure what to do about. But since some of the sinners are also trying to be supportive, I decided it'd be best if I tried to come up with a solution in the meantime. Maybe I'll find out more the further we get from the shores of the Great Lake. That's sailing all right. Does that mean we get paid and can go on a meal now? We actually got our money a minute ago. As soon as we fulfilled our end, the delivery fixer from Devyat came in and paid us the remainder. Ooh, our contractor turned out to be a pretty big deal, huh? Ah, damn, now there's a catch. How would we take a break from trash crabs and splurge on pork? Pork belly barbecue. Sounds good, big sis. By the way, Mika? Yes? When did we add a submersible mode to the modifications? We didn't. The ship looks like it's listing. Ah, get out of the water, quick! Buckets, where are the buckets? I have found a hole. It must be 2D. We're off, glub glub. I'll get the lifeboat. Guess we should also prepare to pony up the penalty fees. We're so screwed. Well, at least that's not anything we can blame on anyone except for the Molar team this time. With our frantic attempts to drain the bus and Chiron's skillful rowing, we managed to get back to the boatworks and have the bus repaired. With that, our voyage to the Great Lakes began somehow in earnest. This feels like Bob's Burgers. It's a victory as long as we at least break even, or at the very least don't lose as much as we thought we would. Huh. Not even a dungeon here. Huh. I don't want to start Canto 5 tonight, but... Wow, that was a lot shorter than I was expecting, honestly. I kind of went here because I was expecting to go late. Oh dear. Rooms past the back door. I already... Alright, you know what? Let's do the mini stories here, at the very least. I see no reason. I think I did last time I was here too, so... We'll go ahead and do these. I hereby confirm today's close of business for the sinners. Whether we're riding the bus through a forest or navigating through a vast lake, our daily routine changes very little.
감사합니다.
Thank you kindly. Starting now,
지금부터
you'll all be given a
변동
maximum of
가능성을
12 hours to partake in
가진
sleep
최대
and rest.
12시간의 수면 및
The duration
휴식을
is subject to
시작합니다.
change. Have a good night.
좋은 밤 되시게.
The usual hubbub followed by the usual leisurely idleness. I guess I'm not the only one starting to enjoy these normal routine days. It wasn't by our choice, though. By now, I thought we'd been sailing vigorously across the waters towards the Lobotomy Corp branch located somewhere in U-Corp. But here we are, unable to leave the coastal side of the Great Lake, dawdling and twiddling our thumbs. It's not like there's been an accident. Faust didn't elaborate. She explained what we had decided to wait for now. If I were to hazard a guess, we're waiting here to complete some kind of entry procedure like we did at K-Corp. Either that or we're waiting for someone, probably the Before team, to get in touch with us. Which brings us here, surrounded by nothing but endless water. The sinners chatted about inane subjects before completing this immense boredom. But deep down, we were all exhausted from the unending onslaught of physically and emotionally draining happenings. Deep down, we all knew these leisurely days will not last. So we elected to enjoy this brief maritime respite in our own ways.
자네,
If thou
정말
needest
괜찮은
my
것이오?
assistance, as I've repeatedly made myself clear,
나는
I am quite,
괜찮소.
alright.
속에 있는
Thy
것을
countenance
자꾸만
returning,
호수에게
thy countenance
되돌려주는데
within thy stomach
그게
to the lake
어찌
with such
괜찮단
vigor saith
말이오?
otherwise. Except for Yi Sang, who'd been surprisingly low tolerance for seasickness. This voyage is proving rather uneventful. Yi Sang, the day's over. You can go back to your room now. Oh, shall I finally be freed
드디어
from the
벗어날 수
suffering?
있는 것인가?
Seriously, I told you you could rest from your room if you
것들
wanted.
또한
Fellows
고충이
must also have their share of suffering. I cannot, in
있어.
good faith, seek comfort
어찌
only
나
for
혼자
myself.
그래야겠는가?
You're the one with the biggest share of suffering right now. While I wished he'd be more reasonable with himself, I could see where he's coming from. I thought better of it than try to convince him otherwise. I instead chose to help Yi Sang to his room.
고맙소,
Thank you,
단테.
Dante. Until later.
조금 있다 보겐.
I waved at him and watched as he stumbled into his room and closed the door behind him. Poor Yi Sang. I don't normally get seasick, but when I played through Half-Life 2 for the first time, either last year or earlier in this year, it wasn't too far back, but yeah, for some reason I found myself getting weirdly motion sick at the water section there. I don't know why. I'm not one of those people who gets motion sick at video games, so I don't think it was that, but I don't know. Then I shall seek myself respite as well, Manager Esquire. Yeah, rest well. Don Quixote walked the same door. I could get a blurry glimpse into her room from over his shoulder. I couldn't get a good look at it, but certainly not the same room that Yi Sang had walked into. Yeah, I did check out the comic about Virgil before here, so I have a vague idea about how corridors work. I see these doors every day, but I still don't get it. I should probably be used to this by now, but it's still fascinating how the rooms change based on who opens it. I turned, leaving the shut door behind, ready to go to my room. There's a door immediately to the right side of the door we're not allowed to cross. There's a door immediately to the right side of the demarcation of the corridor we're not allowed to cross. Wonder Labs? Yeah, although sadly it did end a bit. The translation ended a bit and then it had to be text for a while. I thought maybe, oh cool, they're doing a big immersive thing here, but where it's part of a story, but no, apparently there was a problem. Whoops. Like I said, I did thumb through it, but again, I'm still new to a lot of this, so I couldn't follow all of it, but I'm sure it'll make sense. Within that door is a space different from the other sinners' rooms. In there, the wooden door by my room and the metal door leading to the mirror dungeons. The door leading to the Luxcavation dungeons and the recently opened door of the Reflection Railway also came into view. No new doors. Yet. For no reason in particular, I creak those open and take a quick look to see if anything changed. Well, I've never actually managed to catch changes myself, but who knows? Maybe I'll notice something worth keeping to myself, which I should probably report to Faust. Something must have caught my eye that my rather mischievous thoughts. An ear-splitting siren blares from the end of the bus. Blind, what the hell is... Oh boy, this again? Man, you kill the volume. I spun around to the other side. The sinners, armed by the noise, were peeking out of their rooms. They reached the siren, but that didn't change the unpleasant fact their private hours disturbed. Well met, Dante. Let's disturb this disturbance together. I accompanied Faust to the helm. She fiddled with a few buttons, shut off the alarm. Incomprehensible, complicated-looking letters began to fill the screen. Is that a new room?
아무리 파우스트더라도
Even Faust needs a moment to
해독할 수 있는
decipher.
시간 정도는 다소 필요로 한답니다.
Right. You know, when I first started this game, a friend of mine warned me that Faust knows everything and yet nothing. Somehow I feel like I'm slowly starting to understand what he meant. And with it appeared the mirror dungeons, Luxcavation dungeons, refraction railways. I don't know if it's relevant, but I don't see anything to indicate activity when I check the railway door either.
그쪽은 아닐
It's
확률이
unlikely
제일
that
높죠.
anything new would appear from that entrance.
아직 2호선으로
I
가는
find it
문의
difficult to
불도
believe the next
꺼지지
line would
않았는데
arrive so soon with the glow of the door
그렇게
leading
빠른
to line
시기에
2
올
has yet to go
거라고는
out.
생각하기 어렵네요.
I guess you're right. The first railway really took me by surprise when it appeared. A new door appeared before us, its edges shimmering with a blue glow, and when we entered it, a mysterious vehicle was sitting there waiting for us. Its appearance somewhat resembled the Mephistopheles, but it was also clear I'd never seen anything like it before. What an odd feeling.
철도를 처음
I see your
마주했을
first
때의
encounter with the
기억이
train has left a very strong
강렬한 거군요,
impression,
단테.
Dante.
하긴
Well, I recall you had a rather
파우스트가
violent
내부를
reaction when I
확인하려고
entered the
진입했을
train
때
to observe its interiors.
격렬한 반응을 보이셨기도 하고요.
Come on, I wasn't the only one that freaked out. Everyone did. What if that thing left the station before the rest of us got on? Was what I want to say if Faust hadn't already turned around from the screen to which her eyes had metaphorically been glued and walked away. That wasn't it
네.
then? No, this particular
이번
volatility is
변동성은
not something we can
저희가 사용할
utilize.
법한 게 아니네요.
Right, I thought it was something awkward time for a new door to appear. Too soon, too soon.
전전과
The
철도가
dungeons
처음
and
나타난
railways appeared
시기도
at awkward times
묘한
as well,
시점이었습니다,
Dante.
단테.
I recommend you refrain from
언제
settling
새로운
a
뉴스가
premature
관찰될지
conclusion. A
모르니
new variable may present
섣부른
itself at any
고정관념은
moment.
피하는 걸.
Moreover,
메피스토펠레스의
if this
엔진이
volatility has triggered an
변동성을
alarm in
감지해서
Mephistopheles'
울리는
engine, it
알람은
naturally follows that
곧
a new
어딘가에
door has
새롭게
appeared at
드나들
an
문이
indeterminate
생겼다는
location down the
의미이기도 합니다.
corridor.
들어섰다가는
This may reveal a space
정말
from which
되돌릴
one
수도
may never
없는 공간이
return.
열릴
It's
수도
best if
있으니
we track these
확실하게
incidents.
파악해둬야겠죠.
Even Heathcliff won't do anything like that again, probably.
섣부른
As for my
고정관념은
last advice to you, the premature conclusion, yeah. Kind of funny, despite how much trouble some of them, like, he could cause. Oh, as per my last advice to you, my premature conclusion
아무튼
is, regardless,
당장에는
no
큰
serious
문제가
issues are
없으니
detected. It'd be most
남은
apt
휴게
if we
시간을
enjoy our
즐기는
remaining
편이
rest period.
합당하다는 생각이 드네요.
Oh, come on, you can't leave me hanging like that.
먼저
Now, if you'll
돌아가겠습니다.
excuse me, rest well,
편하게
Dante.
쉬세요, 단테.
With those of our parting words, Faust disappeared in the room in her usual manner. Left alone, I left on the boat. I looked at the numerous letters displayed on the screen. Numbers, unintelligible letters, drawing and symbols depicting something. I had to shake my clock head after staring at the dizzying sight for a while. I wonder if this is how Yi Sang felt earlier. I'm starting to feel nauseous. I was barely able to hold back the vertigo from setting in. Time to saunter back to my room. Let's turn early tonight. Huh, surprisingly short, but I guess it was a mini. Actually, they said there's a railway, but is that the event thing? Because they mentioned Luxcavation Mirror Dungeon, but I don't remember the railway thing. Huh. It says I'm getting the event item after completing stages, yet I clearly have none here. Is it converted into something? Yeah, Faust, the lady, if I might tell you, I know I might tell you. Yeah, she and Calcid are two matches made in heaven, that's for sure.
추위에 잘 버틸 수 있는
Oh, battle pass. Might as well grab these while I'm here. Not bad. Like I said, I was expecting to go. I was doing this tonight because I was expecting to go late with it. If I'd known this was gonna be this short, I probably would have done it on Saturday or something. Oh well. And I know Canto 5, well, not as long as Canto 4 is still going to be very long, so the thing you get for completing Chapter 7, you should be getting the event currency. I'm not sure why you aren't. I think that might be because I'm completely bought out the shop. There's nothing else to buy, so it wouldn't have a purpose. Or does event currency get converted into something else after you finish normally? Because I have no idea if that would be the case or not. The first Walpurgis night. Actually, maybe I should go with this one. I know Walpurgis is coming up, so I'd like to know what the origins of these are. The only Walpurgis night I know of is from Madoka Magica, and I imagine that's a very different Walpurgis night. Actually, let me grab a sip of my drink before I go in here. Yeah, Arknights does get you, let you continue getting event currency after you bought out the shop, but it also usually has a couple, low value but infinite value purchases you can make, and they've been slowly adding more of those after time. I think you should get a thread amount, but I don't know for certain. I'll have to keep that in mind then. Although I guess I could look through some of my stuff here. Alright, the free login that gave you a free tenner, it did give me, something that did look useful. Again, I don't have the materials to raise her then, but it looks like I might actually be able to get a decent T-Corp team going after all. Borrowed time and powers and such seem quite interesting. But unfortunately, I still don't have anything good for a lot of these. Like, I'm pretty sure none of these are actually any good for Ishmael, hence having her default. T-Corp Otis? Yeah. I don't have the materials to upgrade her, or I would, but it'd be nice to have some more options here. And as I said, Ting Tang Gang Leader here was the one I picked from the free Season 1 ticket since my friend recommended that, and I have not been disappointed. He's genuinely pretty good. He just needs to win a few clashes before he can really start snowballing. Alright, let's go with the first Walpurgis. Some of the scenario IDs you can bench for leveling purposes if you want. Yeah, that's what yeah, I usually just have been keeping the default ones there because as Uptype 3, they're actually capable of contributing from the bench, so I figure why not, I could really use it. But I definitely should start thinking about Uptype 4 here. Like, what does he saying here get from the Uptype 4 exactly? Line breaker? Yeah, he gets a bit good more offense and defense, which is kind of nice, honestly. Huh. Plus, all coins convert to unbreakable. Now that looks quite nice. But yeah, as you can see, I don't have enough threads for that. And the shards even less. Bonus effects like some coin power buffs. Yeah. It does look like a decent enough upgrade, but it does feel like Uptype 3 was definitely the most important one. Yeah, it looks like, yeah, the level cap has not raised even though I completed another Canto. What gives? Do I need to do something specific to unlock it? Do I have to complete, Weird. Yeah, I know the Uptype 4 is worth it whenever I can get a chance. It's just that I don't have much that's actually worth... It's not that I don't have anything worth it. No, it's more that I still need to get my team going. Like I said, my team is random bullshit go right now. Like, as you can see, before the T-Corp Otis, I had absolutely nothing worth writing home about. All I've heard about Blade Lineage Otis is that she's terrible, so... Yeah, I probably would raise this one just for being a 3-star period, but again, I'm not sure I have the materials for it. 45 is Ish's Canto. Part of me wants to get started on it, but on the other hand... how long is Canto 5 anyway? Actually, there's a way I can check immediately. 5 is 35, so not nearly as the 48 or whatever it was ridiculous for this one. I can do this while I'm talking, actually. Why not? Do something real quick. What is it? What do you want me to check? Alright, sure, what do you want me to check? Go to Sinners, and then click on one, and then go to All. Click on one, and then go to All. Keyword Tremor. Here we are. These. I have heard that Ring in Yisang is also really, really good, but since I've already put my work into the ninja one, I'm doing him. We are keyword Tremor. Alright, I do have I guess Tremor is the one thing Slime Ishmael is okay with. Are you looking for something specific? You have a good set for a Tremor start team, actually. Potential, yeah. I mean, I already get a decent amount from from T-Corp, Dawn, and Ninja Yisang. I just need to get Otis up. I could probably also get some of these others like Ryoshu, but again, I don't want to do too much for the same person when I want to get the one, at least get them all up here, especially if they're going to continue doing what Canto 4 did and what Canto 4 did and forced me to use that particular character. Like if Canto 5 forces me to use Ishmael, as a reminder, this is all I have for Ishmael. I don't think any of these are worth the Uptie 3. Well, I guess, what does I get from Uptie 3 on her? Tremor Burst. But she's so slow. She does seem, my understanding is she actually does make a good tank, but that's about all she can do. And I've already got some decent tanks, especially even for the Tremor team, because Don Quixote here is pretty tanky, or at least that's how it's felt. We need an Ish, and she's a requirement go borrow Ishmael. That is true. Well, does yours have the Scotty one too? Because I could probably fuel that if needed. Or at least find a way to fuel it. The Scotty Ego is fun. I did test and it does seem like the single anomalies with multiple abnormalities with multiple parts still count as a single target for its bonus, which is quite nice. And yeah, I know the free season newbie season 1 ego that I should grab is the fluid sac from for Faust here, but the problem is yeah, but the problem is if I were to use fluid sac, that would require me to not use command meltdown, and no. I'm sorry, no. Well, yeah, I guess I can start the Walpurgis Night and see what that's all about. Then I'll decide if I want to continue on with starting Canto 5. Another day, another prolonged, dreary period of waiting, and more waiting for something to happen. Of course, our bus boat was still floating in the great coastal lake. Voices of discontent among the sinners started small, but they've been growing increasingly incessant as of late. Holy crap! All of a sudden, an ear-splitting siren echoes through the cabins. It's that alarm again, warning us of the volatility in Mephistopheles, but it's much louder, much more painful than before. And this time it wasn't the only thing that assaulted our senses.
뭐야?
We've never had a flashing light like this before, right?
또
What is it
뭐야?
this time? What the hell did you
망할
feed this
꿈을
bloody
꿨어.
rickety
뭐
boss?
잘못 집어먹은 거 아니야?
Ooh, this must be a signal for the long-awaited adventure is finally
모험의
nigh.
시작으로 들어서는가?
Wouldn't that be nice? Unfortunately, I did not click on Canto 5, so it quite literally can't be.
이게
Is this what we've been waiting for this entire time? No. Virgilus frowned as though he sensed something was off. He turned to Faust. It's one of those rare occasions where I could sense the slightest hint of confusion from him.
비상.
Wee woo, wee woo,
내 피가
Mephi's
터질
blaring
것처럼 울고
crying.
있어.
Mephi sick?
메피 아파.
파우스터 씨.
What is it, Miss Faust? I wasn't informed about a
이런
siren like
알림
this
형식은
before.
사전에 전달받지
Somehow it always feels
못했는데.
interesting whenever even Virgilus is at a loss.
우선 잘못된
First, the
사실부터
correction of falsehoods is
정정하겠습니다.
over.
메피스토펠레스는
Mephistopheles is not
곰을
bloody
버스가
rickety,
아닙니다.
and eating is
그리고
not part of its
무언가를 먹는
behaviors.
행위도 하지 않습니다. 연료
It
보급을
does
위해
make infrequent use
엔진에
of
있는
enkephalin
엔케팔린
supply
보급
installed from
장치를
the
간혹
engine, but that is
사용하긴
of no negative consequence. If it
문제되지
was,
않을
whatever
뿐더러
issues that may arise may be handily
잘못되어도
prepared after a
전부 분해 후에 수리가 가능한
total disassembly.
말이 그렇다는 거지.
Oh, it's just a figure of speech. What is it now? It sounds like the bus is about to
대체 무슨
explode.
일인데 이게?
메피스토펠레스를
To label
곰을
Mephistopheles
버스라
as some
칭하는
rickety bus
것은
is completely
Faust의
disregards the amount of
심혈을
pain and
기울인
effort
설계와
Faust decided.
히스클리프 씨.
Heathcliff, if you don't take it back, I don't think she's ever gonna
취소
stop.
안 하면
Seriously?
히스, 빨리
Yeah,
취소해.
Heathcliff, take it back.
이렇게
The bus
생각도
might
못
actually
듣고 있다가
blow
진짜
up
이거
before she
터져버리면
finishes
어떡하라고.
explaining anything.
아까 말한 거
I take
취소다.
back what I said earlier.
아까라는
I
표현은 매우
cannot
범위가
comprehend what you're
넓군요.
attempting to take back. Your abstract
파우스트는
reference is
그것이
unknown. Concept
구체적으로
earlier
어떤
isn't
발언을
currently
취소하려는
clarified.
뜻인지 알 수
It
없습니다.
lists the specifications
대신
of screws
파우스트는
used in construction to make
구체적으로
this creation
메피스토펠레스의
impressive.
대단함을
이 버스
Fine, I take no place
고물이라고
about
말한
the
거
dust. It's not
잘못
really rickety.
먹었냐는
It
거
doesn't eat. I'm
취소한다고
sorry,
미안하다고.
right? The cabin briefly echoes in brief silence. I think I saw Faust flash the brightest grin of satisfaction.
좋습니다.
Good.
전극은
Is the clown
끝났나?
show over?
별로
This
우습지도
juvenile,
않으니
tedious exchange is
인내심을
testing
그만
my
시험해줬으면
patience.
좋겠어.
Yeah, it's a bit different from the usual alarms. I don't think this one's for a new door.
간단합니다.
It is quite simple.
그 밤이
The night is
찾아온 거죠.
here.
하여튼
What do you mean?
타파모푼.
To we sink. Talk or I snap
발프르기스의
your
밤이
Walpurgis
찾아온
night
것
is here,
같습니다.
it seems. Alright, you know what to do. Gather the magical girls. It's time. And yes, I know, I say that specifically because I know magical girl Don Quixote is one of them.
지금은 밤이
The
아니다만
night is not here.
적어도
That is very
이
apparent, at
연안에서는
least in the coastal area.
당장 눈에
The
보이는
name does not refer to the
태양을
time of
확인할 수
day
없는
in which the
현상인
sun moves
밤에
beyond our
대한
line of
이야기가 아닙니다.
sight. You could have just said finished at time of day and gotten the point. Never mind, it's not worth it.
그렇다면
Then it would appear to
이것은
me that by
현상에
designation you are
지어진
referring to a
이름이라는
certain
말로
phenomenon.
들리는구려.
Yisang seem to be doing a little better now that the waves died down somewhat. I am
메피스토펠레스
indeed.
엔진은
I'm
여러
certain that
기능을
all of you are
tak재하고
more
있지만
familiar with the fact that extracting
그중에서도
identities and egos from
여러분에게
mirror
와닿는
worlds
것은
is one of the many
아마
functions
인격과 에고의
of
추출일
Mephistopheles' engine. Actually, the first was Faust regret Marceau and Hokong Lu. Ah, interesting. I know nothing of most of the limited ones. I only looked up a couple because one of them, the full stop Hong Lu, is generally agreed to be his best one if you want to use his Ling ego.
하지만 추출이
But
가능한
its reach is
범위는
rather limited.
다소 한정되어 있는
Even as it
편입니다.
has expanded over our
점차
journey, we've yet
늘어가고는
to reach
있지만
mirror worlds that are too far from our own.
그것도 황금가지와
Is this the
관련이
Golden
있나?
Bow's doing? I noticed that it was fishing up
우리의
more and more
여정이
new things
진행되는
the
것에
longer our journey
맞추어
went on.
새로운 것이 끄집어
It's
올려주는
almost like the
것으로
devs are
보였는데
giving us regular updates, like some kind of live service game.
아주 틀린 답은
Broadly speaking,
아니겠군요.
yes, you could say that. Dante and our
관리자님과
collective
우리
experiences
수감자들이
gradually
경험하는
expand
것에
our range
따라서
of extractions.
추출 범위가 점차 넓어져 가니까요. 보통 그런
Normally,
추출은
extractions require a
대가를
certain
치르고
resource,
추출해야만
but there are
하지만
times when the identity cards appeared out of
경험하셨던
nowhere.
것처럼
Do you
갑자기
recall them,
튀어나오는
Dante?
인격패들이 존재합니다. 기억
Yeah, someone just randomly popped out of the engine.
잠깐.
Wait,
못
slow
따라가겠어서.
down.
인격패는
The
또
hell's an
뭐냐?
identity card? Oh, you still don't know? I'm a little jealous of you, Heathcliff. You have a
히스클리프
talent for
씨는
ignoring
항상
anything you
관심
don't
있는
care about.
것에만 관심을 가지신단 말이죠.
Absolute
조금
tremor
부럽기도
royalty
하네요.
regret duo are. Kong was super efficient in bleed. Yeah. I guess it makes sense they'd want to make the limited ones special in some fashion. Although I imagine some aesthetics are popular enough they'd probably be loved even if they weren't tied to the story or something. Like, I know magical girls are always pretty popular, and like the Hoishui, my understanding is those are from the story, but I imagine even if they weren't, they're basically ninja adjacent, and I'm pretty sure they'd be loved for the aesthetics alone. I know I like the aesthetics at least. On that note, I am definitely going to be checking out what the whatever the new limited one is. So before I start deciding what to pull on next. The most obvious one is the Walpurgis night coming up, but I won't write off the option for the She Association Faust, if only because it seems like she might be fun. Either clash normally or charge up a nuke. Granted, I am fully aware that the nuke isn't nearly as powerful as one might expect given how long it takes to charge, but, well, like I said, I'm not exactly here to optimize.
대가리 깨지고
You're looking to
싶냐?
get your head smashed in what?
자,
Right, knock it off, you guys.
그만 싸우자고.
Guide Bud's giving us the evil
진짜
eye.
아무튼
There, you know the
뭐냐?
things Manager Bud pulls out of the engine from time to
그거야
time.
그거. 응? 아이 관리자 양반이 엔진에서 종종 뭘 끄집어내서 들고 오잖아.
Those little
다른
rectangular objects with our alternate
세계라고
world.
했던가?
Wait, was it mirror
거울
world?
세계.
Anyways,
그건가?
those things with depictions
아무튼
of our other
그쪽
selves in
세계에
them.
우리가 어떤 모습인지 그려져 있는 물건 말하는
Not sure how I feel
거야.
about She Faust.
자꾸 길쭉한, 응? 아니, 네모난 그거.
I guess she just feels kind of like one of those stance-changing characters where you can fight in a couple different ways depending on preferences. Though I do get that. I mean, even from as a new player, I can tell that clashing is extremely essential, so having to give up her attack to charge up her bow, even if it was a particularly strong nuke, is an opportunity cost. Well, unless you're fighting something that has a block skill you can offset at the same time so that you get value out of it on top of the charge. But like I said, the reason is entirely because her gameplay style looks like it could be fun, even if I'm not sure if it's actually... I'm not sure how great it actually is. But I can't exactly judge the value of these things. I had no idea how powerful the Arc Knight its egos were until a friend of mine gave me his thoughts on them.
맞아요.
Yes, so
마치
those things
마자테
look like
같죠?
mahjong tiles.
나는 웨이퍼 과자
I
같다고
thought they looked a bit
생각했는데.
like wafers.
인격이
I
담겨
believe their
있는
denomination
물건이
comes from their appearance of
마치
cards
표와
that contain
같으니
identities. Thus,
어느
naturally
생각
falls that they
그걸
become named
인격배라고
identity
부르게
cards.
되었던 것 같소.
그러니까
So we're using those
우리가 그
rectangular toys
네모난
when we transform
장난감
into our
같은 걸로
alternate selves?
변신한다고? 난 그런 거 쓴 적
I never
없는데.
used them before. That's because I'm the one using them.
관리자님의
On the
단말기에는
device used
가지고 있는 인격패와
issued to Dante
에고를
are the
직접 장착할 수 있는
indentations through which
홈들이
identity
마련되어
cards and
있습니다.
egos are inserted. They are
저희가
reflected
각각
when we
전투에
participate in
임할 때
battle.
자꾸 싸우기
Oh, so
전에
that's what they were
뭘 만지작거리고
fidgeting with
있나
before every fight.
했더니
I could tell from his flabbergasted expression that none of this had ever occurred to Heathcliff. On the other hand, Don Quixote wore a more forlorn expression. What's wrong, Don?
아,
Well,
이런 상황에서
Is this not about the time when
이스마엘
Ishmael would intrude upon this
아직도 그걸
conversation to announce
몰랐냐?
Heathcliff with
라느니
words? Such as,
한심하다.
you didn't know? That's just like
라느니
you.
하고
The
있을
emptiness weighs
텐데
heavily upon mine heart.
막상 보이지도 들리지도 않으니.
Yeah, that wouldn't sound like Ishmael.
아, 그렇네.
Ah, you're right.
그게
Something was missing from the whole
부족했네.
convo, huh? I knew it.
이 새끼들이
You're right, deaf bastards.
그만.
Enough.
설명이
We're not getting
밀려
the information we
있습니다.
need. Miss
파우스트
Faust,
씨.
please explain the present
그쯤
situation.
하고 이
What are
초록색
these green
불빛에
lights?
대해
Understood. If we take into
관리자님이
account the
광기라는
case of identity
대가를
cards
치르지
Dante
않고도
received without
얻었던 그
spending
인격패들로
lunacy,
미루어
we
보아
can draw a conclusion that Mephistopheles'
메피스토펠레스의
extraction
추출기는
has the element of
불확실성에
unpredictability
따른
tied to its
예측 불가적
uncertainty.
특징을 지닌다고.
뭐라는 거야?
The hell is she blathering about now?
그대가 설계한
Yet this
곳에
item is of your design. To say
불확실성이
that it has an
개입한다는
element of
것은
unpredictability would indicate that.
맞습니다.
Correct.
이 엔진은
Enkephalin fuels
엔케팔린을
the engine.
연료로
However, the
나아가지만
extractions and reconstructions
추출과
utilize
재구축
chaos.
기능에 있어서는
In easier terms, you could say
혼돈,
it uses concept of
쉽게 말해
possibilities as
일종의
fuel.
가능성을 연료로 하고 있죠. 어딘가에
Our
있을 여러
extraction
거울
range
세계의 줄기들
grows when we're able to
중에서
clearly observe
관측이
specific
확실해진 것을
possibilities in the
찾을 때마다
infinitely branching mirror
추출의 범위가
worlds.
늘어나는데
During this period,
지금은
however, The borders
그
between the mirror
가능성들의
realities
경계가
are entirely
완전히 허물어진
shattered.
것이죠. 현재를
Using the
기점으로
present as our anchoring point, it could
과거,
be said our current
미래
extraction
3년의
range is
우차안에 있던
approximately
추출의 범위가
3 years in the past or
발프루기스의
future.
밤이 찾아올
During
때는
Walpurgis Night, however,
10년,
that range can
어쩌면
grow
그
to 10
이상의 범위로
years, maybe even
늘어나게 되는
more.
겁니다.
And that carries thou sayest that the identities of prominent fixers in times past may grace us with?
이론상으로는요.
Theoretically speaking, but each
하지만
Walpurgis Night has its own
발프루기스의 밤은
peculiarities.
그때만의
It will not
독립성을
let us
가지기
reach
때문에
all potential
모든 가능성을
possibilities.
무수하게 추출할 수는 없을 겁니다.
Then does that mean we may also be availed of our alternate selves as the legendary fixer, the arch-magnificent, one and only, Red Mist?
안개도?
That is extremely
가능성은 매우
unlikely,
낮지만
but I'll not completely
부정까지 하지는
dismiss the
않겠습니다.
possibility.
범위는
The extended range, I
이
suppose, could
세계가
be
있기
defined
위해
by worlds
필연적으로
affected by
얽혀있던
entities that were
세계.
indispensable to the
예를
formation
들면
of this current world.
백야,
An example would be the
흡주가 있기
Lobotomy
전에
Corporation headquarters
로보토미
prior to the
코퍼레이션
White Knights
본사
and
때의
Dark
시점이
Days incidents.
대표적이겠군요. 어떤
In
의미에서는
some ways, your words may
전곡을
find a
찌르는
roundabout way to
질문이었네요.
the truth,
Don
Don
Quixote.
Quixote. I didn't know who Red Mist was, nor did I know what White Knight and Dark Days was. But I could hazard a guess they both must have been pretty significant, considering Virgilus's face grew visibly tense as soon as they were mentioned. The other sinners were unsettled too.
정리하자면
We can conclude
이번
the siren is no
알림은
cause for immediate
어떠한
concern then?
긴급적인 상황은 아니라는 것이
그렇습니다.
No, it isn't. Consider
가끔
it a
찾아오는
festival that
축제
arrives once in a while.
정도로
For
말할 수
now.
있겠네요.
축제,
Festival
신나는
times.
사람도
Charon is
신나.
festive too. Alright, as long as the giant witch monster doesn't destroy the city, we should be fine.
전부 이해가
I
된
still
건
don't know if I got all
아니지만
that, but isn't that what we've been waiting for, is
우리가
it?
기다리던
This
신호는
isn't what we've been waiting for, is it?
아니군요.
맞아.
No. We shall
대기는
continue
그대로다.
to wait. Tisk. The sinner sighed and groaned with disappointment as the newfound anticipation fizzled. Well, something did happen. Wasn't something to get us moving. I can see disappointment. This might be to them.
그럼
So, how do we stop that
그
green light
시끄러운
from
녹색불은
flashing?
언제 꺼지는 거지?
엔진에서
It will turn
추출을
itself off when
진행하기만
Dante
하면
extracts something from the
자동으로
engine.
꺼질
Do
겁니다.
not worry.
안심.
자,
Right, back to
이제
business.
다들
Dante,
적당히
extract something and turn
해산해.
that alarm off.
좋말.
Whatever.
새
Looks to be
것이
running more
나와도
dangerous the
기껏
back
뒷문
door, the new
탐방이나
thing they
하고 다니겠지.
Anyway.
그래도
Still, this
언제
legioness is a
이렇게
rare opportunity, is it
유유자적
not?
있어 보겠나요? 기다리는 자에게
Blessed
복이
be the
있다
patient
하였소.
ones, or so is said. I really like that Yiseng has been breaking out of his shell a little more. I don't think he straight up said much of anything during Cantos 1 through 3. So the fact that he's an active participant, even if one of the less active ones, I don't know, it just feels really nice. Yeah, like I say, he's coming, it's only a little, but it still feels like a big deal. It's like I guess, how should I put this? More like the bridge is being built for him to finally open. The shell is cracking so they can finally release his wings, as they say. Some of them walk the cabin to gaze lake. It must be something. They must be growing a tad tired of doing at this point. Maybe they're just going for a long sigh. And Otis walked up to me. Are you not
신경
worried,
쓰이지
executive
않으십니까?
manager?
저 괴짜 과학자가
About what that mad
아직까지는이라고
scientist said. For
말했습니다.
now, there
뭔가
has to be
기가
more
더
of
있는
a
거죠.
statement. Should I investigate this
제가
matter
더 파볼
further?
수도 있습니다.
I am genuinely concerned about that, yes. But we have to be... Otis was right. What Faust did tell us to consider this nothing more than a festival arrives once in a while. She knew more than she was letting on. Ah, crap. Alright, time to assemble the magical girls. Dawn, get out there. But if Faust speaks of something in a truly characteristically cryptic manner, that means she'll never tell us until she wants to. Well, it does bother me a little, but right now we don't have a lot of options. Let's put a pin in that for now. We'll just put it on our pin board of things we'll need to deal with later, along with what any of this is actually to accomplish. Otis nodded firmly, bowed, and returned to seat. Well, let's get extracting like Faust said. I do have... yes, I did finally finish the login stuff for both the new one and the old one, so should be fine, but... I don't feel satisfied after that, I'm gonna be honest, so you know what? Screw it. Let's do it this way. The evil defining. Chapter. Don't forget to check your chapter rewards for the intermezzo. Oh, right. Thank you. I can't believe I almost forgot. Well, I mean, I could have gotten them I could get them later since they don't expire like the event, but you know, it's still worth my time. Yeah, these will all be nice. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna see what the upcoming Walpurgis Night has to offer, especially if it's someone I could particularly make use of. But if not, I might consider She Association Faust just for the funsies. Although I suppose I could also check the dispense for ones that are worth it, because there's definitely an amount of good ones here, that's for sure. There's definitely good ones here. Like I know this, yeah, like I know this particular Honglu is this really popular, especially if you're going with a whole, especially if you're going for the whole ninja set. But well, like I said, I'm probably gonna prioritize the one for getting Ling going, just because, well, again, it's the Arcanite's one. Cannot be purchased during this period. Oh yeah, I can't do ones from directly back here, which I'm told that when next season starts I should come back here for the priest Gregor, because that one works well. You're divey. Yeah, the Walpurgis Knights are not available. I need to keep an eye out here. Let's see here. Where is the full stop? Yeah, this is. I'm told this is the one for Ling, and I can see why. It kind of fuels everything she asks for. Yeah, definitely. But I'm also told if I want to do that, I should make sure to get full stop Heath as well, since they work together. They do work well, but that's also two, and there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to afford both. It might even be a good idea for me to just worry about something else until then, I suppose. Simply because, sorry, I'm losing my train of thought for some reason. But yeah, it's already taken me a lot of resources. It's gonna take pretty much all my resources to even get one, which I might not even be able to, honestly. Like, I do have a few boxes of the Sinner shard things, but I don't know if it's gonna be enough. So if at best I can only get one, so you can probably see why I hesitate to go for one who specifically wants to be part of a duo. But at the same time, it's a rough one. I guess at the same time, I could just wait on Honglu, just because the current one, even if it doesn't fuel Ling, does work at least in the general sense of, yeah, I could use this one. I'll have to think about it, but yeah, I think we should go with begin Canto 5, because, final. The Sinners are getting, for 2 stars, Ozzy's Rose Spinner Assault and Sway Sinclair. You can buy 2 stars? Oh, not extract, dispense. Oh, Oh, actually, if this is this cheap, maybe I should consider this one for Ishmael. Or at least I'm told LCCB Assist Manager can work for it. Actually, though, I've already got a good Sinclair, if we're honest. But I don't have a particularly good Merceau yet, so I'll have to think about that. Let's see here. Rose Spanner, Merceau. Here we are, Rose Spanner. Let's see what he looks like. Merceau, Saddle Task, Force Break, Finishing Run-Up, Defense. Decent Tremors. Honestly, not half bad. I'll have to think about that. Yeah. I'm sure Zway Sinclair is perfectly good, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, I can't sit here and say I've had any complaints about middle little brother Sinclair either. He's pretty much just, it's literally if target has tremor, raise power. Yeah. What's passive? Is passive again? Oh yeah, I can fuel that easily, so I can make that. Ally with the highest HP takes damage reduction. Not bad. Alright, I'll think about it. Like I said, I don't have that many resources, so I can't dedicate too hard, but something I definitely want to keep in mind as an option. Especially since I don't think I have any Merceau whatsoever. Oh no, I've got a few. Although, from what I've read up, none of them are particularly worth raising. So, But yeah, I'm gonna start Canto 5. The Sinners are getting antsy to continue, and you know what? So am I. We're gonna go a bit longer. Obviously, there's no possible way I'm finishing the chapter tonight, but I expect this one to take a while. And in fact, it's probably gonna take so long. I fully plan to just dedicate a whole night to just the dungeon itself, since my understanding is they're gonna be about as long as the same one in Canto 4, and that one took a good while. It hasn't been that long since the bus boat was hounded by sirens and flashing green lights. The Sinners were sitting uncomfortably, trying to get some shut-eye in the cabins, formerly known as the bus cabins. I thought returning to the rooms didn't even seem to occur to them. After gazing out the window, Faust came to her feet to approach the helm, formerly known as the wheel. Miss Faust. Yes, we have received a signal. Faust. The long-awaited signals arrived, then. Oh, shall adventure the Great Lakes finally commence? What signal? I don't see or hear anything. Not even an alarm.
시야에는
A
잡히지
smoke signal
않지만
outside our visual range has been picked up by
메피스토펠레스가 먼 곳에 연기
Mephistopheles.
신호를 감지했습니다.
Smoke signal. The beacons are lit then. I guess that's what we've been sitting on our butts for.
항해 시작.
Sailing is a go.
첨벙,
Splish
첨벙.
splash.
슬슬
Soon we shall be moving away from the coastal area and draw closer to what one would call
대호수
the Great Lake
트윈이라고 부를 만한
approach.
부분은 지금부터는 자동
Activating
항해
automatic
기능을
navigation system now. Ooh, thou meanest to say what we've experienced before was not the Great Lake?
정의를
By
말하자면
strict definition, yes it
지금껏
was.
대호수에
We've been
있었다고
inside the
할 수
Great
있지만
Lakes borders for a while, yet I make the
특별한
distinction
위협이
based on the
존재하지
information
않았기
available to you, as our path so far has locked to any real threats.
구분하여 말씀.
No real threats, thou sayest. After that, yo, ye sang there, hitherto have been burying his face in thy very bucket. I shall have thee know. I mind me not, Cleark. I thought the bucket's purpose was to remove water from the case and flooding, yet all it has therefore removed is the contents of ye sang some stomach. Well, purgish not. That incident's so quite fresh in my mind.
발프루기스의
Well, Purgus Night.
밤입니다. 그리고 그
And
모든
not many of
일들이
those threats could be attributed to the
대호수에 의한
dangers of the
것은
Great Lake.
아니지 않은가.
거짓 원인의 오리로군.
False cause, fallacy. Quite the rush of daunting ideas thou hast thrown in my direction. Hey, shall henceforth continue to slumber then?
아니,
No, we have just entered a hostile environment. We must rouse ourselves from sleep and rid ourselves of what dangers there may be. Otis? All hands, defensive stations. Otis suddenly leapt to her feet and began barking orders of the sinners.
뭐야?
Whoa, what the bloody? My heart dropped for a second there. Otis, the ship is currently steered by an automatic navigation system. As the name suggests, it automatically avoids any threats the Great Lake may pose. Should that prove unavoidable, it will sound an alarm. Do you expect me to trust that incomprehensible contraption? Besides, the automatic navigation system is nothing but a slapdash last-minute installation by the boatwork fixers.
확실히
Indeed, Faust was not the one who installed the system, so no, its reliability is not absolute.
신뢰도가 100%.
잘 말했다.
Well said, it's now well-known wisdom that the path of a sailor is fraught with dangers unknown, which is to say that the
결국
human must
사람이
handle
나서야
it.
한다는 것이다.
Then thou shalt be the one to lead this vessel to victory? I must rise to the occasion. As executive manager, unfortunately lacks any memories pertinent to sailing. Luckily, I'm quite experienced in the leadership position.
나는 뭐? 대장. 대장이
I'm no
아니라
commander, I'm your captain.
관리자님.
Executive manager, allow me to please briefly assume authority so I may lead this vessel as temporary captain. She continued before I had the chance to reply. Attend John, sailing, that is to say, the act of traveling across the borders of water. After an indeterminate amount of
라는
time.
것이다.
And that concludes the fundamentals. Have you been taking notes,
후비적,
men?
후비적.
Snore, snore. Oh, marvelous! Quite a considerable amount of new knowledge has been acquired. It is akin to an adventure, is it not? This team is ridiculous. I love it. 'Twas one of mine humble knight, under 8 and 3, 6-year-old dream to sail the great lake as an adventurer, or a challenger of storms, a queller of rogue waves. Such an exact number of aspirations you have.
오티스님.
Otis, ma'am, I have a question.
좋다.
Yes, you're recognized. What's that
복잡하게
complicated
생긴
looking
레버는
lever over there?
무엇인가요?
It's gonna make us explode, isn't it?
나도
It's been a
궁금했다네.
riddle in my head as well.
대체 무슨
What is that
기능을
function,
하는
that particular advice?
혹시
Peculiar advice, perhaps to show load and fire volley cannonballs, pressing a button. Chow, pow, pow, pow. A lever of transformative variety. It shall be an auspicious day in which we are availed sight of this contraption. In action.
제법
Otis? I've been
요새들아,
seeing more and more of these of late. These so-called
쓸데없이
bleeding-edge
겉멋만
technologies
들고
and hollow
소갈맹이는
inventions that have
제대로
nothing
되지
to
않은
show
것들.
aside from their pretty
소위 최신
exteriors.
기술이라는 가짜는 이름 말에 생겨나더군. 편리함만 줬다 보면
A
위험성은
blind
증대한다.
pursuit of convenience
그런
breeds
최신
increased
기술에
risk.
기대다
This is
보면
nothing but
어느
ruin at the end of the
순간
road,
전부 무너질
paved with
거라고.
over-reliance on these bleeding-edge technologies.
기계의 피와 땀과
Fervor
같은
fueled
나사와 기름 속에서
with a
이뤄진 열기.
furnace of bolts and engine oil, ship's blood and
속에서
sweat, combined force of a
지휘자의
commanding officer's
냉철한
decisive leadership and
리더십과
the subordinate's firm
부하들의 탄탄한
loyalty.
충성심이 만들어내는
I'm
조합.
gonna be honest with you, I've completely lost track of anything Otis is saying, so I'm just kind of reading it as it comes out, and it's going in one ear and out the other for me. Blood, what?
제대로 된
That's how
정통과
the proper
역사가
workshops
있는
of tradition and history are
공방장치는
supposed to be run.
그런
Now that
식으로
is how true
돌아가는 게
commands are
맞는
born.
이치인 것을.
I don't know what she's talking about, but it was
이해는
kind
안
of
가지만
cool. I could feel something
멋있어요.
rising within my chest. Commander, Captain, the bleeding edge technology is bleeding like a mule. Whatever shall we do?
이 오티스.
I, Otis, shall prove it to the
이 따위
world
최신
that I don't
기술
need this
없이
high-tech junk to sail.
자,
Now,
돈
see,
키우테
woman
선언.
Don Quixote, set the
출력
power level
손잡이를 제대로
to maximum
개방.
output.
손잡이
Power to
최대
maximum
개방.
output. Aye, aye, Captain.
싱클레어
Seaman
선언.
Sinclair, set the helm to
키를
neutral
중앙에
position. Hit
놓고
the switch.
스위치.
Set the helm to neutral as set. Hit the switch.
가자.
Let's go. The engine has fallen silent.
자동 항해 기능이
The automatic navigation
중지되었군요.
system failed. It's an
오래된
old model.
모델이라
Rebooting will complete in
재부팅을
approximately 5
약
hours.
5시간이 소요됩니다.
운전수를
That's what you
버린
get for
벌이야.
abandoning your bus driver. Wait, what? So we're just stuck here?
그럴리가요.
Of course not.
자동 항해 기능이
Engine may be as inoperable as it's melded with the automatic navigation system. The ship can still
엔진을
move.
기동하는 건 수동으로
We just need to
전환하는
manually
기능입니다.
activate backup power system on standby. We still have a backup system on standby. The laws. Ah, crap. Did the companies already vote to abolish international waters, or do the seas have their own company that's? Does the international waters have their own laws now we have to follow?
자, 제군들.
Now, men in clear orders
이런
and
위기 상황에서
solitary
가장 중요한 것은
solidarity are
명확한
paramount to
지위와
importance in
그에 따른
times like
단합.
these.
영 하면
Right,
오른발.
leg on
자,
heave, left leg on
왼발을
ho,
돌리고
let's go,
영,
heave, ho, heave, heave ho, how
빠르고
fast you get to
땀
stand there
한 방울
rocking
안
rolls while we're
흘리고
pedaling our bums off.
어리석군.
Most dimwitted question, a
선장의
captain must
체력
prefer to
손실은
strength.
부하
Server
전원의
strength, the risk
위험을
putting
불러일으키고
subordinates in danger.
체력을
That's precisely why I'm
보존하기
refraining to partake in this
내 몸을
collaborative
쓰지 않는
effort
것이다.
myself.
네가 언제부터
Since when were you our
대장이었냐?
commander? Well, she did say she's captain, not commander. Those damn seagulls can flock off already.
그냥 저 거지 같은
Well, how
갈매기들을
about we
넣지
kidnap
한
the
다음에
seagulls and train them to propel the
발전기를 돌리게
generator?
훈련시키면 안 되는 거냐?
At this point, I'm willing to take that because,
어이,
oh, I
잘난
found
포스트
smart ass. I
씨.
thought you were a genius. Fake it so. It should be
사람이요.
easy with your
그 정도의
intellect. So,
기술은
no,
불가능은
I can make it
아니지만
happen, yes.
효용성이
Yet I do
떨어져요.
not, as it is inefficient.
기초적인
Rudimentally
배변
toilet training will be the first step in making them viable as a consistent source of labor.
카론.
Charon's bored. Charon wants to
카론은
vroom
운전하고
vroom.
싶은데.
교체.
I'm tagging out. You're the driver, so do your job. That should keep you occupied for a while.
어머,
Oh, you sure about
감당되나?
that? Virgie's not gonna let that
그러면
slide. That's how you get yourself a consultation, you know? Hey, wait, let's think about this a minute. Let's think about the actual reason of sweating, peddling the crap out of the generator.
모든 결과에
To
일일이
nitpick and
원인과
seek
책임을
someone
따져보는
to take the
것은
fall for every little thing is a
불임발상.
sinking thought. All that happens in the
최종
road to
결과가
success
성공적이라면
is merely a part of
그
the
전의 것들은
process.
전부
아니.
Look, I'm not saying we should play the blame game. I'm just wondering why we're so
애초에
peddling
왜
so hard
이렇게
to
쫓기듯이
begin
속력을
with.
내야 하냐 이 말이야.
It's not like there's something coming after
우리의
us.
목적지는
We're heading towards one of the largest ports of U Corp. We knew exactly where it is and how to get there. It's not like the port's gonna stay away, right? Why all the urgency?
아니 그렇잖아.
I mean, am I wrong? The Great Lake has been very tranquil. It's not like a sea monster's gonna appear out of nowhere and attack us, right?
우리를 다 죽이겠다는 그
Gregor, I swear, if you're the one who cursed us to now have to fight one of those stupid sea monsters because of that.
축적된 경험들로 인해
It
어느
appears your
정도 직감이 발달하게 된 것
consolidated field
같군요.
experience has evolved to a form of intuition. Fascinating, Gregor.
파우스트는
Faust
이를
finds this development
긍정적으로
optimistic.
앞으로
We
10분
must
이내에
exit this area within
이
the next
구역을
10 minutes.
벗어나야 해요.
We are falling somewhat behind the
그러니까
forecast of my predictions. Okay, that's ominous. Why precisely 10?
대호수의 규칙
The laws of the
때문입니다.
Great Lake. Ah, I knew it. It's like the darn law of the
그
Great Lake
규칙
again, huh?
때문인가?
로자,
Your foreknowledge is an
당신이 대호수의
unexpected development,
규칙을 알고 있을
Rodion.
거라는
Quite
예측은
difficult to believe
없었는데요.
that even with the consolidated experience, your
직감이
intuition would.
미안.
Sorry, I just want to look like I was in on it for once. Girl's tired of
매번
asking every
재밌는
time, you
패턴이
know.
식상하잖아.
The Great Lake of U Corp has
유사의
laws that
대호수에는
must never be broken.
반드시 지켜져야만 하는 규칙이 있습니다. 그리고
And yes, the port can and will sail away,
항공은
Gregor.
움직인답니다.
That's a bloody lake. What else could it possibly
호수에서도
have?
규칙이 있다고? 규칙을
What
어기는
are the
학생이
like
있으면
coppers gonna come spank
호수에서
the bad boys
매라도
with a
들고
stick for
오기라도 해?
breaking class rules?
징징거리는
There
새끼.
better be a law that lets me sink.
높은 한
Whiny
규칙은
brat, my
없어?
ears are starting to bleed.
이따가
Ha, guys, knock it off. I can almost hear a well-timed sigh of brutal, piercing words. It was like someone recorder sign played in my head, but Ishmael's nowhere to be seen. So if there's anything you want me from now on, state it clearly. She wasn't kidding. Ishmael remained in her room, not a peep seen nor heard despite the commotion. Not appearing once since that incident.
설명을 드리고
As much as I'd
싶지만
like to provide you with an
그보다
explanation, leaving this
이
zone takes
구역을 벗어나는
precedence.
것이 우선된다는 걸. 금방의
According to
대화로
my
소모할
calculations, our
시간을
last conversation
계산했을
left
때
us with 7 minutes.
구역을 벗어나려면
We are approximately 15
직선거리로
kilometers away from the edge of the
15km
zone as the crow flies.
탄소화물단 시속
Each
10km
person must
이상의
pedal to generate enough
추진력을
energy to at
감당할 수
least 10
있어야
kilometers per hour if we are to
안전하게
escape in
넘어갈 수
time.
있다.
오늘따라
Wonderful.
단합이 잘
love seeing some proper
아주
teamwork for once.
흐뭇한 광경이야.
Yeah, welcome to our destination on the Gallopon!
쟤는 왜 저렇게 힘이
Where does
넘치는 거야?
that girl get her energy from? I think I'm done for. Just go on ahead without me. And you were on.
어디
Leave
있다고
you were on the ship.
그러세요?
이 정도 강도에서
Diaphragmatic breathing is conductive to maintaining consistent speed in this exercise and intensity.
시속 10km
Especially more so now that each
감당하는
center is
추진력의
responsible for about
변화죠.
10 kilometers of
좀더
energy
부하가
input.
필요할
Any
거예요.
higher and it would require
호와
hypernia to
일은
maintain the
모두
speed. Do you ever get
자기는
tired,
안-
girl? Number 3 minutes remaining now. We don't even
무슨 일이
know what
일어나는지도
happened 3 minutes.
모르면서
Why are we doing
이렇게 힘만 빼는
this?
게 의미가 있어?
She said there's no time to step on it. Chiron 1 and 2 bloom, vroom vroom. This is squeak squeak. Squeak squeak. That is no fun. Didn't know how energizing work songs could be.
뭐야?
How do you guys have
왜
so much
이렇게 안
energy
지치는
left?
사람이 많아?
저희
This
집안에서
is not even a
강제로
warm-up
받아온
compared to the
수련에
training my
비하면
family forced me to
힘든 책을 들지
do.
못하죠.
You lot, shut your gobs and pedal.
남은 시간은
30 seconds remaining.
30.
30.
박진감이 넘치는 건 이것이 바로
Ah,
모험이
quite the thrill this
아니겠는가?
is. Now this is true adventure.
이렇게
She's like
거대한
charging an
적이
overwhelmingly colossal enemy. Ah,
말과 호흡을 낮게 해야
Save your words, your breathing, remain in the flow. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
앞으로
10
10초,
seconds.
4초,
4. Why are you not doing a more
다들 입 다물고
Look alive, deckhands, put your tail into it. Toil men, toil. Somehow we managed to escape the zone before Faust counted to 0. Some sinners immediately threw themselves on the deck like limp puppets, while some looked like they just taken a quick rep to the park bench. So we made it somehow, but I don't see any signs of those laws. Am I missing something, Frau Frost? I swear, if this law of the great Lake Drivel was some hogwash you made up.
우릴 그냥
Just to make the
개처럼
journey go a tad faster, I'm gonna
부려먹을
seriously. The tranquil lake surface we just pedaled through was suddenly gone, as though it was never there. In its place was an immense, something. Innumerable legs, tentacles writhed, rising the lake's surface. I couldn't even tell where the thing ended and the lake began. Did it burst from the lake, or is it the lake itself? Were we traveling unawares on its body this whole time? Exactly my thoughts. What's that thing on Don's head? Is that the blobfish? I do see a squid and a fish with possible arms. Maybe it is, actually. I can't even find the right word to describe the magnitude. Its appearance sent us waves across the water, and look how it's in a perfect line in there. All the way to the zone we were in. Mephistopheles shook violently as though it were about to capsize. It need not be said the sinners that were on the depth given an untimely shower. That was close.
조금만 더
We were almost
모두가
pancakes.
과자 부스러기 꼴이 되었겠어.
Well, no adventure's complete without a nary a peril, of course. Not bad. Now this is more like it.
만일 저것이 우리를 한 번 더
We have no chance of
공격하려
weathering a single
승산은 없다.
hike from one of those units. One limbs. No, but it'll leave us
이곳에서는
it will leave us alone as long as we are here. We have no chance of weathering a single strike. No, it will leave us alone as long as we are here.
그게
This is the law of the Great Lake.
이제 미뤄뒀던
Now we have time
설명과
for
실사
explanations.
대우수의 규칙은
Though the
여러
laws of the Great
가지지만
Lake are numerous, I will
지금
relay
필요한
only the
설명을
pertinent
간단하게만 하죠.
information for now.
한 호수에서
Lingering longer than a
일정 시간
predetermined amount of
이상
time in a
머무를
single lake will cause one to be
각
struck by
호수만의
the
파도가
waves of
흥미로웁니다.
each lake. Waves? That didn't look like any waves I've ever seen before.
저런 거
호수와 호수
There are
사이를
also
넘어가는
laws
것
governing
또한
the time and direction which
정해져
ships are
있는
permitted to
시간과
cross the
조건이
borders of the
각각
lakes.
존재합니다.
So that's why we weren't allowed to move.
그러면
So if we ever came to
어디에
stop just for a bit, that
멈춰 있기만 하면
tentacle
반드시 저런
thing will whack us.
그래서
Precisely. Thus it naturally
당연하게도
follows that everything in the Great Lake is in a
이
constant state of
호수의
motion to
모든 것은
position itself according to
규칙에
laws.
맞춰 그 목표를
And the route
향해
towards our
가는
destination
방법도
will also change
그것에 맞춰
accordingly.
우리를 안내하고요.
Can I get like a
규칙이라는
written list of these laws? My nanny used to stick a piece of paper with our family rules in my room. Not that I could follow them all, but that's when I heard a door open. Whoever opened it was so oblivious to our irritation. The winds finally hit, huh? Ishmael? After such a long period of isolation, she staggered out of her room at last. We can't just scribble the laws of the Great Lake down on a notepad and call it a day. Each lake has wildly different laws. Though the overarching laws governing the Great Lakes are pretty straightforward. More importantly, you should know that unauthorized recording their laws is one of U-Corp's better known taboos. Of course. Then my body will remember it.
만약
Tattooing them on your
색인되는
body,
의미가
which, if that is what you're
경험이라는
referring
무엇인의
to, is
의미라면
also prohibited.
해당 사례로
Taboo hunters have been
미사일
sent in
금기
pursuit of individuals who have
사냥꾼들이
attempted
파견된 적도
precisely
있으니까
that. It's best we do
모든
not produce
규칙은
any written records of their
부정으로만 옮겨지는
laws.
편이 안전합니다.
That almost implies that writing them down would grant some sort of power over them, because otherwise, you would typically want your rules to be known. What have you been doing all this time, Ishmael? Where my harpoon? Wailing on the moon? Your harpoon? Because I need it to be sharper. Because I'll give her the kind of pain that she would make her wish she was dead. She'll feel it even for the smallest cuts.
그럼
You
그냥
want to spare us from
처박히긴
misery and
하지
crawl
왜
back to their
기어나오는
hole.
건데.
I'm afraid that if I did, I'd later emerge to a dick littered with your melted, unrecognizable flesh. I'm not retreating to see a sight, rearing to see a sight like that again. Besides, watching you landsmen waste time tinkering with the ship you don't even understand, wasting precious time has been rather unbearable. Even though it's been a long time since the incident at Boatworks, her biting yet anxious lectures have not dulled at all. I was afraid she might stir up trouble among the sinners again. Okay, fine. She was out here with the rest of us, and I wanted to believe there was more than enough. I decided not to question her further. I had a feeling this would happen. She walked up the helm. What are you doing? We're smooth sailing at the moment. A northbound breeze is pushing us along. I guess it could look that way for some people. Simple, one-dimensional, predictable ground pound was like you. You little, how dare you insult my... Otis, let's hear her out. You got lucky, Swabby. Okay, Ishmael, tell us, how are we not smooth sailing? We have the wind at our backs. Oh, that's no wind. We're getting dragged. Dragged by what? Those ships. So the port is on another bigger ship, like a, probably their equivalent of a what's it called? Aircraft carrier. Resonance tuning fork. I'm gonna get up a sip of my drink. Yeah, come to think of it, I should probably double check my resources at some point. I'm still building my team, but it's still good to know how much I can afford to go with. I do know I have so little threads that if I bring another thing to Uptide 3, I won't be able to do another one for quite some time. But at the same time, if it's a good one, maybe it's worth it. Like, maybe if I get Don Quixote's ego from the Battle Pass up, might be worth it. Actually, let me look at what that is. I'm genuinely curious since I mentioned it a couple times, but I completely forgot it. Ego... Here. Oh no, that's the default. Red sheet. Here we are. Now let's see here. Passives. On hit with this unit skills, the target has rupture, or this unit dealt a critical, inflict defense down. That's not half bad, honestly. I do have a number of ways of inflicting rupture with this team. The true damage from rupture certainly isn't half bad either. But again, I need to think about it. I don't want to make too heavy of a commitment on stuff. Like, what egos do I even have for Otis right now? Just the default. That's high crowd DPS. Alright, good luck with the Originium farm then. Maybe it would be worth it then, since I'm using Dawn regularly. Oh no, that's default. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it's worth it. Upgrading the one itself. Plus, we damage rate Curse Talisman. I guess I don't need to do this one as much since I'm not. Unfortunately, I don't have too many characters who inflict Twisted Curse Talisman. Although I guess I do have the Gluttony for this pretty easily. Need to start doing other stages. My team's not quite on the up and up of setup. Well, like with this game, Arcanines allows you to get away with a lot of bullshit you normally couldn't. So don't hesitate to experiment if you want. Let's see here. Yeah, as long as I get the passive, that should help out a bit. For now, we should keep driving. Got a good sip of my drink, so now we can get some story going. Good bit of lore here. Just like Ishmael said, two massive vessels were approaching us. That's not far from where we were. We're not exactly on a collision course with them, though, are we? Ishmael didn't even entertain me with an answer. Instead, she took the helm and threw it wildly in one direction. Whoa! This skill, splashy drift.
배에도 드리프트가
Oh,
있었나?
I didn't know ships could drip like a bus. Drift. Charon impressed. Redhead, not bad.
경쟁자가 생겼군.
You have competition, Charon. Annoying turrets to shoot at you. Line of turrets on the right-hand side. Ooh. Yeah. You can heal through that. You could put a tank, like a defender, to block them. You could also use borrow a... There's also phalanx casters that can wall, but those are a bit tricky. Not everyone puts those on their friends list since they're very specialized, I guess is the best way to put it.
아니,
What? Hold up. That's weird.
분명 방향을
If you
꺾었는데도
turn to the helm all the way,
왜
why are
저
we
배들
still
사이로 우리 배가 이동하지?
head between those two ships? It's
뱃머리가
like we're stuck on rails.
미동도 하지 않아요.
Though Ishmael turned the Mephistopheles' helm with complete opposite in the two ships, we were getting dragged even faster by them. Oh my. And there's nothing we could do about it. Before I got Decadenza, I might try again. Ah. Oh yeah, if you're gonna keep her protected, she'll be able to carry you a lot.
이즈,
Is she? Don't tell
설마
me you hit the
전진
reverse
후진
gear.
레버를 반대로 당긴 건 아니지?
엔진은
I
껐어요.
turned the engine off.
뭐?
What?
배들이
Wait, are those
합쳐지는
ships
건가요?
melding into one another?
야이 미친 새끼야!
Bloody loon,
지금
that's what I gotta
짜부러지게
say. We're
생겼는데
about to get
그
squashed by
한가로운 감성이 나와?
bugs.
뻔히 물게.
Here, Swabby, what happened to
큰 소리를
Bravado from
그렇게 좀
earlier?
닥쳐.
Shut up.
잡아당겨지고
I'm
있을
going to use the
때를
momentum of
최대한
the
이용할
pull when
거예요.
it's strongest to get us out of here, and
부딪힌다.
I'm gonna crash.
지금
Now. Immediately before the crash, Ishmael revved the engine and adjusted several levers into a series of decisive motion bursts, speeding us past the back of our ship. The stern was crushed, but it was better than getting completely sandwiched between he and the
이
ships.
정도라면
Mephistopheles'
며칠
engine can
내로
reconstruct the
회복이
damage of the
가능할
severity within the next few days.
아니, 지금 보니까
Wait, that's more than just some damage. It's like they deleted part of the
파괴된
ship.
정도가 아니라 통째로 뽑혀 나갔는데?
마치
Gone, as though it had never even been part of the
그곳에
ship's
있지 아니했던 것
blueprints.
같소.
I took another look where the stern used to be. It was as I said, it wasn't crushed. It was effectively deleted as though it was never been there. It left a cross-section behind.
유사의 특이점.
That's U-Corp's
공명 국세의
singularity.
특징이죠.
The resonance tuning
이곳의
fork.
배들은 원래
Ships
하나였던
operating can
것처럼
merge and
서로
separate as needed,
끌어당기며 합쳐지기도
as though
하고
they've always been a single
목적에
vessel,
따라
or as
언제
though they've never
하나였냐는
been
것처럼
parts of the
분리되기도
same ship.
하니까요. 저 정도 크기의 배들이 쓰는
Resonance tuning
공명
forks
국세
used by a vessel that
정도라면
size are strong enough to pull in
우리처럼
smaller boats
공명
without
국세가
tuning forks
없거나
like ours, or ones with
집화수가
others
안
that
맞는
mismatching
배들을
their
그대로
wavelengths.
삼켜버리는 일이 빈번하죠. 아 이런
I'd apologize for
명령이
taking the helms out
내려지지도
your
않았는데
orders, manager.
운전대를 잡게 되었네요.
No, don't. You saved all of our lives. I wasn't
그러려던
trying to,
건
but thank you for
아니긴
understanding
하지만.
anyway.
아,
Oh, and please accept my
시키지
apology
않은
for unsolicited
설명이
advice.
나오는
A certain
것까지
somebody won't
이해
stop
좀
flapping her
해주세요.
gums at me, so I had
워낙
to.
빽빽거리는
So it's
소리가
not like I could just
시끄러워서
plug my ears in the middle of a
배
voyage, right?
한가운데에서 귀마개를 할 순 없잖아요.
전장에서
Yes,
입이
I've heard my
걸린
share of
사람.
blunt, foul-mouthed talk during the
굴러다니는
war. She's not the
돌멩이만큼
first to do so.
실력만
Doesn't matter,
뛰어나다.
as long as she can live up to her
그러는
word,
걸
there's no need to get in the way, I
굳이 제지할 필요도.
suppose.
죄송합니다, 관리자님.
I'm sorry,
저는
executive manager.
잠시
I must
잠시만
take a short break.
휴식을 좀.
어찌 풀이 죽은 것이오.
Be not so crestfallen, manager. I mean, commander, I mean,
시끄럽다.
captain.
처음부터
Sounds
대장은
executive
저기
manager.
계신 관리자님이었어.
There's our commanding officer, always has been. Aston's shoulders slumped as made her way to the cabins, formerly the bus cabins.
목적지에 거의 다
Our
왔군요.
destination is near.
유사의
Welcome to one of the
우대
5 great
항구 중
ports of
하나인
U-Corp, the
청색지
Marlin
항구선입니다.
port. Faust's voice was dry and emotionless, as though what just happened didn't affect her one bit.
와, 정말 크네요.
Wow, it's so
지금까지
big.
제가
Must be
보았던
one of the
배
biggest
중에
ships I've ever
손에 꼽을
seen.
정도로 커다란걸요?
Hong Lu was right. We were approaching a massive ship so large it could be mistaken for an island, an aircraft carrier. Then, whichever it was, it's clear the port was a mega structure from countless metal shipping containers.
안개가 거치니
Mist fades, and what's been
보이지 않던 것이
unseen
보이는구려.
before unveils itself. I scarcely
이런
did expect
커다란
the pall to
것까지 가릴
shroud
줄이야.
a structure such as this.
에?
Ship? I don't know, can we call it a ship at this point?
저 정도
Can't help but agree there. Ishmael, does that count as a ship in the Great Lake?
대호수에서
Your land's
자꾸
been
육지
common sense
상식을
is
꺼내봐야
useless at the Great
소용없어.
Lake.
공명 굽세를 쓴다면
Ships use the
저런 배는
resonance
밥
tuning
먹듯이 볼
forks like those as
테니까요.
common
아니,
as crimes in the back streets, or I
고래고기
guess
먹듯이라고 해야
whales in
할까요?
the Great Lakes. Dang, so the resonance confuse and defuse ships at will, and they just get all the others caught up in it as they feel like it. Sheesh. Kidnappers. Finally, some combat.
제 차례인가요?
Yeah, we'll go with the 6. So 6
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
should be good, I think.
자, 그럼 여기서 잠시 작별의 시간.
Well then, this is where we all go our separate ways for a short while.
나와 카로는
Chiron and I have
이
business to attend
근처에서
to
볼
here.
일이
Yep, it's a whole city on the ship. Neat. And it looks like some of the buildings are even made from shipping containers. I guess that makes sense.
볼일?
Business? Why?
왜?
What is it
또
this
무슨
time?
일인데?
이노
I'm looking to
향수가
buy some
살
mermaid perfume. Let's leave it at
꼭
that.
해두지.
Virgil said, looking straight at the advertisement before us. Bottles of mermaid perfume extracted straight from their left fins, a special discount. Ooh, out there planning to procure some for us as well? For curious as I am of that mermaid perfume, and whether the curiosities of the Great Lake awaits us, I wonder.
유사인은
A significant
고래와
source of
인어를
income
이용한
for the people of
상품들이
U-Corp comes from
주
selling whale and
수입원으로
mermaid products.
사용되고 있어요.
Whale oil, mermaid
고래 기름,
tears,
인어
mermaid
눈물,
perfumes, whale
인어
cuisine,
향수,
and more as a few
고래 요리
examples.
등등 다양하죠.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume they also are designed to make the mermaids and whales they are made from suffer, you know, to improve their performance. And after all, it's always a better perfume when they were tortured for hours on end, right? Worst part is I might actually be right. Ooh, I spy a purveyor of ice creams over yonder. Sardine whale flavored ice cream. How's that appealing to
보기에는
you?
이상해도
Sardines are quite
의외로
savory and
먹을만해.
nosh, even if they do have a funny look to them. It's a bit of acquired taste, if I remember right. Alas, I'm more keen to learn the flavors of the Mormon wheel ice cream.
고래 맛이 궁금하오.
길잡이께서
Will you not accompany us to our
이번에도
destination,
동행하지
dear
않는
guide?
것이오.
I've done my job as your guide.
그런 것 아니게 올바른
I point you in the right direction, and that's where my responsibilities end. It is not my job to accompany you all the way there.
소관이 아닌 것이지.
틀리지는 않으나
While you may be correct, your words also come across as rather impersonal.
올바르게 들었어.
Then you heard me right, you sang. I don't intend to make friends with any of you, nor do I want to. Well, I can't blame him. I mean, we're all a bit of we're all a bunch of questionable. Don't let these small talks give you the wrong impression. Now, Ms. Faust. But I suppose it's good to keep a healthy work-life balance.
저희를 기다리는
Our
분들이
allies are
계십니다.
expecting us.
미리 파견 나온
The before team on the ground will
LCCB
relay us the location of Phlebotomy Corp branch housing the Golden
황금바지가
Bow.
있는 로봇 전달받은 마지막
According to our last
접선
communication, they should be
지휘
waiting for us there. This place is a bit
아무도 안
spooky.
보이는데?
I don't see anyone here.
어떻게 된 거야,
What's up with that,
파우?
Fow? I can tell from your
저를
tone that you doubt
의심스럽게
me.
생각하시는
But this is the
말이군요.
location which I was relayed.
전달받은
Oh, so we got here first.
그럼
Bloody
이번에 우리가
brilliant.
먼저
Poor team, more like
도착한 건가?
belated team, innit?
정확히
Allow me to
정정하자면
make a minor correction. We
저희
arrived about
쪽에서
1 hour
1시간
and 30 minutes
30분
behind
늦었습니다.
schedule.
이상.
Odd. LCCB agents we met
지난번
back at J-Corp were already on the scene,
LCC.
and then I'm sure that comment reminded everyone of the same duo. Yeah, unfortunately, I've been quickly starting to learn exactly how this all can be expected to work here. It did for me too. Thinking about them even for a brief moment is that a snore?
기다림의 끝에
It appears they've elected to sleep in lieu of our appearance. Effie, sorry, we didn't deserve you to. Now we gotta watch, eh? What the hell's with you lot?
미안하오.
Apologies, not hurry.
급히
We happened upon
향하다
an
예상치
unforeseen
못한
mishap
사고에
on
휘말리는
our
바람에
journey here. Then why don't you take that into account before you left? Someone from the corner of the shopping container rises from the nap and stretches. They sound oddly aggressive.
어? 아이쿠
Oh
이런
my. Honglu, wait.
명찰이
Your
삐뚤어져
badge is
있잖아요.
upside down. Remember to keep your appearance
단정한
tidy.
내곳에는 언제나 어라?
Huh? What's the sticky
명찰이-
red thing on his chest? On his chest hung an upside down LCCB agent badge. It's soaked in blood. I'd hope this badge would have a much more dramatic effect. Let's see here. Limbus company before team leader. The fool was loitering around our territory. Got to say, that was bravely stupid. That sorry production was an insult to art. Get to the point before I sink. Phil, lad, so tardy and so impatient. Why don't you first give us a listen? You're looking for the golden whatchamacallit, are ye?
그 전에 어떻게
What
한
have you
거지?
done with the team leader? Hold your horses now. Lad's alive and well.
인질 협상을 하자는 거라고요.
So this is a hostage negotiation. Hey, this ain't me first ransom rodeo, if ye know what I mean. It's simple. Give us the cash. We return you our friend. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure the company policies we won't negotiate. Not in the sense that we could probably easily kill them all and get them back. Normally, it's that they'd rather not lose an asset. They'd rather not. They'd rather sacrifice a weaker asset for a more important one, like money. We didn't get the cash. You give your friend a prompt burial in a shipping container right there. Kidnappers, eh? Eye prices of shite. Whoa, I wouldn't do that if I were you, laddie. Think react, eh?
말보다 몸이 먼저 나가시려는 분이 계시네. 협상이 잘못될
Anything goes
경우에도
wrong, your friend bites it.
반짝했냐? 돈만
Very straightforward. I'm just hoping so.
너희는
Just do as we
불륜한
say, and you and that friend of yours getting too on your merry adventure. Get back to finding your golden whatchamacallit. Whatever, I'm sure it's not very valuable despite having the word gold in its name.
그럼
Hells, we're able to own a full gourmet tour guide just to sweeten the deal.
서비스로
Real bloody market.
자자,
Okay, gotcha. Let's see what's going on here. Let's give us time to discuss this. Why don't you,
우리끼리 잠깐 얘기 좀 나눌게.
Look, there's no point in escalating this. I'll do nothing but draw unnecessary attention. And if our impulsive actions get the agent killed, true, they hold the upper hand in this negotiation. But I don't believe these fools know much about the Golden Bow. They likely kidnapped him by chance, thinking they get a hefty ransom. Though we may have come across many men and women of evil nature, such brazen villainy therefore has not been encountered. How classless, it's grotesquerie without a cause. Charging them head-on will only sick their friends after us, friends who may be involved with a powerful local syndicate.
유사에 대한
Our
정보가 거의
chance of
없는
victory is
우리에게
slim.
상황이
Should
상당히 불리해진다.
such an event come to pass, we do not possess enough intel on U-Corp to effectively manage that situation. In that case, we'll need to find another way to manage it, but how? That is what we must know.
그러게.
Yeah, we don't even know how big the syndicate behind this guy is, but from the way he said his lines, it probably isn't the first time doing this, right? There's also a chance they're just small fries, isn't there? Yeah, if they're just a small-time gang, they may not actually have backup and are just relying on brute force and thinking we're regular civilians.
규모가 작으면
If
그냥
they're small
싹 다
fries, let's
조지면
crush them
끝날
all. We hit
일이잖아.
them before they even have a
인질을
chance to lay a
처리하기도
finger on the
전에.
hostage. No, it could mean that their syndicate may be so small and scattered that it's impossible to be traced. Ugh. So we don't do anything. We don't know anything. Great. Are we really going to? If we don't pay up? Blast, I know they're con. Scrum like them around every corner of the city. If it just goes cock up, they'll just kill the hostage and won't even leave a body for us to find. All kinds of awful images and ominous speculation begin to overwhelm us. So-called kidnappers were crowding amongst themselves, giggling and chattering. They knew our options were limited. Alright, I'm gonna start off asking how much they want. We're out of our element here. Best I can do is gather information at least. Huh? A short, exasperated sigh escapes Ishmael's lips. She's been sitting there the whole time, arms crossed and a harpoon across her chest.
돈을 주겠다.
We're going to pay him? Those bastards? Are you crazy? What else can we do, even though the
변명은
hostage...
관심 없고요.
I don't care about your excuses. I only care if this is really the best course of action you can come up with.
판단에 대한
Any
의심은
doubts about the manager's decisions are unnecessary. Yeah, you're as predictable as
당신이라면
always.
그렇게 말하겠지.
판단은 곧
Executive
명령이다.
manager's decisions are
의심은
orders.
곧 불복이다.
If to doubt them is insubordination, Ishmael, it doesn't matter how competent of a sea dog you are. Okay, if it says so, who cares? They've not given me an order. They didn't forbid me from doing anything, so what's your problem here?
없었으니 도저히
I just can't sit here and watch this play out. Ishmael strode towards him. It was plain from her tone and expression she did not care one bit about what the other sinners did or said.
명령
I'll gladly
불복종에 대한
accept the
처벌은
consequences. She shot me a fleeting glance before raising her harpoon.
편하실 때
For insubordination, manager.
내려주세요.
She thrust the well-sharpened harpoon right into the forehead. The entire action from start to finish was so full of absolute confidence that no one even thought to stop her. I couldn't either. Oof. Reishi was right. The kidnapper suffered a total obliteration of that forehead. Ishmael, what did you just do? Sinclair was the first to snap out of it. They also be agents. We just put him at risk because of, I could. He was trembling hard. I couldn't tell if he was welling tears he was holding back or an uncontrollable fury. Just like back then, Effie Sadi. It was only a few months ago. Don't tell me he moved on already. Sinclair's memories. I saw an image, both smiling. Both were excellent field agents. Because they were both excellent agents, they suffered in their last moments before our eyes, helplessly watching as they slowly expired in front of him at his old home at that. Those days must have been scorched in his memories. Interesting, so we have the ability to see... It was hinted at for a while now, but we can definitely see into their memories somehow. I recall Ishmael's vision that I witnessed back at Boatworks. That was also a moment that was burned to her memories. I wonder... Ishmael didn't seem to find the question worth answering. She strode towards the one Lowe's shopping containers that kicked open. A body that's been dead for so long its complexion and consistency barely resemble a living human slumped before.
이건 일주일 정도
This one's been dead for at least a week. And of course, isn't our agent. Ishmael kicks the body, he tossing it on its back.
옷을
From the looks of
보아하니
it, this was one
이곳
tourist visiting the
청새치항으로
Merlin
놀러온
port, probably loaded
관광객들이며
too if they could afford to
호수에서
travel to the
관광을 다닐
sites.
정도면
They wouldn't have been able to
부자라는
afford
소리
the
좀 듣고
ransom.
살았을 텐데
Huh.
돈을
They
보내지
would have been able to
못할
afford
리는
whatever
없었겠죠.
ransom the pirates demanded.
납치,
Kidnap,
협박,
extort,
살인
execute. These syndicates have been repeating
이런
these steps
조직은
for a good while at
모습만
U-Corp, even as their names and
조금씩
organizations change with time.
오래전부터
They're
유사 이곳저곳에 뿌리
everywhere,
내려져
like
있었지.
vermin.
오히려 여기서는
It'd be more accurate to call
해적이라고 부르는 게
them
더 맞는 표현이죠.
pirates here.
인지를
They
돌려줄
never
것처럼
return
계속
hostages.
돈을
They'll just keep asking more
요구하다가
and more ransom until the money
상대에게 더
well
이상
dries
뜯어낼
up.
게 없을 때
Ishmael poked the body with her foot.
이런 식으로
Then they kill the
죽이는
hostages like they did this one in. So he kills them after. I would ask why they would bother wasting time with that, but I guess that's just in case they absolutely have to prove the person's alive before the payments come. It's not ideal, but I guess it'll have to work. Quite numerous the prevalence of such tragedies must be. How can this be? Wherefore this no hero arrives at the occasion and put a stop to these villains. I believe this to be a place of tourism, is it not?
이런 경우엔
Well, that usually means there's a bigger fish looking out for these small fries.
그것이
Nay,
도대체
it matters
무슨
not so
관계가
long as
있다는
villains rampant the
말이오.
city is.
아직
It must be the case the
도시의
fiction of the city are
해결사들이 이
unaware.
사실을 모르는
Mayhaps they're
것이
preoccupied with
틀림없어.
any others in
그렇지
need. Not
않다면
else can explain
빙굴한다
this.
지금이라도
Unless, of course, U-Corp are the
정의로운
ones
보냈다면
on they're on U-Corp's very own payroll. We were to send a missive to one just honorable associations.
제발 돈키호테 씨
Don Quixote, please.
아직도 그
Isn't it
정의와
about time
악인
you woke up in
타령이에요?
delusions? I don't know if you're
현실이
rambling
그렇게 안
about
보이나요?
justice. You're villains.
본인은 아니야.
You know what?
아니,
Never mind. It's like I'm
그냥
talking to a
말하지
brick
마요.
wall. You're not gonna listen to me
어차피
anyways.
먹히지도
It's
않을 거.
infuriating just to sit here.
항상 있던
The shabbiness
시니까
is why can't we get
일이
anything done in
자꾸
time?
지금쯤이면
By now, there could have been
만나기로 한
talking to the
10시
agent, getting the
배우는
intel we need. Her eyes darted around with wrath, impatience, and anxiety. A metaphorical storm, an amalgamation of senses. She was billowing wildly and helplessly in the tempest. I could not even hope to hold her steady.
너희가
You
자초한
brought this on
거야.
yourself.
이 근방은
The Tsar
다
watches. Do you
우리
even know what
구역이라고.
syndicate you dogs
볼
just?
거면
Yeah, we're
그냥
doing
빨리
this. Let's
오세요.
get it over with. Mustachioed Twin Hooks pirates. But bandana wearing Twin Hooks pirates.
내가 눈에
Just a bunch of
새겨주지.
pirates?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Now this theme's not gonna be too difficult. Easy breathing. Easy breathing, eh?
너무 쉽군요. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 너무 쉽군요.
Immediately they were staggered.
예상 못했나 봐.
Now, what are their passives here? This unit has poise, gain 5 upon a clash win, 2 sides of a coin. Easy breathing. They have poise, they gain upon clash win. Atrophy, low morale, attack power low. If the first coin hits heads, gain damage up on the next turn. If the first one is tails, 2 sides of the coin.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
깔끔하게 물었군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이런 대상 사망, 징수 진행 불가.
그쪽으로.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
벌써 끝나간다.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
바람 들어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
대상 사망,
깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Victory. Easy.
어라, 언제 다 해치웠담?
Oh my, we're
이제
done
가도
already.
되죠?
Can I go now? Yeah, once he gets to snowball, he really snowballs. Insubordination? That seems good to stick to this one.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
꿈은 단정하지 않고 그쪽으로.
Win rate time.
그쪽방이 아닐 텐데.
Dang, that guy thought he was in good shape after he won that actually really good coin flip. 18's a pretty good number. But unfortunately, Yi Sang is a little insanely good.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖.
너무 쉽군요.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
꿈은 즉시 철거하시죠.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
그쪽으로.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
벌써 끝나가는.
내가
Luckily,
눈에
these pirates aren't
새겨주지.
too rough. Yeah, I do remember there is going to be more and more fights where I actually have to pay attention, so I'm going to do precisely that.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 진실을 마시게.
그쪽방이 아닐 텐데.
바람 들어오는 대로
깔끔하게 물었군.
빨리 봐라.
우리 보스가
Ah,
이
you
사실을 알면
bastards. When I boss her hear this,
그만두지
you're all
않을 텐데.
finished.
그러니까
So
지금이라도
yeah, bow down and beg for...
잠깐,
Wait, I'm not finished
참-
yet. Oh, that's
그거 잘
convenient. Ah, that's
보스가
convenient. Nice.
있으면
Now we can get
여기서
up on the chain and
지지부진하게
talk to the
시간
boss in
까먹기나 하고 있지 않아도
charge.
되겠네요.
So let's stop wasting our time here.
이
I don't
컨테이너들은
want
셀
to
수도
crack
없이
open these shipping
많고
containers one by one to go
그걸
through mountains
하나씩
of rotten
억지로 열어가며
corpses.
썩어가는 시체 냄새를 맡을 필요도 없고 한 손 정도는
You can still point, right? Please.
보스가 있는 곳
Location of your
이
boss.
지도에서
Mark this
손가락으로
map
위치 찍어요.
with your finger. I wasn't sure when she picked it up, but Ishmael's carrying a travel brochure. She shoved it in the pirate's face, who struggled a moment before pointing out a location on the map. As soon as her trembling fan reached the paper, Ishmael, wait, we have our next
갈
stop.
곳 나왔네요.
What are we waiting for? She walked out, leaving nothing but shipping containers, both of old and fresh bodies behind. What are the odds the LCC agent we're supposed to meet is still alive?
저들이 우리에게 가지고 있는 돈벌이에 대한
Depends
기대감에
on how rich they
따르겠죠.
think we are. He could already be dead then.
죄악의 경우
Even if the worst comes to
시체라도
pass, we
찾아야
should
해요.
still find his body. That'll find
뭐라도 나올
something.
테니까.
If that's what we'll find at the end of his corpse,
그래서
Ishmael,
저는
I don't think I could forgive.
저를요?
Who, me?
아니요.
No, us. We didn't even try to save them.
듣고
Faust.
있습니다.
I'm listening. Should we do something? Is she gonna be okay? I mean, Ishmael.
명령
I can give you
불복종에 대한
answers
것인지
regarding her subordination
수감자의
and
감정
her
상태에 대한
emotional
것인지
state.
이런
But this is
상황에서
not a matter in which Faust's
파우스트의
answers
추론
can be of much
별다른 도움이 되지
assistance.
못하겠죠.
나처럼 명령
Executive
불복종과
manager, such
단독
insubordination, nay rogue behavior
동서고금,
would have resulted in
직결
on-the-spot
처분의
execution in
대상이었습니다,
any other organization.
수감자를
I'm aware
처분할
punishing
권한이
the sinners is
없으시다는
not
건
part of the
알고
authority
있지만
given to you, but there must be some penalties
그의
befitting your
준하는
action.
처벌을
And for
향후
proper
관리를 위해
management. Otis, you're always by my side, pretty much always, now that I think
저도
about it.
한때 몇
I've been a
명
leader of men once, as you are
부하들을
now.
이끌었던
I can
입장으로서
sympathize with their
관리자님의
troubles.
신경을
I don't know if I can manage Ishmael, I just don't. Though it looks like she was acting rash, and maybe it was. Maybe she knew the right thing to do in this scenario. If Ishmael suddenly decided to quit or something, Faust will doubtless proceed to educate me on the various clauses that prevent her from quitting. But it's not like I could force her to come along should this hostility escalate. Besides, she'd already acted without my orders. She did say she'd follow, but I wasn't sure how long that would last.
그게 무엇이
Excuse me,
중요합니까?
manager. It doesn't matter.
10이라는 숫자가 어긋나는 건
We don't need to be there to be
부수적인
12 sinners. Are you saying we should leave Ishmael? Executive manager,
먼
I've wandered for many years in
곳으로부터
far
오랫동안
lands before
떠들다
making my journey
이곳에
here,
왔습니다.
and I've done so with steadfast determination.
입사
For a single
계약서에
clause in
적혀
my contract within the company,
그 목적을
I came
위한
ready to face all
여정에서
the hardship the journey
발생하는
entails.
고난과
Adversity,
나아가서
conflict, loss of comrades are simply
전우들이
facts of this
같은
quest I must weather. Truth be told, I expect all of them to happen at some point in our
오히려
journey.
당연한 요소일 것입니다.
Oh, I'll always remain by your side, of course.
관리자님과는
Smoothly added that last part, but... But there was a growing suspicion in the back of my mind that maybe not everyone felt the same sense of belonging from this group. Maybe I was the only one who sought a sense of belonging from them. That we'd fight as one no matter what this ordeal or journey through in our way.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던
The
홍원이
club.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
This location, marked by the pirate's blood, leads us to the entrance of a club. Faint music can be heard echoing from across the doors. So what is this place?
우리 중에 이런
Any of us been
요란한
to a
클럽
loud, flamboyant,
가본 사람?
deluxe dance club like this before?
굳이 우리 중에 고르자면은
Well, if I had to guess, my
그거
bet would be you.
편견이야.
Come on, a
우리
flashy bar like this at
뒷골목에는
my
이렇게
back
화려한 술집은
streets?
거의 없었어. 장사가
I
잘
doubt
될 리가
it would have had
없었잖아.
much business back
그치?
there, you know?
뭐
People would sometimes
뒷골목에서
host
몰래
back
벌이는
secret
파티
backstreet
같은 건
parties,
있었지만
but Sonia
그럴
always would
때마다
somehow catch
소녀가 매번
on.
귀신같이
Say, so why are we talking about this?
모르겠어, 단테.
Don't you see Dante? Bouncers the gate.
오셨죠?
Welcome. How many do you have with you today?
2명.
2. Come on, man. Don't you remember me? I'm on the
나
list.
기억 안 나?
My apologies. Please enter.
저것 봐 저것 봐.
Look, they're
뭔가
checking something with the guests
쑥덕거리면서
before letting them in.
물어보잖아.
We gotta squeeze in there smooth. Well, since Roji is out, next in line is...
뭐야?
What, me?
나? 무슨 말 같지도
What
않은
are you
소리야?
blathering about?
줄래?
I'll smash your skull in. I'd take that as a
나라면 어느
compliment if I were
정도는
you,
칭찬으로
Heath.
받아들일 것 같은데 히스.
Wait, should I? Sorry to disappoint, but my...
기다릴게
Sorry
버리게
to
되어서
disappoint, but my
아쉽지만
syndicate was less about
난
music and
좀
dance,
더
more about
피와
blood, loyalty,
땀과
things like
의리로
that.
섞여 있는 그런 조직 출신이라서 말이야.
I'm
아쉽지만
more of a small
저런
watering hole or an
삐까뻔쩍한
old pub bloke
곳보다는
than a fancy club.
허름한
Going and get
탁자에서
sloshed,
마시던
drinking
낡은
the
술집이
from
내게 더
rickety
가까워.
tables. Yeah, that's more like it.
나
Me.
음악과 함께
Music screams of fear and
울려
pain.
퍼지는
Deluxe walls painted red blood.
기본
Dance
벽.
people with crushed joints.
꺾여
Forced to
있는
dance.
그런 거는
Yeah, that's not a club. Well, I can't think of anyone else then.
아무도 없는 건가?
Yeah, for as much as Ryoshu loves to go to the murder option, she actually has never done any level of insubordination. In fact, even when we ask her to stand down, she never hesitates. I guess kind of like Otis, she seems to be doing the opposite of what it's warning of, and that does give me the impression that whatever her sin was that brought her here, might be tied to that, and that's why she's trying to act differently.
가보았다.
I have been to such a club.
다소.
Quite often, in fact. You're joking.
농담이지.
He choked upon hearing that.
농담이 아니다. 왜 그렇게
I am not. I
생각하는지
fail to see why that is difficult for you to accept. You know, honestly, I can see it.
인생에서 즐길
It is
거리를
merely one of the
찾으러
places I
돌아다닐
visited,
무렵에
where I used to
방문한
wander in
곳 중
search of
하나이군.
life's joys.
저 클럽의
A
절차를
curiosity observation
관찰해보니
of the procedures reveals that it is in fact a private club. As a general rule, visitors must receive from the bouncer's permission prior to entry.
문지기들은
Most
대체로
bouncers are of
평균
above
이상의
average mass
덩치를
and likely to be
소유하고
armed.
있었으며 이들 사이를
Key elements in
무사히
getting past
지나가려면
bouncers are...
일반적인 클럽이라면
You'd
그게 맞는
be right if this
말이겠지만
was any other club. Is she? Ishmael walked past us.
이곳은 조직의 보스가
This is the
있는
home of a
곳.
leader of a syndicate. The
당연히
question you should be asking
일반적이지
is
않은
what other
방식으로
ways
입장하지
are there of
않는
entering this
방식도 있을
establishment?
테고 그 답도
And I'm sure the answer lies with
조직원에게 있겠죠.
an insignificant member. And easy enough, right?
어떻게 오셨죠?
What brings you here, if I'm asked?
저는 저는
I'm Queequeg's friend.
퀴케그의
Queequeg's friend.
네가
Whose friend?
퀴케그 이름.
Queequeg. You recognize that
알고
name,
있죠.
don't you? You recognize that name, don't you? Amir mentioned the name. The bouncer's expression changed from that as indifference to disbelief. Wait, shit. The bouncer whispers from the radio. Is he really gonna listen?
당신이 정말
Are you truly the
퀴케그의
friend of this
친구라는 건가?
Queequeg? Well, what if I am?
지금 어디지?
Where is Queequeg?
보스께서
It's
물어보신다.
the boss asking.
그러니까
Right. Sir, boss is in the club.
당신들 보스가
Ah, that's what she was trying to get from that.
다시 한번 묻는다.
Ask him, where's the trunks on our wear, Pete? I thought we were trying to sneak in. No,
미안해.
I just want to know if their boss is home. We should be able to get all the intel we want from them. Yeah, over this Queequeg, as it seems they've caused quite a stir in a number of places. And now to enjoy another round of less violent ice hockey. Well, the fights are, seeing them all run around and fight like that was kind of mesmerizing at first. And now that I kind of, sort of, maybe might also kind of understand it, I don't know. Lucky it doesn't seem like their gimmick is all that rough. They could snowball if we let them, but we shouldn't, I think.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
안드님 봤어요?
Time to squash them like bugs.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
내가 눈에 새겨줄
깔끔하게 물어보네.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
That's golden Dante, that's golden bow Dante, it's Dante Dante.
봤어요?
I wouldn't know, I only just met Damien twice. Although I am surprised that we didn't get a level cap increase after the last one. Honestly, kind of disappointing, honestly. I was kind of hoping to upgrade everyone, but whatever.
짓밟아라.
Alright. Also, welcome to the stream. Himalfarius.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
36. Yeah,
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
36 feels a lot more reasonable than the ridiculous number from Canto 4, that's for sure.
그러니 언젠가 제외할
Let's just hope the pacing is gonna be a bit better this time.
은자를
Crack neck,
풀어주시오.
crack neck.
파우스트가 맞이하죠.
와, 어느새
Whoa, I can't believe they're letting us in
길을
like this. Let's just go. I wanted to correct him, the bouncers weren't letting us in. They're either face down a ditch or fleeing, and we're just letting ourselves in. But I guess I wasn't in the mood. I'm pretty sure Hong Lu is intentionally being silly.
헤이! 몇 명이서 오셨어?
Hey, you here with anyone?
13명이서
Yes, I have
왔습니다.
12 companions.
어,
12?
저기 있다.
There, got him.
자,
Okay, everyone, let's see the famous Marlin dance from our beloved Marlin Port. Arms out like this. Swing, swing, and lock. Swing and lock. Oh, what's with all the boom and bass? It feels as though sound waves are vibrating my entire brain matter.
다 앞에서
Get out
꺼지세요.
of my way, or you'll all be sorry. She swung her mace, shattering the nearby table to pieces, and that was more than enough for the clubbers to realize the seriousness of the situation. They quickly ran the exit and vacated. I guess it's good we just go to the boss and take them out immediately.
일기당천.
Kinda neat having them use the crowbars in place of pirate hooks. Although it seems like they're spending an awful lot of money on the pirate aesthetic. They must be really dedicated to the cause. I'd make a reference to the flying spaghetti monster meme, but I'm not sure anyone would even remember that anymore. That one's a very old meme.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
멀어졌지고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Oh, guess we're gonna have to clobber this guy pretty hard.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
소매님 단정하지 않습니다.
너무 쉽군요.
Aha.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Oh dang. I did no damage because I failed to coin flip. Oh well, that wasn't technically on reuse anyways. Hit me hard, hit me harder. Yeah, the twin hooks are the elite ones.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Well, as long as the sinners aren't actually dying, so the Dante doesn't have to revive them, we should be able to hide our ace in the hole.
소매님 단정하지 않습니다.
I'll pop a Starium, believe in the existence of a divine god monster. Yeah. One of the big things around it was that supposedly the world is going downhill because of the reduction in total pirates in the world. This was before the Somalian pirates ended up rising about a number of years later. And since that was kind of a really depressing situation, that probably contributed to the joke being less funny.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
Unfortunately, real life can do things that make jokes less funny like that sometimes.
언젠가 제외할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
Yeah, I'll just do it this way.
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
I have no need for his reason, but Dawn's defense skill has a funny little trick to it. I might need... Yeah, it's my understanding that T-Corp have some interesting defense skills. But I think, doesn't she need to be up-type 4 before it unlocks the bit gimmick? Because I do know up-type 4 typically upgrades the defensive skill in a significant manner, including giving it a sin element that it normally doesn't have. And on reuse.
너무 쉽군요.
Ting Tang Gang is a lot of... Hong Lu is a lot of fun.
일기당천.
That reuse is really, really nice. I'll double check those. It might be, and I just haven't checked. I just remember that a lot of big upgrades to the defensive skills came at up-type 4 for a lot of them, so...
깔끔하게 물었군.
Let us prepare to collect.
퇴거하시죠.
Ooh, what's this guy? Agile Twinox Pirate.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
That would make sense. T-Corp Otis has the same mechanic. Should check if I still have any of those up-type 4 item, auto up-type 4 items from the new player login. Wait, no. If I do that, I should hold off and wait for the Walpurgis Night. Like I said, if I get something like Full Stop Hong Lu, or if I do decide to go for Shi Faust, Association Faust, I should probably use it on one of those. Although, again, none of these, as far as I can tell, none of these resources expire, which is why I'm not really in a hurry to be spending too much of it. Yeah, I love the animation stuff with Butler Faust. She's a lot of fun. At least I can get away with using some suboptimal stuff here and there.
이쪽으로.
벌써 끝나가만.
I can check after this fight. After this fight and probably story mode, I can go ahead and check to see
단정하지 않고.
if Dawn's is unlocked with up type 4 or if it's already available and I just haven't been using it much.
그쪽 방은 아닐 텐데.
선생님, 봤어요? 재밌네요.
일기당천. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Ah.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Let me
그러니
take a look here. Defense here. On use, when hit by the enemy, inflict 2 tremor on the next turn. If this unit is not borrowed time, gain 4 borrowed time at the end. And what's gained at up tie 4? I shall summon the time. This turn. It's the yellow stuff that's new from the uptie, right? Okay, it looks like the gimmick is still present here, but it does become a sloth skill after, which is quite nice if we're completely honest. Actually, I could even try and do it. No, I can't. I don't have nearly enough threads. But I do think upgrading the I do think getting the passive from the ego was worthwhile, especially since I'm using Dawn in all my fights right now. She doesn't particularly... Oh, hello, Apollo. Welcome. I've completed the Intervallo, and so I'm on to Canto 5. I was just going through some of my characters there since... let's see here. Gimmick is available, third skills in borrowed time state. Yeah, I believe it does. I think I've seen that, but borrowed time is a I don't get borrowed time used that much, and I don't use defensive skills that often yet. But I imagine it's probably going to become a bit more common to use them coming up soon. Thank you, Apollo. Alright, first mate. Time for here. As you can see, I'm still with random bullshit go teams. There's definitely a lot of these to fight through, but nothing we can't handle, really. Ooh. Lost a couple, but it's nice when a skill has a decent amount of coins, so even if I mess one up, I can still recover with the rest. Yeah, I was just we're just discussing how I was thinking about, so I should probably start thinking about getting to Uptype 4 now that I've got a good combat team going. I could definitely use some more IDs for the other characters, especially ones I don't have anything good for right now, like Merceau or Heathcliff, but at the same time, getting a good team going so that specifically so that I can farm the resources for those other characters isn't a bad idea either. Excellent. Query which unit's being spoken of. I was looking at my fighting team right here actually to see what kind of upgrades were available from it. It looks like Yisang, the ninja Yisang, the Haisho Yisang here might have the best Uptype 4 upgrades if I were to do that. Thing is, I just don't have that many shards for these characters yet. And something like Faust, I should probably save the shards for to buy one of the stronger IDs. It does seem like Uptype 3 is the most important just because that unlocks all those skills and passives, but Uptype 4 does give a reasonably strong upgrade in the general sense. At the same time, I guess there's also some value in holding off on resources to get someone else to Uptype 3. Like, I did manage to pull an T-Corp Otis a while ago. She's not leveled or uptight anywhere yet, but at the same time, she's not my main fighting team, and I have a decent fighting team here. Especially since I do still want to focus on characters who actually have the Arknight's IDs. It's also one of the reasons I'm wondering if debating whether my next pull focus should be on the new Shi Association Faust, just because the sort of stance change between charging the bow and attacking normally seems like fun, even though I'm not sure how actually practical it is. Yeah, Faust has taken some hits. Luckily, I should have more than enough gluttony energy to heal up with the Eco there. With Command Meltdown, so that should work. Yeah, she's in a bit of a bind, but I can fix this. Yeah, gluttony here, power. Alright, this will heal the two who need the healing most. That's going to be herself and, I guess, Ryoshu. That is acceptable. Recommendations. Haisho, Gregor, and Yisang would be the best choices among those visible. Yeah, look, yeah, I was from the same mind. Yisang in particular, like I said, Yisang is pretty much my carry in every single one of, whether it's a fight that I have to actually focus on, like during Canto 4 before, or these auto battles, he's pretty much my carry, so it seems like the best option to start getting going. But again, my resources don't expire, so I figure I have some time to think about it before I choose to dedicate. Oh yeah, that's a good stagger. And that heal is pretty good. Good. Faust is no longer in nearly as dire a situation. Yeah, I'm really loving this Honglu identity. It's that reuse is just really, really helpful. I know it's far from the strongest one, but I can't deny it's really nice seeing him get a kill and then immediately get a second like that. That's just so satisfying to watch. Hello, sleepy boy. Welcome. Yeah, see how much better everyone's in now. I know it's not as good as Fluid Sack, but I'm sure I'll be able to make do with it. I mean, a lot of times a fight that seems difficult just requires me to make a change in strategy, like how Dongbek was an absolute nightmare until I had her clash and duel with a very specific character rather than whoever she felt like. You better tell us where your boss is before things turn ugly. Go drink some more milk before you start tossing out threats like that, laddie. I'm serious. Talk. The next thing getting smashed is your head. Your skull. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's calm down. Captain if it's hostage you're looking for, the first maid will know. Directions. The last room at the end of that corridor. Go. Not that way. Get out of the club. Oh, sorry.
야, 너 뭔가 늘었는데?
Okay. You're getting better at this, aren't you? Hopefully. I don't want to get complimented for doing something like this. I just think we have to get the hostage as soon as possible.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
The first
것이요.
mate part 2.
그러니
I
언젠가
don't really want to wait
제외할
for the recharge, so we'll use a box here.
은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만
몸 좀 풀어볼까요?
요란스럽기도 해라.
You
어느
certainly made a
선장이
mess
보낸
out
거야?
there. Tell me, who sent you?
아니면
Rival captain? Are you looking to
나무가 또
collect the head of my bounty?
붙었나?
Because aware, Thrive 30 will be a nightmare. Be aware. Okay, that's a funny name, I admit. Yeah, I've heard Canto Fire is when it actually starts getting challenging. And more than just like Dongbek in the last one. Hopefully my team will be prepared in time. So you're the boss here.
그래?
Yeah, I'm
내가
Shmi,
쌍갈고리
first mate of the Twin Hood
해줬다네.
Pirates.
우선 날 보고 싶어
Heard you want to see me. What, want an autograph?
당신은 2인자라고.
We were informed that you were the second in command. Oh no!
우리는 보스를 원한다.
We seek your superior. Tell us of the whereabouts.
푸크 그놈은
That ass had us
어디서
be
또
drowning in
요정 좀
fairy
마시고
wine somewhere.
있겠지.
3 sheets the wind.
그러니까 실질적으로
So I pretty much
내가
run this
이곳을
joint, de
지배하고
facto
있는
and all,
거라
you know?
봐도 무방해. 그리고
And you gotta
이
understand our predicament. The
한국에선
perfume
고작
business has
향수
never been our
사업만
most
하기엔
lucrative venture, so we're just
돈이
looking to
좀
branch out.
모자라잖아.
A purely business
그래서
decision devised by
이것저것
none other than
부업들 좀
yours
해보고
truly.
있었지.
이해했다. 너는
Understood. Then
우리가
you must have
원했던
this
정보를 갖고 있겠고.
information we seek.
우린 너희
We
조직이
are
확보한
in search of a certain individual held hostage by this establishment.
그
Hand
정보를
over the
내놓아라.
information regarding his whereabouts. Widely considered one of the great difficulty walls. Sounds impressive. I probably won't be able to go much later than this because I'm getting tired, but I'm definitely going to be preparing. Sinclair. Which one is the N Sinclair? Is that the one that shoots himself if he fails the coin flip? That's my buddy's favorite Sinclair for identity. Me, I just have the middle little brother, Sinclair. Oh, the one who showed grip. I could go with that one, but if we're honest, the fact he uses a negative coin, meaning I have to keep his sandy low, but not so low that he corrodes, is honestly kind of a pain in the ass. That's why I just go with middle little brother. That one's also a little tricky, and it depends on, since he has a bit of a gimmick of his own, but it's a lot less of a pain. But I will say he's never let me down. He's got decent damage, he can take a few hits, no real complaints. Hostage, what a crude choice of words. We prefer to call him our guest. Guest. Your guests usually end with a bullet hole in the head. This manager accomplished the day of its release with all unit deployments utilized. After I finish tonight, I'll probably get back to this game on Sunday, so depending on how far I get, it might be fighting it there, or if it's a dungeon thing, I might actually have to save that for another time, because these chapters are starting to get really long, and they actually are gonna take focus on my end. Took a month off the game after hitting an unmovable wall. Against Stagger, good to go, and just to make the absolute living hell out of him. I might be able to do something with the Arc Knight's egos then. Luckily, I managed to get all of them, although granted I had to hit pity, I won't lie. The 200 pity thingy. Yeah, well then how about a deal? Tell me everything you know about Queequeg and I'll see if that guest you're looking for is safely returned. Besides, that guest of ours, he's a big shot, isn't he? LC something's team leader? Oh, and one of you is a friend of Queequeg, is that correct? Due to the nature of 5, its difficulty on release increased rather than decreased the more units were deployed. Oh, are they an enemy that gets stronger the more buffs the enemy has? Meaning the more buffs your team uses, the stronger they get? I really hate bosses with that kind of gimmick, especially if you're trying to just have fun with a weaker team, because that usually requires you make more support or buffs to make up for it. Right, Egos, just hope they do the 200 damage, otherwise they put the fries in the bag. Egos lost the clash. Omission, you shall see. Yeah, even if I fail it a couple times, once I figure out the gimmick, I should be able to do something about it. That said, I do need to be careful. I've been warned that the game is balanced around, that the fluid sac ego for Faust is so powerful the game is pretty much balanced assuming you have it. And I can't use that because that would require not using the command meltdown from Arcanites. So that's going to be interesting to play through. Ishmael cannot be killed, something he's saying. That's all I'm saying. If she's forced to be deployed, I'm gonna have to borrow a friend's Ishmael because I do not have a single good one. All I've got is like Slime Ishmael and a couple other 2 stars that are not the good ones, basically. I've looked at a list. Yeah, you must use. I figured. Yeah, I'm figuring each Canto is gonna force me to use them to some degree, which is also why I should probably start getting everyone in good shape sooner rather than later. Like, I do not have a single good Heathcliff ID. Granted, I guess again, I could simply borrow. I really should try and get a good ish. Yeah, I'm just gonna probably borrow your Swish or a friend's Wish in general. Because, yeah, it just seems easier to do it that way. Yeah, especially since I barely have any shards of any characters right now. I could probably live without some, like I could probably just use the shards for Yisang just to up type 4 his current one because his Haisho one, his Ninja one is pretty self-sufficient. I probably won't need another one for a while, from him for a while, but others a bit less so. What? Plus again, the Walpurgis Night is coming and I want to see what's on offer with it. That's going to be a huge deal. One character who can nuke the boss. Maybe I should go for a She Association. Faust. Tell me everything you know about Queequeg. What she's up to, she's with the last chance she had to see you. I want to hear all of it. I'm sure there's no need to remind you who's got the upper hand here. I wish I could tell you, I really do. Warning, Zui Ishmael is so incredibly well matched that she's the easiest, most consistent method of success to solo it. Even in a team, the difficulty drops immensely by her mere presence. I see. Not a bad one at all, then. Stirs everyone's Ishmael with envy. Hey, like I said, my best Ishmael is Slime, the sloshing Ishmael. The one that's considered one of the worst ones ever. To her credit, she does work well granting Tremor alongside my my Ninja Yisang and T-Corp Don Quixote, who I keep calling Steampunk Don Quixote because she looks. I like the steampunk armor. Yeah, she's really not that great since she only ever seems to hit once, not for that much. I guess to her credit, she does at least inflict Tremor, and she is pretty tanky, but that's about it. I definitely would rather borrow an Ishmael if I have to use her in anything here. Yisang, I just got lucky that I happen to have a good one of my own, so I didn't have to borrow one. Borrowed a friend's Merceau for that one. What was the Dawn, the Enforcer, whatever, the Mafia, the guy in a red coat with 2 phases. It was hilarious watching him go. He could probably have sold the whole thing, but luckily it didn't come to that. I like the Resonant Desire. In the general sense, I do like a lot of the outfits the characters have for a lot of the egos. Not just the Arknights ones, although those are definitely highlights as well. Even stuff like the Angel from Angel Merceau and the shoes, dancing shoes Radiant. Pretty neat. I don't know what any of them do. Well, I know what the Merceau one does because let me borrow his, but you know what I mean. I'm still learning about what a lot of these characters even do. There's a lot of text to go through. Luckily, I can kind of parse some of them. Maybe, sort of. Arknights are such a scam. Got nothing but dupes in the Chalcedego. I mostly got lucky because the new players get a metric ass load of resources, which I was able to immediately put into the banner. I imagine if I go, regardless of whether I go for Walpurgis Knights or the She Association Faust, neither of them is going to go nearly as well. Be like niche units, try W Corby saying for charge units. Paralyze and shield on kill. He's not utilized, I like using him. Yeah, for a lot of characters, I usually like ones that are either I like the characters themselves, which, well, it's not as big a deal for this game since I like the Sinner crew. Sure, I like some more than others, but I'd say I don't dislike any of them. But also ones that are fun, even if they're not necessarily practical, hence considering C Association. Faust, honestly, I'm not sure how good she actually is. I've seen some content creators claim that she's kind of mid, but I can't confirm or deny any of that. Oh dear. Wild Hunt Heathcliff is fun and OP. I have to really manage my shards though. Like I said, since I'm such a new player, I barely have 50 shards for any of them here. I'm pretty much gonna have to make use of the universal shards and at some point. Alright, as long as I stop all the attacks, I should be in good shape. But I'm definitely gonna have to use the Calcid Ego to heal up again. I've heard there's definitely a few notorious bosses, and I guess all games are gonna have one. Even in Arknights, there's a couple particularly infamous bosses. Some of them have been made easier with power creep, but not all of them. Ah, nice. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a hard... Oh, here's Shmi. Twin Oak Pirate's first mate, Shmi. Actually, I can safely do this. Oh, I can't? What resource am I missing? Yeah, I've got I've got 10 Gluttony. Why is it so much to corrode? Oh, because I don't have the sanity for it. That's the problem. I'm gonna have to take the sanity hit though, because I absolutely need healing. Yeah, Dawn and Faust really need the heals, and that should be just enough, I think. If I attempt to accumulate all my resources, I might be able to get exactly one identity. This is also why I'm a bit hesitant to just go for something like full stop of Honglu, because if I get him but not Heathcliff, they want to be together, and I'm not sure about that entirely. Overclock is such a scam for new IDs to also I'm yours. The original one's way more goated. New ego. I was thinking, wait, the She Association can hit allies? You should be able to safely overclock if you have the resources, but I wasn't able to there. I'm not sure if it's because it requires a thread spin 4 or what, or something. Yeah, her overclocking on allies. Strange. Usually there's a safe overclock if you have the resources, but oh well. Alright, that's a good stagger. Yeah, that was worth my time. It really hurt the sanity, but I think it was worth it, especially since the healing was exactly what everyone needed. I accidentally used Honglu's overclocked as Tears of the Tarnished. I'm not sure what some of them, the egos do on. I'm sorry. Wipe my entire team. Oh my! You should have been here during my Canto 3 playthrough. I ended up accidentally corroding Gregor during his Brilliant Glory attack. It ended up destroying absolutely everything, but since the boss was also among the things destroyed, I won. Wait, you better stay away, lay a finger at me and you'll regret it. You have no idea who's looking out for me. What? Don't freak out now, it's a big brother. From the middle. Oh, a BB. I've had a few times like that. During the Arknights crossover event, the last night fight had me with only an Ishmael left, and not against the last night, and she was on like single-digit HP, so I just had to use the corroded hit ego from the event and hope for the best, and it just barely did enough damage to win. I've had a few clutch wins, let's just say. And this Queequeg, the middle put a pretty hefty bounty on her head, in case you didn't know. And she not only dared to quit the middle, but decided to fall off the face of the earth. Now that's what you call prime stupidity. Given the middle never forgets. Okay, are you finished? Wait, really? You're just gonna kill me? It's our mess. I'm not allowed to believe any loose threads behind. The middle we're talking about, the middle, don't you know who they are? Wait, fine, I'll tell you where your friend is. The shipping container looking for. We keep our living hostages in containers in the green triangle. Since it's a recent catch, you can find them on the east side. Probably. Green triangle. I wonder if there's one of those, but if it's a different shade of green. And what if you're just lying to get out of a pinch? You should be able to tell. You can tell right away. I'm serious, please. There you have it. I've said it's more enough confirmation. Are you happy now, Sinclair? Yeah, if there's only one unit left, as far as I can tell, there's no drawback to the corrosion, since there's no allies attacked by accident. Sinclair was frowning, but Ishmael didn't seem to care. She stood there rubbing the wrist of her arm. It almost seemed as though she was measuring the amount of strength to turn Sumi's head into a pulp in one fell swoop. Wait, killing her could cause a lot of trouble. We know where the hostage is. I think that's good enough. Let's head back. I don't feel the need to convince your manager, so kindly get out of my way. I don't want to waste any more time on this. You know what else is a waste of time? Killing me. How about we go on our merry ways, huh? Oh, I disagree. Ishmael. It can be pretty fast. Her eyes were lost and wandering. She swung with the harpoon arm, ready to strike. And before I knew what she was doing, I was leaping in the way. Executive manager! Dante. Insane! You're the one who's insane. You dare lay your hands on an executive manager was insubordination. Oh, no. Smart choice. If you'd killed me, a big brother or even a big sister would have gone after you. I recalled a time when the exact opposite happened, when the Ishmael leapt in front of me, taking the malfunctioning bullets in my place, and called my name as her body liquefied, as though she had faith my name alone could make everything right. Did you just take a harpoon for that bitch? If I'd aimed for the side, I would have hit you in the face, her stupid clock face, don't you understand? Yeah, I do, and boy, did you really... You wet the heck out of that harpoon, this really hurts. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be... Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna be getting a decent bit further, but I'm definitely gonna be continuing this on Sunday. I usually mix up games for a couple of reasons, one of which is to prevent me from burning out. Believe me, I've been liking this game a lot, but if I had been kept doing it too often, I could burn out before the end, and I don't want that. I want to have some fun with it. Plus, it does give me time for things like Uptype 4 on my main carry if need be. So, it works out for everyone involved, I think. What can you stop it? You're done whips. Yeah, by all means. A lot of people just like to stop by whenever their particular game is up in my little rotation, so by all means, feel free to do so. Can you please stop with the goddamn whips? executive manager,
처자의
her words and
행동은
actions are now more than enough to
그야말로
consist of full
하극상의
immunity. She had made an
상관
attempt
살해
on the life of a
직전.
direct superior.
더 이상
I can
방관할
only
수
sit by
없습니다.
idly, though you may not have punitive
지금
authority. We
당장
must make a
윗선에
detailed
낱낱이
report and
보고고
relay to the higher ups.
향후 처리를
We
어떻게
discuss
할지
our future
논의해야 합니다.
actions. It's okay, Otis. I chose to get in her way.
괜찮지 않습니다.
This is not okay.
저자는
This individual has constantly,
지속적으로
repeatedly
우리의
caused serious
임무에
setbacks on
심각한
our
차질을
mission.
빚게 하고 있습니다. 선을
And that executive manager is
넘었단
crossing the
말입니다.
line. Yeah, we can't keep having Virgils clean up our messes. We need to have a talk with her directly here. Otis, I said it's okay. I didn't take that harpoon for that woman. I took it for Ishmael.
이제
What? Did you flip a
아예
switch and decide to become
성인
humanitarian
분자를
all of a
자초해보기로
sudden?
결심한 지금껏
You
손에
never
피
had
한
to
방울
dirty your hands with a drop of
묻혀보지
blood.
않고
Not even once.
오히려
You just sat back and ordered us to bloody
우리에게
ours in your
대신해 좀
stead.
묻히라 했던 당신이
No. First of all, ordering someone does not make the blood not on my hands. The blood's on my hands the moment I said, oh no, telling us to ease up on the murders? What are you trying to say? You don't want us to get traumatized? Some touchy feely shit like that?
가슴 따스한 소리.
No, it's my intuition. That probably wasn't very convincing, was it? No, of course not. Intuition comes from experience, from memories.
시계
You
이전의
remember Jack
당신은
over the clock, Dante? How
더
can I
이상
trust your
당신 머릿속에
intuition?
없는데.
That woman, I think she's a pretty important position of power, at least in this district. Killing her before thinking things through could complicate things.
반대로
Did occur to you that not
살려놓았을
killing
때는
her would also complicate
마찬가지
things?
결과를 불러일으킬 수도 있다는.
I'm just think killing everyone in our way left and right like this won't help us in the future.
앞으로
In the future, eh? Sorry, I can't. I don't have any better explanation for what I just did.
앞으로라는 게
I don't know how far in the future you're
얼마나
talking
멀리까지를
about,
말해.
but
적어도
I'm sure we have different
제약과
things in store for us there, Dante.
단테, 다시는
Do not ever
몸을
put
함부로
yourself at
던지지 마시게.
risk at such a matter again. Come on, this advice coming from one of you guys, that's not very convincing.
그대는 12의
Responsibility of
책임자이니
12 lies lies upon
우리보다
your
12배
shoulders,
더
Dante.
조심해야
Thus,
하는
you must
것이오.
risk yourself 12-fold.
또한 그대의
Doubly so, and
죽음은
that should you
다시는
perish, we do not
돌이킬
pass
수
the means to
없기에
bring you back.
그리고 되돌릴 수
And
없는
ones that cannot be
것은
brought back
견딜 수
leave an
없이
unbearably
아픔으로.
painful void. So he's not, yeah, he's not just saying that he needs us for his, for our ability to revive him, it's because he cares about us as well. His second was right, my shoulder's in an unbearable amount of pain.
시계대거리.
You alright, clockhead? Yeah, I'm good, the clock still works. Well, it's not
아니,
right,
내 말은-
loony bugger, you're not all there either. Or maybe it just took you a while to
이제분이
lose it,
너도
eh?
정신 나간 우리만 문제일
I
줄
never thought at least
알았더니
one sane person on the bus, but I guess they're no different.
다를 게 없구만.
I'm pretty sure Dante lost the ability to call himself normal when he accidentally hit the casino and wasted the luck machine. The luck tattoo. Heathcliff just shook his head and walked away.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수
The
있는
shipping containers.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
정리
I
시간.
imagine we've got a good amount of fights left in us, but whatever. My team random bullshit go is somehow making it through. Granted, it does help a handful of them are really good, like, I guess it's no coincidence the ninjas all seem to be considered ridiculously powerful. You think all these shipping containers are full of...
뭐가 들어있을지
Right, let's not try to linger on that thought. I tried my best not to speculate on what terrible things the pirates might be hiding in that mountain of shipping crates.
거기 누구냐?
Yar,
여긴
who's
어떻게
there?
본
How
거야?
did you find this place?
우리
Hey,
이
we're just back
초록색
here
세모
to check that
컨테이너만
shipping
열어보고
container with the green
바로
triangle out there. Then we'll be
빠져라.
right out of your hair, okay? Let's just talk them out before anything worse happens to our agent. Take them out before anything worse happens to our agent.
내가 눈에 새겨줄.
I have seen when Dawn puts on her helmet in this particular ID. She wears that armor pretty good, I must say. That said, the profile for T-Corp says that they apparently can... Yeah, from her lines alone, I knew T-Corp had used time as currency, but I wasn't like that one movie I can't remember the name of, but I wasn't expecting them to have complete control over past, present, and future. That sounds a little ridiculous and, kind of insane. That's basically having the power to control fate itself. Or undoing the timelines completely.
단테님 봤어요?
Then again, we might run into them in the future, so perhaps I should let the story tell me about it. some spoilers are unfortunately unavoidable, like learning what the middle kind of is, just because of middle plus Sinclair being my main Sinclair ID. I guess it's unavoidable to an extent. I guess to a degree it can also increase my interest in wanting to see exactly what the middle is all about. Oh, sure, I can, yeah, if anyone wants to add me, I can go ahead and show my ID after this. Just let me finish all these fights.
단테님 봤어요? 너무 쉽군요.
Always satisfying to see Butler Faust smack someone down.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
이건 예상 못했나 봐. 깔끔하게 물었군.
운이 따라준다면 좋겠네요.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
And there we are. Yeah, by all means, I'm fine letting anyone who wants to add me do so. Just be aware, my team still has a lot of work.
굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는.
Window.
추위에
Yeah, here we are. My ID for anyone who wishes to add. Crackneck. Put mine in. I guess I could. Future should be a cab. Ah. Ooh, that's some nice artwork. That's from the new, that's from the new Faust ID, right? Very nice.
추위에 잘 버틸 수 있는 오리 깃털이 든 침구로 준비하라고 하시더군요.
First 10 pull. Oh, congrats.
편안한 밤이
I'm still
되시길.
deciding whether I go for that banner or the Walpurgis next, but I'm gonna wait and see what Walpurgis actually has to offer. Oh, past missions. Weekly. Oh, here we are. Defeat 100 enemies. Sounds good to me. Alright, I'm gonna keep going until I'm a bit too tired or my drink runs out, so. Oops. Mirror Dungeon Hell. Ah, yeah, I know what you mean. Some mirror dungeons I have to do across a couple days.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
소매니
마음 놓고 멀어졌지고.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
마음 놓고 열어졌지고.
Pretty easy stuff.
일기당천.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
물 넘고.
즉시 퇴거하시죠.
벌써 끝나가네.
재밌네요. 너무 쉽군요.
내가 눈에
Go through all
새겨주지.
these. Alright, you have a good rest. Thanks for stopping by. X2 banner. Ah, good luck. I'm debating if I want to go for Tragodia as the next one, so unfortunately, no matter what, I'm gonna have to skip Exu Altar and Lumen for the Arcanite's banner, I mean. But I'm also going to be seeing what's coming up next on the home server because that also might be a bit enticing. I was not expecting to make Mantra playable. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how things go there, though. Pretty easy to do all this.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
선생님, 봤어요?
Yeah, now that we've got high sanity on, yeah, high sanity on Ting Tang. Hing Hong Lu is gonna be really nice for getting those coin flip wins. He pretty much everything on him rides on getting that head.
깔끔하게 물었군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
너무 쉽군요.
벌써 끝내가나. 즉시 퇴거하시죠.
이걸로 이번 죽은과 결별할 날도 머지 않았나? 마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니
Mr. Pilot.
이견은 없겠다마는.
Looks like we get ourselves a pilot that can bring us to where we need to go.
컨테이너일 거예요. 이제
This one's gotta be the shipping
열면
container. In here should be the
LCCB.
key.
정말 죽는 줄
I thought I was done
알았습니다.
for.
저는 이번 작전에
Name's
투입된
Pilot.
LCCB 사전 건축 사업과
LCCB preliminary
대리
unit says this is the
파일럿이라고
manager.
합니다.
당신
Wait, you're
팀장이
not the team leader?
아니었어요?
The pilot said they captured the team leader. I'm standing right here. What's up with the obvious disappointment?
구해주셔서
Anyways,
감사합니다.
thank you for saving my life.
LCB 분들에 대한
I've
이야기는
heard so many
많이
stories about you all.
전해들었습니다.
LCB, huh? What kind of stories, I wonder? Oh yeah, there's probably a lot of stories about us, and I'm willing to bet very few of them are actually positive. Happy to make your
실제로
acquaintance,
만나뵙게
those
되니
ladies. I'm a huge
영광입니다.
fan ever since I joined the
입사할
company.
때부터 계속 팬이었습니다. 다들 표정이
What are you looking at me like that? Long story short, there's a whole mess. This other guy
이해해줘.
claimed to be a fan,
우리가
but this other guy claimed to be a fan. So yeah, I gotta understand.
그리고
I got a message to
전해드릴 말이
delivery,
있습니다.
guys.
당신들
Hey, I bet you guys are chaotically running around somewhere in U-Corp like headless chickens and messing everything up.
파괴.
Time for oof.
아닙니다.
Wait, I'm still living the message
그게
exactly
아니라
as I
그분의
was given it.
메시지를 좀 더
Intentions and all.
생동.
조심해야 해.
Watch out! Don't you
우리랑
think it might be better to start with the and I
이야기할 때는
quote?
주어부터 빠르게 알려줘야
And tells us who the
한다고.
she is too.
단축과 생략은
Abbreviations and
뉘앙스가
omissions are
전혀
two
다르다.
completely different things.
초보인 것
I'll let
같으니
this slide,
한 번만
fledgling, just this once.
넘어가지.
주어 말입니까?
Who she is? Of course,
그건
no,
소드
then manager
과장님이시죠?
Miss Sod herself. Wait, she's
소드
alive?
씨가
We shall ignore
살아계세요?
that I was unfortunately spoiled about this by the Arknights event, crossover event.
과장?
Manager, she get
승진
promoted?
아직 재활 중에
She's still in recovery,
계십니다만
but the after team arrived just in the
다행히
nick of time and
LCCA
treated her
부서에서
wound,
빠르게
saving her
도착.
life. I'm glad it wasn't a
수석인 건
posthumous promotion.
소드 과장님도
Manager Swab
여러분을
wanted to meet all of you
만나뵙고
all
싶어
too,
했는데
but I couldn't make it on account of her
임무가
being on a
엇갈려서
different mission.
이곳으로 오시지는 못하셨습니다.
I'm glad she's okay. I suppose she is one we didn't directly see die, we just kind of left her to die. So, big difference. Still, that would have her death would have been would still have been an impactful one, unlike poor Samjo, where he seemed to just die because as the plot went, oh shit, we haven't killed anyone while Samjo swan dive in there into the goo.
소드 씨는
Is Sod okay?
물론입니다.
Of course, it wasn't the
고비는 몇
smoothest
번
recovery, but she's now
넘기셔서
healthy enough to eat some
지금은
grub
밥도
and
잘
have a
드시고
lengthy
대화도
conversation.
잘하십니다.
아니 그건 다행인데
That's
그걸
great. I was
보는
asking because
파트너를
she lost her partner right before her eyes, you know?
바로 코.
Pilot, produce a piece of old folded paper and get a read from it.
LCCB 사원
This is a reminder to
여러분들은
all
한 번 더
LCCB
기억해
employees. We,
주시기
the Report
바랍니다.
team, are assigned to a paramount task
저희
of clearing the path
비포팀은
for all
모두를
else.
대신해서
Every bloody
기대트는
step, every
중요한
flesh
임무를
given
맡은
becomes another stepping
직원들입니다.
stone for your fellow Limbus
여러분들이
companies
피를
to
흘려가며 내디딘
employees to
한 걸음
follow
한
in the
걸음이
future.
미래를 위한 길이 됩니다. 입사하자마자
That's the
받는
very first line from
신입교육
our new hire
매뉴얼에서
training
가장
guide when we
먼저
were
나오는
issued.
내용입니다. 저는 말입니다.
And I'm
희생을
proud of it.
자랑스럽게
I'm
생각합니다.
proud of the sacrifices we make.
비록
Most of my
제 LCCB
coworkers just want to make a quick buck for
빠르게
quitting
돈만 벌고
and
빠지면
say I'm the
되는
odd one.
희생이
You are proud
자랑스러워.
of a sacrifice? It's good to be proud of your work, but you shouldn't be eager to throw your life away just because it'll be memorable or useful.
진심이에요?
Seriously?
자자 이스.
Now
정어리
is she?
고르면
What? You
아이스크림
want
먹고
sardine
싶다고?
whale flavored ice cream?
나도 같은
No way, me too.
생각이었는데
Why don't we hang out
어쩜
and get some
신기하네.
together?
아니,
But let me go. How are you so strong? Roger grabbed Ishmael's arm and began practically dragging her outside. Well, in case she gets into another fight, I decided to sneakily follow from a distance.
이스.
Hey, she
자꾸
gotta stop bringing down the
그러면
mood
분위기
like that. We saved his
너무
life, didn't we?
사람 잘 살려놨는데 꼭 그래야 상태가
I
안 좋은 건
understand things are a bit
알겠는데
rough right now, but let's be a bit more patient,
청자니까.
alright?
저건 그냥
Well, deal that back
세뇌잖아요.
there. That's just indoctrination. They're brainwashing
개
them.
죽음일 수
No
있다는
one
걸
wants to admit they're just
아무도
throwing
인정하고
themselves into a
싶지
meat
않아서
grinder, so they wrap it up in a
희생이라고 포장만 하는.
little thing and then make them self-sacrifice. Not the way I wanted to put it, but yeah. But at the same time, these sacrifices were necessary. We could not have done our work if not for the before team setting things up for us.
알아.
I know.
그럼 하지만
Then why?
그렇게라도
People need a way to
생각해야
endure
견뎌지는
reality and go on
사람들도 있지
living. Some people
않겠어.
live paycheck to paycheck.
당장에
Sometimes
돈 벌어먹어야
they don't got a
살아지는
choice.
사람들도 있을 거야. 저 의욕
Let's hear
넘치는
our
친구한테
overzealous friend
빨리
then. How about
정보를
that?
하지. 응?
애새끼 달래듯이.
Don't talk to me like you're calling
말하지
some
마세요.
baby.
저희가
We're
그럴
not that
정도의
close,
사이는
Rodian.
아니잖아. 휘둘려주는
But I'll
것도
listen just this once.
이번뿐이에요.
알았어,
Fine, fine.
알았어.
Raji seems to have noticed that I was following them. She signaled me a quick wink. And I was able to return to where the other sinners were before they did. Raji is a lot more astute than most give her credit for. Mr. Pilot, too. It is injustice thou have left me with thin iced ice cream, John.
여기는 영 맛이
It tasted
별로야.
like fish, not worth the walk.
인어를
Maybe they put the
가려놨나?
ground mermaid in there. Ground mermaid and ice cream? Boy,
이렇게
I'm
많은
nervous. What an
사람이 보고
audience, huh?
있으니까
말.
Toss to. I'm sorry.
빨리
Talk.
싱.
Or suffer the obliteration of forehead. I appreciate you translating. I do feel a bit better.
왜냐하면
She
방금
reminded me a lot of the LCC
정말
before
LCC
team director just now.
정말
Must be one hell of a boss then.
그러니까
Where do I begin?
저희도
It took us a
황금가지가
hot
있는
minute to pinpoint
로보토미
location
지부의
of the
정확한
Lobotomy Corp
위치를
branch housing the
알기까지
Golden Bow.
꽤 긴 시간이
Actually,
걸렸습니다. 저와
me
대원들은
and my teammates, we ran a pretty
철두철미한
tight ship,
성격이긴 했습니다만 결국
but the Twin Hook
유사
pirates
뒷골목을
caught us off
막고
when
있던
sniffing around.
이 정도면 진짜
Yarn,
싼
sneer lad, the
거라고
cheapest
그러네.
bottle of oil in the Great Lake, I tell you. That's
아무리
ridiculous.
생각해도
Tell me
말이
this
안 되지
whale oil
않습니까?
Dukas origin is worth how much?
잠깐. 너희가 대놓고
Yeah, no
신기를
wonder. Of course,
거슬렀는데?
antagonized them to their faces.
아니
Well, in my defense,
그놈들이
those fellas were about to rob us
대놓고 저희에게
blind.
사기를 치려고
I mean, couldn't he have just paid a bit of money for some intel, though?
아무튼
Well, anyway,
저희 비포팀의
after a thorough
철저한
search, we
끝에
identified the exact
저희는
location of the Lobotomy
황금가지가
Corp
있는
branch with the
대호수
Golden
위에
Bow.
로보토미 지부의 위치까지 알아냈습니다.
황금가지는
Did you
무사히
find the
존재하던가요?
Did you find the Golden Bow?
네,
Yep,
그
saw the golden
유명한
light too.
눈이 부시면서도
Too bright, yet
그렇다고
not too
엄청
bright,
부시지
was it?
않는다는 그 빛도 봤습니다. 직접 보니
Had to see with my
그
own
말이
two
무슨
eyes
말인지
before I
알 것
understood what it
같았어.
meant.
로보토미 지부선이
Boy, what an incredibly
깊숙한
incandescent
곳에서
glow that was, even from deep
황금가지의
within the
빛이
Lobotomy
참
Corp branch
명료하게
ship.
새어나오고 있었습니다. 관측과 통로
Observation
개척까지
check,
마친 뒤에
conservation check. All we had left to do
보고서를
was on the
작성하고
docket was the
돌아가러
report.
저희
Oh, our
비포팀의
job, by
업무는
the way, was to advance
황금가지가 정말 그
reconnaissance
자리에
to
있는가를
confirm the
확인하는
presence of the
사전
Golden
조사입니다.
Bow.
그 과정에서
They say plenty of
지부에
advanced
남아있는
reconnaissance teams
환상체험도
enter the
싸울 수도
abnormalities or
있고
get wiped out in the
전멸한 팀도 꽤
process.
있다고 합니다. 작전을
We were about to
성공적으로
make our way
완수했다고
return journey.
판단해서
Concerning the
복귀하려던
mission resounding
찰나에
success
해준
when
놈들에게
those
털미를
pirates
잡고
followed you
그랬던
guys, huh?
현장의 하루
Team leader
팀장님은
Haru assured us nothing was out of the
작전을
ordinary and
수행하다
those interruptions
이런
by the
식으로
opposing parties happen all the time, but
나는 너희가
I don't
이
care what you're doing all the way in the
으스스한
creepy
곳에서
ship. This
이분께서
gentleman here is rather
하도
curious what business you guys are up to, so I
궁금해하셔서
tagged along. No objections? The pilot's face turned pale for the first time since he started recounting the story. That's when I heard the weapon slip out of our team leader's hand on the ground. Our team leader is an
현장에서
experienced
진짜
field
명망
agent with a
높으신
decorated
분입니다.
track record.
포기를 모르는
I've never seen her just give up
마음고생
like that. She's not the kind to be
분이었는데도
so
말입니다.
easily rattled. I took a
팀장님
look at her. Her
표정을
face
보니
was a look of
그러고
resignation.
남긴 말이
Would I be
있었겠죠.
correct in assuming she had something to say at that moment?
이번
Mission
작전은
failed.
실패했다.
Verbatim.
대체 누구를
Who
받길래
would she see
그렇게
to immediately
반응한
give up
거야?
like that?
이곳에
An
중지
officer
간부가
from the middle
있어서는 안
shouldn't be
된다고
here.
하셨습니다.
Again, verbatim. Oh.
엄청나게
I'm guessing you guys had like a
휘날리는
huge
문신이
fancy tattoo that glowed
있었나 봐.
purple. How'd you
어떻게
know? That was the
하셨습니까?
very first thing I noticed about him, actually.
제일 먼저
A
눈에 들어온
weird,
건그
glowing purple
알 수
tattoo.
없는 문양에 그래도
Still, I thought
그래도
that
저는
maybe we had a
우리
shot. We're
상과는
Unit 3 after
실적도
all. We're no
좋고
slouches. We had some
대단한
impressive names with
분들이
us.
그럴 리가요.
You didn't.
그 이후로는
I don't recall much more
정신을
after that.
차렸을 때는
When I came
제 뺨이
to, I was on
바닥에
the floor
붙어
face
있었습니다.
down.
처음엔
At
아무
first I thought it had
소리도
gone
들리지
deaf and
않았다고
couldn't hear a thing.
생각했습니다.
You know, like when a bomb goes off right next to
가까운
you,
데서
the
폭탄이
ear starts
터지면
ringing and
귀
all.
근처가 울리지
Thought I'd
않습니까?
burst my eardrums,
하지만 그게
but that wasn't it. No,
저희
it was my
팀원들의
team
고함과
scraping
비명이
and scream and shout and scream
끊이지
and
않고 섞였던
all but
소리라는
combined some
걸
sort of incomplete cacophony. I just couldn't
깨달았습니다.
register it at first.
그걸 구분할 수
Once
있게
I recognized, I
되니까
also noticed a deep
그
rumble and
소리들의 가장
echoing underneath all
밑바닥에
that.
무슨 울림이 있다는 것도 깨달았어. 마치
A bizarre, terrible
지구 먼
rumbling. Sounded like it was
발치에서부터
echoing from a
울려
place
퍼지고
far
있는
from the
듯한
bridge. Bizarre rumble?
예.
Yeah, man, it was
마치
like a
폭발
distant
소리가
explosion.
들렸습니다.
And some others were picking up the odd noise
근데
too.
그
The
해적들도
pirates suddenly acted all nervous,
심지어 그
and even the big
중지에
brother from the middle
작은
was
형님이라
rattled.
불리는 자주차도
작은 형님?
They all called him
너
Big Brother.
확실하게
Did you
들은
hear
거야?
that right? I guess there really is a big fish looking out for
아까
those
해적
pirates.
선장 말이
네.
Yes, ma'am, loud and
분명
clear. They
그렇게
called him Big
말했습니다.
Brother. I wonder how those fools are doing nowadays.
돈이 될 만한 놈들만
Take only the
챙기고
high-value
돌아가.
hostages. We're leaving now.
저건 오재앙 중 하나야.
That right there is one of the 5 calamities. We have to book it before that thing gets here. We're all dead meat if we don't.
하나 더 기억나는 건
One last thing I just remember, team leader. Before I lost consciousness, the leader, she stuck her employee card badge in my chest when the pirates weren't
그때는
looking.
이해가 안
Back then, I
됐었습니다.
didn't understand what she was doing.
그런데
But now that I had some time to think about it,
막내
she
인체
did that
몸값을
so I'll look
높여서
more valuable, so they take me hostage, so they'll leave me to
발견되었을
die.
때
Me was just a rookie. Summarize,
정리를
LCC
해보자면
Baden was either injured or unconscious.
어떤
The middle got involved out of
중지가
nowhere, and there was this calamity.
거기에 더해서
There's the
그
calamity that even the
녀석들도
middle bloke was scared of.
파일럿이
Can you give us the
지구의
coordinates to the
좌표를 전달해
lobotomy
주실
corp
수
branch, Mr.
있을까요?
Pilot? Of course. The pilot had produced a piece of paper that had folded over many times and handed to Faust. It's alright there,
꼼꼼하게
ma'am. Every list
적어놓았습니다.
detail you need, I hid it from the best of my
저들에게 들키지
to the best of my
않으려고 좀
abilities.
은밀하게
I'm glad I was
숨겨놓았는데
able to complete my mission at least.
잠깐만요. 그
Wait.
재앙 말인데요.
That
다른
calamity, was
특징
there
같은
anything
건
stood out
없었나요?
about it?
있을 텐데.
There's got to be more
흰색,
pale.
분명
It was
흰색인데
white, an off-white color, unlike anything I'd laid my eyes before on. It was towering and pallid, and that rumbling. I'm sure I've heard of it
뭔가
before.
거대하고 창백한 인상이었다는 사실만 기억에 남습니다.
Oh, right, it
유사의
reminded me of
그
U Corp
특이점 있지
Singularity.
않습니까?
That rumbling sounded a lot like them
kop수가
tuning
합쳐질 때
forks
나는
when they
소리와
combine stuff
비슷했습니다.
together. Yeah, almost there.
저도 같이 가겠습니다.
Let me tag along.
어쩌면
I could be your
지구
guide.
안내에도
LCCB와의
Indeed,
작전
this was to be a
통행은
joint
예정되어
operation.
있던 사항이긴
This
합니다.
was to be a joint operation where they were supposed to accompany us to the Lobotomy Corp
Dante.
branch. What is your decision, Dante? Tell him while I appreciate his offer, I decline. People that get involved with us don't often make it out in one piece.
우리가 너
아예.
살려준 거야,
We're just-
짜샤. 빨리 고마워해.
Hey, we just saved your life, mate. Show some gratitude. Thank you.
파일럿 씨는
Mr. Pilot, please
LCA
remain on
팀이
standby until
도착할
the
때까지
after team
대기하시다가
arrives. Then return to base to report your
돌아-
findings. Oh, they
함께하지
declined, huh?
않았지.
The stories were
그런 대로
true. I didn't hear nothing about the
시계
ticking of their
짝짝이는 소리밖에
ticking of their clock.
마음 넓으신
Executive
관리자님께서
manager, and their endless
진짜
generosity has deigned to thank you for your offer.
고마웠다고 말씀하셨다.
Remember that as your return.
알겠습니다.
All right.
그럼
Well, then, best of luck to you all. That's all I
제가 얻을
needed.
건
Bye.
얻었으니까.
Ishmael was the first to leave the room. Well, that was pretty short-lived.
저도 씨에게 안부
But say hello to
전해줘.
Sod for us, will you? And please tell her that I'm thankful for what she did for us.
그때 저는
Back then, I couldn't bring myself to tell her even
그런
that.
얘기도 못 드렸으니까요. 꼭
I'll be sure to tell her that.
파일럿군.
You have endured well despite the tribulations,
그래도
pilot.
잘-
오,
Ah, you sang. How
이상
kind of you.
누군가는
It appeared to me
이
that
말을
he
남겨줘야
deserved
할
such
것
words.
같았어. 저희
I want to see
팀원들이
my team again.
막내라고
They were all so kind to me.
다들
Okay, the
엄청-
team. Maybe there are survivors at the Lobotomy
어쩌면-
Corp branch. The pilot's eyes, which had been welling up for a while, eventually broke like a dam. Tears flowed his cheeks to the ground.
우리가 꼭
We shall bring them
구해보이겠어.
home. If there any remain, you have my word. And mine too.
이번에야말로
We won't fail again.
파일럿 씨가 전달하신
I've examined the
로봇
various
지구의
spell
변동
coordinates
좌표를
Mr. Pilot
확인해
provided us.
보았습니다.
What exactly are the variable
저희가
coordinates?
찾고 있는
Ships beyond a certain
로봇
magnitude, like our Lobotomy
청색
Corp,
지형구성
receive
같이
partial laws of the
규모가
Great
큰
Lake
배들은
in an encrypted form of U
대우수에 대한
Corp.
부분적인 규칙을 둥지 안의
U
대우수의
Corp holds
규칙에
strictly
대한 각
monopoly in
정보는
the intel regarding the laws of the
일사가
Great Lake
확보하여
within the nest.
엄격히
Of course, the
통제하고 있기
vessels that
때문에
receive that intel pay
정보에
various
상응하는
prices for the
대가를
privilege.
그렇게
They use
전달받은
that partial
부분적인
information to
대우수의
calculate
정보를
which
토대로
vessels must
자신들이
be during which
언제
specific
어디에
periods
위치해야
safe, ensure a safe
호수의
voyage.
규칙에서
Finalize
안전할지를
it
규격화하여
for variable coordinates.
항구선의
Cool.
경우는
Ships often send out.
많은
Yeah, this is
고객을
starting to
유치해야
glaze my eyes over. I'm sorry.
그런 좌표를
Man,
수시로
right, but vessel
선박들에게
prior
전송하지만
security. We'll never do so.
그러면 로보토미 지부는
So
뭔가
Lobotomy Corp branch
보물섬
looking for is
같은
like a treasure
거니까.
ship, and there's got to be a black market. People willing to pay big money for the
훌륭한
coordinates.
추측이네요.
Impressive deduction.
게다가
Also, unlike normal ones, variable ones are composed of lengthy and encrypted
그래서
codes.
호수를
Therefore,
항해하는
vessels sharing are enabled
대부분 호수
by
위에
variable
위치하는
their destination.
시설을
Based on
찾아가기
information,
위해서
said vessels follow a certain
변동
route
좌표를
charted via the
입력하여
automatic
합니다.
navigation system that periodically confirms.
일정 주기마다
Whoa, that's a lot of big
뭔가 어려운
words. So
말이지만
basically, if we enter the information we got from Mr. Pilot here, we can find a way to the branch.
입력하면 로봇
It's useless in the
유서가
waters of the
관리하는
outskirts, beyond the
대우수를
waters
넘어.
of U-Corp.
그렇죠.
Indeed, but in Lobotomy Corp
그렇다
branch
해도
is within
로보토미
U-Corp's
지구는
borders.
이
We'll have no
사안에
trouble
있으니
analyzing the travel
이 반동
patterns,
좌표만 있으면
as long as we have its variable
배가 항해하는
coordinates.
패턴.
Gotcha. Let's get a move on. You sang and Sinclair and nodded with determination, while the other sinners followed suit and hurried on. Though I didn't catch a clear view, I think Ishmael nodded as well. The middle. I know a bit about them thanks to middle little brother Sinclair, but that's about it. So I guess we'll be learning a bit more about them. That said, I'm gonna be completely honest, I am really tired. I'm sorry, but I think now might be a good time to, might as well collect this, I mean, why not? Now might be a good time for me to call the stream. Whew. We got through the Intervallo, and we've gotten a decent amount through these. We'll see how far I can get next time, although if I stop right before the, I might have to start up right before the dungeon, if only because that's long enough I might have to dedicate a room to it, but we'll see how far I can get. But yeah, that's going to be all for tonight. Until next time, yeah. Alright, I'll probably do more of my birthday month special next time, some more Tales of Symphonia, and then I'll, figure something out. I might have to take Friday off again because I've got another, or gonna have to go late at work before another morning shift, so I don't want to be too exhausted. Alright, so I'll be back here on Sunday. Yeah, that'll be the plan for now. Alright, well until next time, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.